That was sickening last week, by the way.
What? What is going on with you here?
No, it's not. What is this stuff on here? We're Hockey Night in Canada, and we're talking about saving the world and all that stuff. Let's talk hockey.
Well, that's the whole idea behind December the 25th.
Let's talk about some good guys.
Okay.
Let's talk about the troops.
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. This is the Deluxe episode for the song Dear Coach's Corner, track 4 from 2009's Supporting Cast LP. The original episode for this song appeared on May 12th, 2021 as episode 50. As of February 7th, 2025, the original episode has 4,477 downloads, making it the third most downloaded episode ever after episode 1 and episode 3, which was Cop Just Out of Frame. This episode contains several parts that I'd like to preview so you know what's here. Part 1 is a brand new segment featuring a full piano cover performed by Tim MacMillar from the band Protest the Hero. Part of Tim's cover appeared originally on episode 50, but he went on to finish it. Tim released a 3-song piano EP under the moniker Timerity in 2023, with Dear Coach's Corner leading the track listing. So this episode will start with Tim's cover in full, and then a short conversation with Tim. You can find his full EP streaming wherever you get music and on Bandcamp. Part 2 is the original episode from episode 50, featuring me and Keith, with our guests Sheldon Burney and Scott Radinsky. The Scott Radinsky interview was originally recorded on my old Skype account, talking to Scott while he was driving and on his cell phone. The call quality was really bad, and it's always bothered me that a guest that I was really looking forward to so much had such a bad quality recording. So I attempted to clean up Scott's audio a little bit using an audio-enhancing software, and I think it's clearer than the original version. So if you found that initial episode's interview unlistenable in the past, maybe this version will be a little better. So the episode also features a cover by Carl Bullets and Emily Plamondon, who you might know from the Punk Rockhead podcast. Part 3 is a portion of my interview with the sociologist Dr. Tim Gill from his episode on July 3rd, 2022. Tim's full episode is very good, so go check it out if you dig this small portion. The episode is called The Sociology of Propaganda. Part 4 features my conversation with Chris Hanna from Propaganda and Murray Pulver. Chris and Murray together did a really cool reimagined version of this song for Chris's Patreon project. And if you haven't heard my conversations with Chris and his friends from my massive November 1st, 2022 episode about his A Catastrophic Break with Consensus Reality album, I implore you to go listen to that because it's really cool and it's honestly one of my favorite things that I've ever done on this podcast. Part 5 is my May 16th, 2023 episode with Raylee Perkins from the Queer Ed podcast. Part 6 is Steve's conversation with Dave Zamboni from the Zambonis. Part 7 is my conversation with Griffin Coyne from the Buffalo punk and hardcore bands Selfish Act and GOA. And Part 8 is my conversation with Sunaya Sapurji, a senior editor and sports writer for The Athletic. This is maybe the most intensely covered song that we've ever done on this podcast, and this deluxe episode is jam-packed and as intense an episode that has ever appeared here. Timestamps are available in the show notes if you want to skip around. As always, thank you so much for listening, and if you want to get in touch, you can find me at propagandapod@gmail.com. Tim MacMillar. Welcome back to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Thanks for having me back. I think it's been a long while.
Yeah, status update, right? Have you only been on the show one time?
I think, did I do anything for Coach's Corner before?
You submitted a cover for Coach's Cover in the partially completed format. I truly don't remember if you were on the episode speaking or not. I know that Rhodey was on here a while back for Banger's Embrace, but you were definitely here for status updates.
Fair enough.
You've contributed a lot. Yeah, well, it's great to have you back. You're welcome to the deluxe edition of Coach's Corner. I've been pulling together this material from across our entire catalog of episodes that we've done for the last 4.5 years. And if there's multiple episodes that talk about one song, I've been pulling all of that material and re-releasing them into a single standalone deluxe edition episode. So I've been having a lot of fun with these. And when you submitted your cover for Dear Coach's Corner the first time around for, I think it was episode 50, you hadn't actually finished it yet. And you went on to finish it, which is great. So I want you to tell me a little bit about your piano project where the song appears. You released an album or an EP. You've been playing a lot of piano. You've been playing shows. So why don't you give listeners a quick little rundown of your project that you do in addition to Protest the Hero?
Sure. Yeah, that sounds good. So yeah, I have a project that's mostly piano. Maybe in the future it won't just be exclusively kind of classical style piano stuff, but I recorded a few songs, I think in 2013, and then did nothing for the longest time. And then, to kind of get my feet wet again, I decided to do a 3-song EP called Cover Boy Volume 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe this was the second song, because the first song I did was an Arkells cover, but it was a Christmas present for my wife, who's a huge Arkells fan.
Yes, love Arkells.
So I decided to embark on doing some covers for Canadian bands. For that 3-song EP. So that's, and Prop is my favorite band. So that kind of just fit the bill. But yeah, I guess we were talking about it and it wasn't completed. But yeah, I kind of just picked away at it in my basement studio. And for those recording wizards, I was just using kind of MIDI. And I thought I could send the MIDI files to someone that could make it sound a lot better. And if I did like the audio, it would be kind of limiting. So I've actually was connected to JP at Privateer Recording Studio. And I just was like, hey, do you want to mix this for me? And I just sent him the MIDI files and was like, do what you need to. And he cleaned it up a little bit and added some dynamics and stuff like that. And we went back and forth a little bit. But yeah, that was a huge thing. Like, I could get the ideas down, but to have someone kind of put it together and think of like the whole song. And, that was also kind of familiar with Propaganda and from Winnipeg and all that. It just kind of brought that project to life.
So as a covers EP, you had to do like digital licensing and stuff like that for royalty things for the people that you cover, correct? Isn't that how that works out?
Yeah, so I think I did this correctly, but basically how I understand it is the person or people who wrote the songs kind of get the songwriting portion of the royalties of a cover. And the person that re-records the cover gets like the master royalty for that exploitation of that song, that version of that song. So I use DistroKid for my release, and there's like a checkbox for a cover song, and you can kind of link it to the songwriters and credit them. So as far as I know, I'm hoping that for the piddling royalties that the song is collecting from my version, at least part of that piddling royalty is going to Propaganda and the other bands that I covered, or the songwriters at least. So yeah, that's how I understand it. I also understand that like you can't say no to someone covering your song. Mm-hmm. You just have to make sure, because like sometimes with like syncs and like putting songs in movies and TVs, bands will like price out someone because they're like, it's $50,000 to use a song, and it's kind of take it or leave it. Mm-hmm. But with the cover, you're allowed to, as long as you're crediting people and they're getting their fair share of it.
Interesting. Yeah, I think about like some iconic covers, like when Real Big Fish did Take On Me and stuff like that. I don't know anything about the business of music, so it's kind of nice to have that little input from you, because I know that you're super tapped into like the business side of the entertainment industry as well. So I love hearing about that kind of stuff, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
what is your, future plans with Timerity? I know you've been doing some shows and playing out. What's going on with that project?
Yeah, so probably like since we talked, protest the year, I was on a few tours, and I was trying to book some after party shows or events around our tours. And I think the first show, I think it was in Minneapolis, in the Clown Lounge,
Nice.
below the venue we played at. But yeah, like I was just trying to do, 45 minutes of some original classical piano stuff and some covers. And yeah, by playing live, it gave me a lot different perspective on like performance. I've been on stage a lot, but I haven't been like the only person and the focal point.
Mm-hmm.
So, learning how to banter and engage an audience, especially when you're playing like gentle piano music.
Yeah.
But yeah, and there were some really good moments of like, I try to play cover songs that a lot of people would just kind of know the words to. And then you get this like audience choir that can be singing along. So I really kind of like that engagement piece. I've invited some people up. I just kind of have a second mic and we just kind of spontaneously like, oh, want to play Wrecking or, sing Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus? Let's go. And, oftentimes it's a really amazing singer just stepping out of the crowd and just killing it. And it's our first time like performing it together. So I think those kind of magic moments have been interesting. And yeah, I've done a few shows on my own or supporting other acts. But yeah, I think I always thought the best target was to try to recruit some PTH fans. They'll just want somewhere to go after the show to hang out.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's kind of been the idea. It does kind of get a backseat to everything else that's going on in my life sometime. But now that I kind of have like tested the project out in a few different ways, I kind of know maybe where I can focus. I'm kind of getting into some of the live streaming again and Instagram live and just, more as an excuse to practice. Not performance, but I just want to hang out and chat with people while I'm practicing, and connect in that way. But yeah, maybe more shows. PTH has been doing, on our last tour, we were doing like a VIP sound check thing. And we had promised like full band sound check, come see the band. And then we realized that like we were headlining. So we did our sound check and then all the other bands backline their gear. And then we'd have to come back out and stand in front of their gear and like turn all our stuff back on. So it ended up being kind of a nightmare. And it was kind of fucking over some of the other bands with that space because we'd have to leave our drum set up on like small stages sometimes. Right.
Yeah.
So anyways, we just decided we started doing a piano guitar vocal version of Mist and The Migrant Mother. And we just did like two kind of acoustic stripped down versions of those songs. So that's kind of an avenue where this is going as well.
Are you guys doing studio versions of those?
We're thinking about it. I've been working on arrangements.
Oh yeah.
We don't want to, we have been working on new music and like the new record is like nearing completion. It'll be in the next couple of months. So we didn't want to like take away from the focus there. And we also felt weird about like having 5 years of silence. And then the first release is like, here's a lot of piano, guitar, vocal, EP or whatever it is. So yeah, hopefully we could maybe record something this year. But yeah, I've worked out about 5 or 6 arrangements and we're going to get together and just kind of, see what works and see what doesn't. There's a lot of guitar parts that don't really translate nicely on piano. And it's not that they're too technical. They just sound weird when you're like doing breakdowns on a E chord or whatever.
Right.
So just kind of modifying that stuff.
Well, Tim, let's talk about Coach's Corner for a few minutes. What was particularly fun about your Coach's Corner rendition that you did for the Timerity EP?
Well, I think first and foremost, that intro and like, I think it like the progression sounds pretty cool because it's like pretty moving, but then ripping a little third hand solo over that. I kind of listening to what Chris is doing. And I don't even know if that's like a reverse solo. If Chris is like, I'm just going to do a super fast shit for 20 seconds, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But kind of interpreting that in a way that was like familiar to me with my like piano technique. So that was like a fun way to start. And then, yeah, like I think it is one of Propagandi's more structured and like more melodic songs, with like clean guitar and like really nice melodies. And I think my insight, like, I'm a rhythm guitar player and I'm like a chord person. Like for that melody, I had to learn every single syllable and every single note and matching that all up. And like there's just like interesting stuff where you play the same note 4 or 5 times. Serious connection. And like just stuff that I would never, like I never thought of that melody in a notes way. I just kind of would sing along to it, right? So actually really dissecting it and being like, what is this guy singing? And I have to play every note that he's singing in time and all of that stuff. It just gave me a different perspective on the song.
How much was, like, if you're looking at like a Pro Tools home screen for the project, like what are we looking at tracks wise as far as like how big this project actually got?
Yeah, it was pretty small. Like usually I would do a left hand and then a right hand. So I would play the chords or whatever pattern of chords. And then I tried to do the melody over top. That would set the stage. But then there's a few like bass parts, and Beav has a few licks that kind of come here and there. So there was like a third track kind of highlighting some of those things. But yeah, it was probably like 2 right hands, 2 left hands. And that was just like gets consolidated. And then there was like a third track of kind of some nuances that, you know, couldn't be done. And yeah, as far like I haven't played this song live. And I think I could learn it, but it was just one of those things where it's like I just learned it and recorded it on the spot. And, you know, I don't know how I would add in some of those extra lines or, you know, grow a third arm or get someone from the audience to play that line, you know, whatever it is. But yeah, that was kind of the approach.
It's 5.5 minutes long, your version. So we got a long tune here. And after the chaotic intro, I mean, it is like a very gradual and calm song all the way through. It's very peaceful, so it starts off super chaotic, and then it's just this really beautiful and lush thing all the way through to the end. How did you feel about like the length? Were you like, oh my gosh, this is going on and on and on, or were you just kind of like really just going on that journey?
Yeah, like it's funny. I listened to it like a couple hours ago while I was driving up here, and yeah, like I don't think I noticed it being too long, but yeah, like I do find with a lot of covers, you kind of do the verse and the chorus and you maybe do it again. You're like, okay, now what? And like, do I just fade it out or do I stay true to that arrangement of the song? But yeah, like I think dynamically, like I was also thinking, you know, like there's no percussion in the arrangement, and it's like that's a huge dynamic in particularly that song. Where, you know, in the verse, George's kind of like chilling and then he kind of opens up in the chorus. And, you know, so it's hard to like play a verse and then be like, okay, the chorus is big on piano, but it's still just 2 hands on the piano kind of thing.
You know, I'm looking at the original episode right now, and your cover does appear in the episode, but only 3 minutes worth instead of the 5.5 minute full version. And you were not on that episode, by the way. You do not have a speaking thing. So do you want to comment on like what this song means to you in general? Like if we think about like the lyrics and the message and all the stuff that's found in the song, did you have any comments or anything that you wanted to contribute on that front?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the song means to me. Because I'm not a big hockey person. You know, I appreciate it, but I don't.
You like baseball?
I like baseball.
You're a baseball guy.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Baseball, and yeah, who knows? In the winter, I just kind of hibernate, running, I guess, and biking. But yeah, like I know it's also iconic, you know, with the audio clip at the beginning. You know, it's just nice that, you know, there's some commentary on the goofiness of Mr. Cherry, and just, you know, how he's kind of a lot different than Ron McLean.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a big, I don't know how many people outside of Canada would pick up on that. I don't know if Don Cherry was kind of broadcast, you know, in the States for a lot of stuff, or that's kind of strictly
no.
Even like Rock'em Sock'em, was that a thing?
Dude, so I grew up in Missouri, and I was a huge St. Louis Blues fan for years and years, and watched hockey, consumed a lot of hockey, did not know who Don Cherry was until 2007 when I became friends with a bunch of Canadians when I was living outside of the U.S. So, no, it wasn't. Okay. And so this is like, this song really does, in my view, bring the character of Cherry and his importance in Canadian culture to the greater world, because he was not known to me at all in the States, and I was a hockey fan growing up.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, you know, some of the stuff that's mentioned in the song, Like, I probably didn't pay much attention to it. And they do stuff in Canada and at baseball games around, like, supporting the military and stuff like that. But, like, I know in the States, it's particularly, like, glorified, and fighter jets are flying over events and stuff like that. And, yeah, it's just kind of like, it makes you think twice about, like, what we're just watching and taking in, and just like, yeah, okay, clap your hands, stand up, all that stuff.
Well, and I go to tons of Buffalo Bills games here in Buffalo, and they do huge military flyovers at most home games. And so I've personally seen a ton of that, like just this past season. I went to 6 home games, I think, this year, and saw it tons of times. And it's just like having that ability to be like, okay, this is what's happening, and then seeing how I personally feel about it. There's nothing I can do about it. It's going to happen regardless of how I personally feel about it. If I choose to be at the game and take that entertainment in, I get what I get. And so, just it's encouraging people to kind of think about what it is that they're seeing around them, just in a little bit more of an in-depth manner. You know what I mean? Because there's not a whole heck of a lot I can do about it. If the Buffalo Bills have something at the game and I want to see the Buffalo Bills in person, I am going to be receiving that message regardless of how I personally feel about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. And like, even outside of just that particular issue, like, there is a lot of political stuff that's kind of pushed on you through sports. And sometimes, players are protesting too and standing up against that. But there's a lot that's kind of going on behind the scenes there that they're kind of serving up to you, that sometimes, unless you're like looking for it, it's like you may not pick up on it, right? It's just like, oh, it's part of the game.
Well, later in this deluxe episode, you probably heard it years ago whenever this episode first came out, but Scott Radinsky from the band Pulley and 10-Foot Pole, who was a Major League Baseball pitcher for a long time, is also on this deluxe episode, and he has some more comments on that topic. So Scott, who was a professional athlete for many years, had some thoughts on the episode about that. So I'm excited for listeners to hear that. Again, or for the first time if they've never heard it, because I'm bringing back a lot of old material for this episode. But Tim, it is a delight to have you on the podcast to just catch up on your piano project and what PTH has got going on, chat a little bit more about your piano rendition of Dear Coach's Corner. Do you want to promote any links or tell everybody where they can find you if they want to get in touch and follow along?
Yeah, like my piano project, I have it on Instagram at Timerity Music. And then I also have like more guitar-based protest Instagram as well. Do have a Bandcamp as well. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If I can plug, PTH just announced a tour in May with Between the Buried and Me. So we're coming back to the States if we're not the 51st state by that time.
Jeez Louise.
But yeah, we're looking forward to being out with a really great band that we admire. We're looking forward to opening and having early nights, and I could maybe be in bed by 10:30. And yeah, we're actually going to a few places. I think St. Louis is one of them that we haven't been for ages. So look out for that if you're in the U.S.
Awesome. Tim MacMillar, PTH, Timerity, thanks so much for being here, pal.
Thanks for having me, man. Good to see you.
You're listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. On this episode, we're discussing the song Dear Coach's Corner, which is track number 4 on 2009's Supporting Cast.
I am so excited to be doing another supporting cast track. I think about that episode number 40 with Wob all the time.
Oh, man.
And I'm like so happy as well that people really liked our This Is Your Life episode, which we did a few episodes back. So like I'm stoked about this. But, Dear Coach's Corner is such an iconic song for this band, and this is such an exciting episode. I'm really pumped for this one. But this is a long song, 4 minutes and 42 seconds. It's a long song by propaganda standards, one of the longest. And it's also, check this out, their 4th most popular songs on one popular streaming service and the 6th most popular song on another popular streaming service. It is by far their most streamed song online from supporting cast, and it has been streamed almost 3.4 million times on one service where the stats are publicly available. So this is a massive, massive song for this band, and I'm really happy that we're talking about it.
And that actually kind of makes sense, Greg, because if you think of the position of it, it being track number 4, to me, growing up with perhaps more mainstream and accessible music, it always seemed like track 4 was going to be a single.
Yeah.
So this almost feels like a single,
Yeah.
even if it wouldn't or couldn't be played on the radio. It definitely has those elements, but
Yeah.
it stands out on this album, and Supporting Cast is just an incredible album, and it's a album of immeasurable impact to so many listeners. I know you, Greg, it's your favorite. For me, it's probably my close to or around, second favorite. But this is our 7th episode, and I think this is a landmark here to talk about Dear Coach's Corner for our 50th episode.
Woo! I'm so excited. Every time we get to like one of these little milestones, it really makes me happy and proud of us, and I'm so happy that people actually care about this. 50 episodes deep, we're talking about Propagandy for like literally hundreds of hours at this point, which is really crazy. So yeah.
Because about a year ago, Greg and I were kind of thinking like, hey, do you think people are going to listen?
Exactly. Yeah. And we were thinking like, if this doesn't go well, we will just bail. We won't release any episodes. Like we'll record some, we'll test it out, and then I'll put together like an episode 1 and maybe like an introduction episode like we did for episode 1. And then we'll do a song discussion and we'll see how we feel. And if it feels okay, we'll go for it. And so, it was really 50-50 if we were going to actually, gel as discussion partners on the show. So I'm still pretty amazed that we're a year into this project now. I know we didn't do episodes until the summer last year, but this is the time of year last year where we were really hitting the ground hard on this and getting the artwork from Justin and really planning it out,
Yeah. And how many, I don't know, conversations, how many opportunities, all of those things available, how much we've heard from listeners and connected with, fellow fans of the band. I think that's easily been one of the best parts.
And so for the last 3 years or so, I've been living in Buffalo, and I go to shows alone, right? Like I don't have many friends here. And so my social circle here is microscopic. And so now what's really crazy is I feel like when shows start up again, if I was to go on our Instagram or our Twitter and say, hey, everybody, I'm coming up to Toronto to see XYZ band at Lee's Palace or the Opera House or Danforth, that like 20 people would reply. And I would like be able to like walk in to where a group of people were actually expecting me and be like, let's hang out. Yeah. And that makes me so happy because I feel like I've gained so many new friendships with people that I would legitimately hang out with and have an absolutely wonderful time. So just for all of you out there listening, like Keith and I love you. We think you're incredible. We're so happy you want to hang out with us. And so before we go into this episode, right, I want to just acknowledge really quick that these episodes get extremely out of hand as far as the length and the depth and everything. Like I committed long ago to not constraining episodes to be a particular length. And I just wanted to see where the story led us, right? If you have tons and tons of vocab and history and great interviews and stuff to say about a song, like why stick to a single format that is totally expected within a confine that we self-impose? Right. So I just want to remind listeners that these things are long. The episodes will never be short. And I like to think that these are sort of like choose your own adventures as well. I always put timestamps in the show notes. So if you go in your podcast app, you will see the exact timestamps where each segment begins and ends. So if you come to listen to our show just for the interviews with the people that we have, you can find those timestamps in the show notes and skip right to that section and not listen to anything else. If you're here for just me and Keith, the last hour conversation that we have at the end where we break down each song from our perspectives, you can skip right to those sections. Or you can listen to the whole thing over the course of a week. It's however you prefer. So I love the fact that we have these long, almost like, I almost consider these like song documentaries, like the documentary of a song. It's like our best effort at creating the most in-depth story that we can tell on every song. And but I realized that it's super long. So I just want to remind you that those timestamps are in there for you.
Right.
So before we get into the song as well, I want to talk about the title a little bit. Keith, are you familiar with the segment Coach's Corner growing up in Indiana? Did you know that this exists?
No, I had no reference of who these people were or what this show was until I heard this song for the first time.
Yeah. Well, I found an interview with Chris and Beeve from 2009 on the website silver7s.com where Chris describes the title very straightforwardly. So instead of me pontificating and over-describing, I'm just going to quote Chris here. So this is Chris Hanna in 2009. It is a song that is about the Coach's Corner segment between the first and second periods of Hockey Night in Canada. Specifically, it's addressed to Ron MacLean, the idea there being that he would be open to a possible analysis of collusion between professional corporate sports and the geopolitical interests of the prevailing order, whereas Don Cherry has about as much brain as this item here. Chris lifts up a piece of metal he finds nearby. He's just a useless mouthpiece of a system that stinks, the kind of personalities, and hockey is rife with them, that just cozy up to power and forget about marginalized people. I think Ron MacLean represents some of the best things about hockey, and Don Cherry represents some of the worst things. I despise the attempt of the NHL mirroring the NFL in the States to get a captive audience of part of the population to mindlessly nod their heads at military adventurism overseas, especially to a whole nation of children watching on TV. I consider it a form of child abuse.
Yeah.
So that's a direct quote from Chris in 2009. And I just wanted to quote him at length there because I feel like he summed it up so perfectly about his inspiration for writing this song as a pre-parent himself when he wrote the song, but as an uncle, watching his own kiddo watching his own niece and family members ingest these covert messages, and maybe not so covert as well, about what countries are supposed to be and think about. So I was thinking a lot about Cherry's influence on generations of Canadians, boy and girl, young and old. And I got to watching some Cherry clips, and he seems like the kind of guy who would just go off on these tangents constantly when there was an actual game of hockey he could have been commenting on, right? He's a commentator on a specific game that everybody in the country is watching, and he goes off on these random things that have nothing to do with the game that he is being paid to comment on. So, here's a sample clip of where Cherry talks about different genders in locker rooms, and just listen to the tone of Ron MacLean's voice in this clip when Cherry says he wants to say something. He goes, I just want to say something. I just want to say something. So this is like a common thing that people who are about to say something horrible, I just want to say something. And they act like they're like some martyrs for truth, right?
Right.
That's like the signal of I'm about to say something horrible, and you better like just agree with me so that we can move on, right? So listen to the tone of Ron MacLean's voice in this clip when Cherry says he wants to say something, and then just listen to this. It's an intermission report about a hockey game, allegedly.
Hey, Stanley Cup playoffs start Tuesday.
But I want to say something first of all, okay? Right. I want to say something first of all. My good buddy and a good friend of mine, Duncan Keith, is in a little trouble in Vancouver. And the reason was that he was smarty to a female reporter, and it just said something about you should be a referee or something, and the males, she didn't say anything, but the male reporters went a little nuts and everything like that. Now he's a sexist and all that stuff. I don't believe, and I really believe this, I don't believe women should be in the male dressing room. I know, wait a minute, I remember the first time it happened to me. Guys are walking around naked, and I hear this woman's voice. I turn around, there's a woman. She's asking me about the power play. I said, let's go outside. And she said, I'm not embarrassed. I said, I am.
Well, can we, you were telling me.
What do you say?
Well, I totally think a woman can be in the dressing room.
No.
But I do believe a lot of guys take advantage, and they are sexist. Duncan Keith wasn't even close. He was hot about the fact she was making a call, and he was saying,
wait a minute, you believe women should be.
Of course not. Like in any job, equal opportunity.
Well, in equal opportunity, then why aren't men in women dressing room?
Well, they should be. We'll fix that.
You want them to be in there?
Why not?
Well, listen, Carrie plays hockey, right?
Yes.
And she's a hockey player.
Yes.
So here's another clip of Cherry talking about women at hockey games getting smacked by pucks. So check this one out.
You women are going to get mad at me out there. But I was standing out in the hall here in the first 5 minutes, and it was a tip shot. A guy tried to get it over the blue line, and a guy tipped it, and it went over my head and hit this poor lady in the face. I'm telling you, when you come to the games, keep your eyes on the puck. And I'm telling you, I've seen some awful smacks, and it's always a woman yapping away there. Look at the game.
Lots of fans. What are you talking? Both genders get involved in talking about the game. I agree with you.
I'm just trying to help
Look at the puck, but don't blame women, men, or anybody else for getting in the odd conversation when you pay
Wait a minute.
to get a ticket to come to the Forum. It's an exciting opportunity for a lot of people.
Okay, so these are just a few of the clips that I've found, and if you go on YouTube, you can find countless Don Cherry quotes. All you have to do is Google, like type in like Don Cherry, like bloopers, or Don Cherry offensive statements or something like that in YouTube, and countless of these videos will pop up. And he did this spread out over the course of decades. And the reason I'm playing these clips before the interviews on this show is because our first guest on the show is going to have a lot to say about the impact of Don Cherry's thinking on generations of Canadians throughout the last, from the 80s onwards.
Right, Greg. So tell us about the two guests for our Coach's Corner episode.
So this is a jam-packed episode, dude. We have 2 discussion guests and 2 musical guests on this episode. So the first discussion guest is Sheldon Burney, who is a journalist, hockey player, and music fan in Winnipeg. And the second discussion guest is Scott Radinsky from the band Pulley, and who also is well known to have played Major League Baseball and been a coach himself for many years. So those are the 2 discussion guests that I'm going to talk to for this episode. And the first musical guest is Tim MacMillar from Protest the Hero. And the second musical guests are Emily Plamondon and Carl Bullets. So Tim MacMillar obviously is the guitarist in Protest the Hero, and he was our guest on the Status Update episode, and he's become a friend. So Tim, if you're hearing this, hey pal, hope you're doing great. But Tim reached out a while back and said he was working on a cover of Coach's Corner on piano. Tim's been playing a lot of piano lately through the pandemic and the quarantining. And so Tim made he's still working on it. It's not totally done, but Tim's going to be doing a lot of awesome piano projects for his, like a solo thing that he's sort of working on. And so we have like a Tim's version of Coach's Corner on piano, which is really, really great. But the reason I'm talking about Tim's cover in so much depth is because at the start of the Dear Coach's Corner Propaganda song, we know this quote that Propaganda put in of Cherry ranting and all this stuff at the very beginning of the song. That's sickening, right? But the new quote that Tim puts on the cover of his song is the comment that got Don Cherry fired in the fall of 2019.
Wow,
10 years after the release of Supporting Cast.
Yeah.
So you're going to hear Tim's cover here in a second. And he puts the quote that Don Cherry said on national television that gets him fired. And I found a great article in Sports Illustrated about the landscape of hockey post Don Cherry in the NHL. And this is a great passage. So here's what it says about a year after Don Cherry got fired. The hockey world that Cherry left a year ago is radically different than the one that exists now. Roughly 3 weeks after Cherry stepped down, Calgary Flames coach Bill Peters was forced to resign after former players detailed Peters' laundry list of verbal and racial abuse that was directed when players were in the minors. That began a seismic conversation about race and inclusion in the game. The global pandemic shut the game down for months, and the day it started again, a player from the Minnesota Wild gave a stirring and powerful speech about racism in the game before taking a knee for the national anthems. Then in August, after watching their league's ham-handed attempts to address the shooting of Jacob Blake and others at the hands of police, players took matters into their own hands and paused for 2 days during the playoffs to protest racial injustice and violence. The Hockey Diversity Alliance was formed, and several players Many of them sons of the quote-unquote you people to whom Cherry referred felt comfortable speaking out and not sticking to sports. So these guys are working hard to make hockey a safer, more inclusive place, and Cherry's position in the game would have been another obstacle. So what I'm going to do now is play Tim's piano cover, and then we'll be back and I'll introduce Sheldon Burney.
You people love you that come here, whatever it is. You love our way of life. You love our milk and honey. At least you could pay a couple of bucks for poppies or something like that. These guys pay for your way of life that you enjoy in Canada. These guys paid the biggest price.
All right, so thank you to Tim MacMillar from Protest the Hero for that fantastic piano rendition. And, you know, all of that is the lead into our first discussion guest, Sheldon Burney. Sheldon is a guest that I am so excited to have on the show, and I know that you all will absolutely love this conversation with Sheldon. You out there listening may not know who Sheldon is, but he's completely awesome. So Sheldon Burney is a writer, family man, and beer league hockey player living in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And he is the author of the book Missing Like Teeth, an oral history of Winnipeg underground rock, 1990 to 2001. And I'm currently reading this book, which is out of print on a hard copy, but is available as an ebook for $5 online. And it's a history of the Winnipeg scene, and it's absolutely amazing. It has the backstories of Corpus Vile, the Royal Albert Arms, Malfaction, Toothpick Hercules, Propagandy. There's so much propaganda history in this book. Tons of interviews, and it's so, so great. And a fellow named Derek reached out to me via email and told me how great of a guest Sheldon would be on the Dear Coach's Corner episode. And Derek couldn't have been more right. So Sheldon and I get into hockey, Winnipeg, the importance of place when it comes to youth hockey, the influence of Don Cherry and Hockey Night in Canada, and his thoughts on loving propaganda. And one side note for people outside of Canada, or people who are very, very closely following hockey, Sheldon refers frequently to grapes. He says grapes, says this, says that, etc. Grapes is Don Cherry's well-known nickname in Canada, but unless you grow up under the culture of Hockey Night in Canada, you won't know that Don Cherry's nickname is Grapes. So throughout this chat, when you hear Grapes, Sheldon means Don Cherry, the ranter at the start of the song, Dear Coach's Corner. So, all of that said, please enjoy my chat with Sheldon Burney. Sheldon Burney, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Oh, thanks for having me. I'm excited.
Well, Sheldon, I'm delighted to have you here tonight, and I am delighted to have this conversation with you for a feature episode and interview on our Dear Coach's Corner episode. This is a special one for me, and I'm really excited about this episode in particular. But why don't we start off by having you just sort of introduce yourself a little bit to the audience so they can know who you are and what you do in the world.
Okay, well, my name's Sheldon Burney. I'm a writer, reporter, and beer league hockey player in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. A few years ago now, I wrote a book called Missing Like Teeth, which is an oral history of Winnipeg's underground rock scene from about 1990 to 2001. Features heavily on propaganda and related bands that you may have touched on at some point in this podcast. Sadly out of print at this point, but it's available, I think, as a Kindle or a PDF on the web. So, yeah.
Fabulous. Well, I have to give a massive shout out to my friend Jamie Fougere, who tracked down a copy of your book and mailed it to me. I think he tracked down the last printed copy for sale in all of Manitoba.
I think that's true. Possibly all of Canada. In fact.
Yeah. I mean, it was awesome of Jamie to do that. And Jamie listens to the show. So hello, Jamie. Huge props to you. Well, Sheldon, let's get into a little bit about some of your interest in some of the things that you're interested in. So why did you get interested in writing in the first place? Like why, so you have this book out, you write tons of articles. I found your work all over the place. How did you get into writing in the first place? It's like sort of like a career path for yourself.
Yeah. I mean, it's something that I've just done, forever, really, since I, learned how to do it in school. I've enjoyed using my imagination, putting stuff together. And I did a lot of creative writing in like fiction and poetry as an early adult.
Yeah.
And, submitted to literary journals and kind of thought that might be a path. And, quickly discovered there's no money in that and thought, there might be some money in journalism, which, I mean, in my case, that's what I do for a living. It's not, but it's
tough.
It's a dire industry to be in.
Yeah.
But, I kind of stumbled upon that literally in university at the University of Manitoba. A pal who was taking, like a photographer, just said, why don't you try writing for the school newspaper? Oh, maybe I could do that, trying to be like too cool for that sort of thing. But, eventually tried it out and just fell in love with it. And from there, just pursued any kind of opportunity to write for money or write about stuff I like, whether it's for a platform or whatnot that I've been able to. And that's been about 10 or 15 years now. So
nice.
Here we are.
Well, Sheldon, you have this extremely niche book out, a story, an oral history of the Winnipeg music scene. And as somebody who makes a podcast literally about one band and their catalog, I am an appreciator of niche things, like big time. So I want to know a little bit about your interest in music and kind of like your path as being like a fan of music in general. Right. Like, what's your story within music?
Okay, so I mean, the first tape I probably ever bought with my own money was a Bon Jovi tape, and then from there, that was grade 3 or so. I grew up in northern British Columbia in a small city called Dawson Creek, BC. So we had a record store, a top 40 record store, literally that's the name of it, which was like a chain across Western Canada. A 5 and dime version of HMV or something like that. So the selection was pretty limited. No FM radio other than the CBC in the area. An AM radio station seemed to have the same playlist every day. So, it was kind of slow pickings, but eventually Much Music, which is the national MTV kind of version in Canada, they would broadcast kind of late night stuff that was indie or kind of weirdo. They had a show called The Wedge that probably either in junior high I kind of clued in. It was late night Friday night, so I would stay up and watch that, and started to realize that there was like stuff other than, you know, whatever was on the major labels. When I started to clue in that there were bands from like Winnipeg or you know, places that I was assuming that rock stars were from the States or Toronto.
Right.
And, you know, I just didn't have an understanding of how it worked. Right. So,
you
know, I discovered there's a band called Kittens that was out of Winnipeg, and I just thought they blew my mind kind of when I heard them, what they were doing. The fact that they were from Winnipeg was just like, whoa, like what? Like, you know, similar kind of trajectory with Propaganda. I would have heard them on one of the first couple Fat Records compilations. And a buddy who I worked with maybe at a pizza place where I worked in the summers, Clear Lake, Manitoba, was really, every time the track would come up, these guys are from Portage. These guys are from Portage. So, whoa, like the band could be on this punk rock, you know, then they're from here, you know?
Yeah.
So making that connection that music wasn't something that happened necessarily away, you could do it, was revelatory for me. That was also about the time where, you know, in finding some of these records, the Kittens record or a Propaganda record, I think the first one I bought would have been about 98 or 99. That Quantity Is Job Number One. Just
heck yeah,
that's what they had at the store, right? And
dude, check this out.
Yeah,
I got it right here.
You know, looking at that or How to Clean Everything, there's way more songs on Quantity Is Job Number One. I'd buy that one. Yep. And from there, I discovered you could mail order directly from the labels or directly from the bands. And so this kind of just spiraled, and I became obsessed with, you know, a couple different indie labels in Canada, G7 being one of them, Sonic Onion out of Toronto being another, and just started mail ordering every time I'd get a check from the pizza place where I worked, or the before that, the newspaper delivery or whatever the hell I was doing for money.
Yeah.
Immediately go to the post office and get a mail money order for $12 or whatever it was to get a new CD and send it off, and eagerly wait for the mailman to come with a new CD of something new.
Well, okay, so you grew up in BC, and you know, now whenever I learned about you, I associate you entirely with Winnipeg, just like I do with Propaganda. So that's not really where you're originally from, but like, so tell me about, you know, getting over to Winnipeg and why this city becomes such a central part of like your work that you get into.
Sure. Well, my parents are both from here.
Okay.
Which is the short end of it. So we grew up in northern British Columbia, which is right kind of near the Alberta line, about 6 hours from Edmonton. Was the closest city, big city.
Man.
We would spend our summers visiting my grandparents and my aunts and uncles and my cousins and all those folks here in and around Winnipeg. My grandma on my dad's side had a cabin out in Clear Lake, which is a beautiful, you know, cabin country sort of little town in Riding Mountain National Park. So we'd spend, you know, 3 weeks there and a week or two in Winnipeg at my mom's place. And so it was just, to me, that was the big city, right? Like, you know, I knew Edmonton. We'd mostly just drive through it to get to Winnipeg. Yeah. Where I'd go I played a hockey tournament there once. The only NHL game I ever saw as a kid was in Edmonton. So, you know, that was a city, but I knew Winnipeg because I'd spend so much time here and had the connection to it, right?
Tell me a little bit about your interest in hockey and just your history with the sport, like growing up, you know, tell me kind of like where all this comes from. Cause you're on a very specific episode of this show for a very specific reason.
Yeah. So, our family moved to Dawson Creek when I was in grade 2. Didn't know anybody, didn't play any sports. My parents put me in soccer in kindergarten and I hated it. So just, you know, wasn't a sporty, you know, kind of guy. But as soon as I made friends in this new town, every single one of them played hockey. So I couldn't hang out with them on the weekends or whatever because they had hockey. My dad was a university hockey player. He played, you know, men's in league and beer league up until his 60s. So he was around the game, but never was one to kind of, you know, push it on us. He'd watch Hockey Night in Canada. And so that would have been my introduction to the game, other than the fact that my buddies at school now are playing this sport and are trading hockey cards all the time. So as a way to, you know, connect with them and with my dad, I guess I just fell into it. I don't think he expected me to last beyond the season, but you know, when the next season came in, he said, okay, sure, you want to do it? Sure, we'll try it out. And I just fell in love with it from there, you know. Again, a means of bonding with my peers, something to do with my dad, something to talk about with my dad. It really became a big part of my life.
Nice. Do you remember like when you first like really became a fan of Propaganda, like really kind of fell in love with the band? Because I know you're a huge fan. Like I know you said that you first heard them on one of those Fat Comps, but tell me about when they really sunk their teeth into you.
Yeah, it would have been after buying Where Quantity is Job Number One, because up to that point I had just heard the stuff on the comps, really, or maybe in the back of the restaurant, maybe they had How to Clean Everything on here in the rotation of punk tapes that got played while you're cooking pizza or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So in listening to those tunes and then subsequently going back and buying Let's Talk More Rock and How to Clean Everything, reading all the material that came with it, and Let's Talk More Rocks specifically would have been what kind of opened my mind up to it, and realized that, wow, like this is heavy stuff, but it's stuff that, I kind of was, leaning towards in some ways, or it was just, concepts that were brand new to me, but that I, kind of felt a kinship to, right?
Nice.
I think also having that huge amount of input from Where Quantity is Job Number One, it gave you the view that, okay, these guys, at some points can barely really play, but they're doing it, and they have a sense of humor, and they're, it's interesting to be able to see that much of a band, right?
Well, I tell you what, when I was in high school, I totally, I overlooked that compilation so much. And like, I just thought that it was just like kind of like a bunch of cast off tracks and everything. But like, it's one of the only CDs that I own now. And so like, I have like 5 or 6 CDs that are like that live permanently in my car CD changer. And this is one of them. So I listen to it all the way through every single week. And I cannot believe how much amazing stuff is on here. I can listen to that Venom cover on repeat. It's so ridiculously good. It's just full of gems. So every time I find like a cheap copy on like Discogs, I'm always like posting it like, hey, everybody, you should buy this compilation because here's a factory sealed copy and it's like $5. You should buy it. It's got just full of gems. Okay, so let's get into some stuff here. I got an email a while back from a dude named Derek Marvin who wrote me this. He wrote me a huge email, and he basically laid out all the reasons why I should have you on for the Dear Coach's Corner episode. So Derek sends me this email. So hello, Derek. And he says, Sheldon should be on the podcast because he is, quote, Alberta born, prairie raised. So that's not quite true. But like, what's your friendship like with Derek, with D-Marv?
D-Marv, I've known Derek 15 years at least now, probably more than that for sure. And we met at Clear Lake. I worked at this pizza place that had a bar in the basement where bands would play. He worked across the street at another restaurant, and we both liked partying and music. So quickly developed a friendship, and at this point we play on the same hockey team. We both have kids, so we don't see each other as much as maybe we'd like, but he's a beauty. All right.
Well, nice. Okay. So then next, Derek writes, he is the player manager and right winger of the Lumbercats, Division 13 champions of the Dakota Beer League.
Division 12, Derek. That's Division 12.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I literally copied and pasted this from his email. So Division 12. Nice little correction in real time. I love it. So he then says that you are a passionate leader for the team and a lover of the game. And the Lumbercats have an annual exhibition series called the Champions Cup against Caress of Steel, Beeve and Chris's rec team. And he says he doesn't believe that Chris has yet played in the Champions Cup. The Beeve, on the other hand, is a beast in the face-off circle. So tell me about playing tell me about this relationship that you have with like this Propaganda adjacent hockey team.
Sure. Yeah. So the Lumbercats is a team that I joined about 10 years ago. It has a couple years history before that. I'm not exactly sure, but joined the team 10 years ago. Which is, I guess, the same time that Caress of Steel kind of started up. Yeah. I sort of know a couple of those guys just from the Winnipeg music scene or whatever. And so as the years go on, Caress of Steel gets an Instagram or something, and the Lumbercats and you sort of see that it's very parallel, Yeah. Both teams take a similar approach to hockey. It's a love of the game, but trying to eliminate some of the toxic elements of hockey culture. Because I think for the most part, both teams are made up of guys who grew up playing hockey, maybe took a break from it because of the, toxic kind of culture that it doesn't exist all the time, but especially in the 90s was I would say a big part of hockey culture, and then came back to it in adulthood. This also, I believe, is the same year that the Winnipeg Jets came back to Winnipeg, which I imagine, I don't have any stats to back it up, but I imagine beer leagues had a boost in numbers of registration that year just because people were fired up across the city, right?
Nice.
So anyway, yeah, we between these mutual acquaintances and pals on the team, we didn't play in the same league. So we play in a different league in Dakota Community Center, which receives a bunch of money from Jonathan Taves every now and then. I guess when Tavesy needs a tax credit or something, he donates some money to the rink that he grew up playing on.
Wonderful.
Whereas the Progressive Steel guys play the ASHL, which is based kind of more centrally in Winnipeg. So we didn't really get a chance to ever face off against each other, but figured we have about the same skill level, the same kind of mentality, the same approach to the game. And so as a way to kick off the season for the last, I guess not counting this year due to COVID, the last 3 seasons prior to that, we've arranged a friendly match with, pay a referee a case of beer, get someone to run the time clock, and played it out. And so far the Cats are 2-1. We've won the last 2. They won the first one. And I believe next year, if our government here in Manitoba doesn't completely botch the vaccination rollout, hopefully we can take it up again in September.
Awesome. Have you faced off against the Beeve in the face-off circle? Because Derek said he's real good. He's real tough.
I don't know on the face-off circle. I play wing. I'm a terrible on the draw, terrible pivot. So I don't bother with that if I can avoid it. But he's a fierce competitor. You had Randy Frickus on the show.
Yeah, Randy. Tell me about Randy.
Randy's great. He's good to play with. If I know he's on the ice, he also plays in a spring hockey team that we sometimes are in the same league with, the Stinkbirds.
Nice.
So I know if Randy's on the ice, I tell the guys to keep an eye on him because he's very shifty.
Yeah.
So Beeve in my experience is quite good. I haven't played against Chris in any way other than maybe a shinny match or so here and there.
Nice.
That's that. That's the Champions Cup.
Awesome. Well, I love it. And I'm currently reading Missing Like Teeth, which is your oral history. And I'm about halfway through, and so many fantastic familiar names come up. Like, I'm actually talking to Derek Riel really soon from Corpus Vile, who's friends with Todd Kowalski, and who roadied for Propagandy a long time ago. And, Chris and Jordan and Todd are all in the book and everything. And John K. Sampson's in the book. It's wonderful. Yeah. So I would definitely encourage people to track down the Kindle version, the ebook version out there. But tell me about why you wrote this oral history of the Winnipeg scene.
So it came about because I was a freelance writer at the time. I had a gig which was, less than part-time as the editor of Stylus magazine, which is a publication out of the U of W, the University of Winnipeg, and the campus radio there, CKUW, which goes back to the late 80s, exclusively kind of Winnipeg and underground music. And digging through the archives when I'd have to be in the office the one day a week or whatever it was, with not much doing, I'd found all these great early interviews or articles about Propagandy, the Weaker Thans, all these Winnipeg bands that, this content didn't exist online because it was, even if the World Wide Web was around then, but like it wasn't a priority for this student-run paper, or if it was, it's in a kind of hard way to search and find, right? Like the archives must exist somewhere there, but not very searchable, not very accessible. And I just kept thinking that this stuff was gold, right? Like for me and people with a niche interest in this kind of stuff. And in trying to write freelance stuff, I had just kind of made some inroads with Vice Canada, and pitched. They had just, I guess, set up their music platform Noisy, which was kind of short-lived, and they had then established a Canadian version, and immediately thought, no one writes about Winnipeg, so this would be content that, would be accessible. And at this point, Propagandy, the Weaker Thans, these guys are well-known bands. Ken Mode, some other kind of noisier bands are established or making noise, but no one's really heard, what started it all. So
what came before?
Yeah, exactly. Pitched an article. Probably got paid $100 to write it or something like that. And it was a lot of fun to write. A lot of people were very willing to talk about their experience in the scene at that time. and it created some interest online. Like people, whether they were mad that I didn't talk to this band, or they were fired up because Winnipeg was on Vice, or whatever it was, it generated a lot of talk and interest and clicks. Probably, I bet the click meter was high over at Vice HQ. And so for whatever reason, the editor I was working with, who's a character unto himself, was like, do you got any more of these? And so I just kind of, from there tried to pigeonhole more of the scenes into, okay, well, let's go with the PC punk scene that Propaganda kind of spawned, or the more noisy or big dumb rock and roll, or what have you. And so I was able to, talk to more people, write more articles. And, I think I wrote, maybe 5 of those in the series. And then was able to pitch, kind of adjacent listicles or articles to some other music sites that were around at that time, because there was some interest in it, because it was a story that hadn't really been told. There's been some great, underground music books that have come out of Canada. And, just like a lot of tours across Canada seem to miss Winnipeg somehow, or, a footnote here about Winnipeg. There was there's an author, Chris Walter, this, punk rock author.
Yeah, I know that guy. I've read something by him. I can't remember exactly what I read by him, but
He's
I have.
written a lot of stuff. But he wrote the biography of SNFU that's out there, which is
that's
fantastic. The one. He wrote a few books about the early Winnipeg punk scene in the 80s. But then, he moved to Vancouver, as did a lot of punks, I'm given to understand, at that time. So the 90s was kind of a dead zone. And so it was just an opportunity to write that no one else was taking up, and I rolled with it. And then, because of, I guess, the interest in these articles, the publisher Eternal Cavalier, which was basically 2 guys in Toronto who had an interest in Canadian music, and also saw kind of an opportunity to put some books out that weren't otherwise happening. They kind of approached me on Twitter and said, "Hey, if you ever want to do something longer, let's talk." And I had a lot of interviews that I was unable to use in a online format already in the can. And so I said, let's do it. I like the oral history format for that, because I wasn't there necessarily, right? So I can't say this is how this happened and this is how this. And so was able to appropriate that oral history style and let people tell the story themselves, and try to insert myself where appropriate, but try to let the voices take center stage, right?
Man, I'm thinking about a question now, Sheldon, that's really just intriguing me about the process of putting together an oral history book. So you have these long passages of spoken quotes from the people that you talk to. What is the challenge that you face as the writer, as the author, to make that there's like a storyline flowing from passage to passage when you're jumping from person to person? How is that process like for you?
I would often ask similar kind of questions. And if I was talking about a specific time, I would, okay, what's your experience with the Albert, or what was your first, I would ask similar questions of each of them. And then that way I could flag the responses in Google Docs, so I could quickly search for that. And then again, after, writing 4 or 5 articles that kind of went through lengthy articles that kind of went through the timeline, I sort of had it established in my head, or at least knew where, okay, I've got lots of content here, but I've got a big gap over here. Who can I talk to fill that gap, and kind of patch it together, like a quilt of some sort, I guess.
Man, I can't even say enough good things about this book, Missing Like Teeth. I really hope that people will genuinely go and find the Kindle version or the ebook version, because I am reading it right now, and there's so much fantastic propaganda-related material in there. Can you tell me a little bit about the projects that you did with the band with regards to the book? So like Todd, Jord, Chris, John K. Sampson, they're all in the book. Can you tell me a little bit about tracking all of them down and what it was like to work with them for the book? Because you must have been stoked as a huge fan of the band.
Oh, yeah, big time. That's, I think, why I started doing interviews with musicians back in university, was as an opportunity to ask questions that, I wouldn't necessarily feel like I could do at the merch table, or after a show,
Sure.
Hi, I'm Sheldon. Can I ask you a question about this specific thing? So it give you an opportunity to do that, And so by being a fan and being kind of not afraid to send an email here and there, I'd sort of made connection with these guys over the years. I was introduced to Jord maybe when I was about 17 or 18 through mutual friend, and I was able to kind of, geek out at that point and and get over that initial sort of thing. And then from there, when I would order from G7, I would, hey, it's me, Sheldon from Dawson Creek or whatever, so I was able to establish a relationship of sorts with those guys in that manner. And then by the time I wrote the book, I'd interviewed each of them at least, once or twice over the years for something or other. So it was fairly easy. And to say, hey, I'm doing this article or whatever, do you want to sit down and have a beer, or do you want to meet and chat about this, have a coffee, something like that? And so that initially it was just for the, first couple articles that those interviews happened. And again, being so interested in the band, the interviews probably went on for 45 minutes or an hour for a 2,000 word article that I'm also trying to wedge all these other voices and bands. And so off the hop, I had lots of material to work with. Then when the book project came together, and I knew there was some gaps specifically with some weaker than stuff, or I hadn't talked to Jord yet, or whatever, I just, again, reached out again and said, I'm on this project. Here's where I'm at. Do you have an hour or whatever to sit down and talk?
Did you get in touch at all with Mike or Scott, like the earlier members of Propaganda at all?
Scott, I know through Ditch Pig. They would play at the bar in Clear Lake that I worked at as a wayward youth. And so I knew him through that situation. And so I was able to connect with Scott, and I think I sent Mike an email, or never connected with him at any rate. But, sat down in Scott Hopper's paddleboard shop. He's a paddleboard enthusiast.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
And he's a character too. He's fun to talk to. He provided some pretty funny quotes throughout the book as well.
Nice.
Now that I'm thinking about it,
dude,
he's a character.
That's awesome. Well, Sheldon, we could go on and on and on about this, obviously, but let's get into Coach's Corner. What do you say?
I'm into it.
Okay,
time.
cool.
Game
well,
on.
I want to start by, gauging your interest and observations about militarism within professional sports. I read an article that you wrote about 10 years ago called The Best Game You Can Name about militarism in hockey. And in that article, you do quote Chris Hanna and John K. Sampson. And it's about when the Jets returned to the city of Winnipeg. Is about the timeline. So you alluded to that earlier. Is this coming back to you now, this article?
Yeah.
Awesome. So tell me about the significance of like the military when it comes to Winnipeg's hometown NHL team.
Yeah.
How you started to put these pieces together in your own mind. Like, wow, this is an interesting side, like subplot of this whole thing that we're a part of. Tell me about when this all kind of like came together for you as like something you were aware of.
Yeah. Well, I mean, having heard Dear Coach's Corner had come out a couple years earlier. So, I mean, that connection was made by listening to that song about 1,000 times and connecting with it on a personal level. Right. So thinking about that, my aunt, she recently passed away, but her career was in the Air Force. She was based in the reserves and 17 wing here in Winnipeg for the bulk of her career. So, the military wasn't something that was foreign to me, so I kind of had to, as a young punk, kind of resolve that in myself, right?
Sure.
Like, I love my aunt. I'm going to be, having breakfast with her or a beer with her or whatever. And she's, in the military, but, so that was something that I kind of grappled with myself. When the Jets came back, they had a history in Winnipeg, as everyone knows. If you look at the branding that went with the original, WHL Jets or WHA Jets through, Jets, couple iterations of their jersey and uniform. It's not, there's no, it's like a passenger jet or a carrier jet. Winnipeg's a big cargo town, big jets flying out of Richardson Airport all the time. And that was kind of the branding. So when they came back, all of a sudden it was, they were leaning into Winnipeg's military history, which, fair enough. Columbus Blue Jackets have got that. It's not a foreign thing, right? But at the same time, it was kind of jarring because the old logo kicked ass. Like, why fuck with it? And all of a sudden now it's just in your face, right? So it's the branding is all about, fueled by passion, and you've got this, fighter jet kind of zooming out at you. The guys are running out of the front of a fighter jet, and it was just kind of jarring because everyone's fired up. They don't care what, you could have put a cartoon playing on the front and people might have complained, but they would have bought the shirt and they would have been there and they would have, filled that arena for 10 years straight as it is, no matter what. But for whatever reason, the True North went with this really kind of military aesthetic, which, again, to me, I just felt that was a little bit unnecessary. I mean, who knows? They've sold 1 million jerseys, so it works for them. But it was just, I'm nostalgic for the old Jets, but I just felt it was a bit over the line, right?
What's your relationship with the Jets now? Because I know that Chris is super into the Maple Leafs in Toronto. So it's like, I'm wondering about, because it's interesting to me that he's not obsessed with the Jets, that he's actually a Leafs fan. So I'm curious about your relationship with your hometown team.
I love it. I mean, I follow the team pretty closely. I'm a journalist, so I can't afford to go to games or anything like that. I'm lucky if I get to one game a season, I try to get to a couple Moose games. They're a lot more affordable, a little bit more family friendly. I can bring my kid to the game, and it's not so intense or expensive. So I follow the team. I my emotions ride the ups and downs along with the team. It's not a game day today, so I'm not wearing my Jets shirt. But
I live in Buffalo, so it's like we've had the worst year ever. But I grew up in St. Louis, so like I know about that, like the years and years of heartbreak as well. And then the Blues somehow finally managed to win the Stanley Cup in like their 52nd season. So I'm curious as well about this particular song. So you mentioned that this song did this song make you aware of what was happening in the arena more than you had ever really noticed it before? Or is this something that you already, this song taught you that?
Because like, at that point, I'm not watching hockey every week. The Jets aren't around. I'll watch a hockey game while I'm drinking at a buddy's place at this time. If I happen to be either playing a show at a bar or in a bar and the game's on, I'm watching whatever there, but I'm not emotionally invested in it. I'm not tuning in every week. I'm going to a Moose game, which, they had Moose games at that point. I think they were the Canucks farm team at that point. But if I'm, and even at that point, like I'm showing up after the puck's dropped and had a couple beers already, and I'm probably not paying too close attention, right? So this song kind of brought that to my attention that was happening, and so I'm starting to notice it a bit more. And then the Jets come back, and all of a sudden it's just crammed down our throat, right? Yeah, it's
awesome. Okay, so what does the song "Dear Coach's Corner" mean to you?
Oh, for me, I
think you said it was a lot. Didn't you tell me it was your favorite song or your second favorite song?
Yeah, I mean, it's up there. The message it's got about, the contradictions of loving a game with so much wrong with it really speak to me, right? Like we kind of touched on the toxicity of hockey culture, which is something that turned me off hockey as a young man. And I didn't play for about 10 years after stopping playing, just because it didn't feel like, something that was in line with the values I had or what I was interested in. But this song, Chris is really grappling with that in the lyrics, right? He's addressing both these horrible things he's seen, watching a game, but also, trying to wrestle with why it is that he loves this game so much. And, that kind of allowed for an avenue for myself to kind of re-examine my relationship with it, because, as a kid, this hockey meant so much to me. Even when I stopped playing, it was, if I didn't have something to talk to my dad about, we could turn the hockey game on and chat about what was going on there, and we'd immediately have that connection, right? So it was something that I kind of had lost for a while there. And so that kind of, allowed me to sort of reevaluate my own relationship with the game. And I still think about that while I'm, engaging in hockey now. My son's 5. We haven't put him into any organized hockey at this point, but we're out there skating a lot. And I think a lot about what do I value from the game, and how do I want to pass that on to him? Do I value running all over the city, just trying to get him to compete to get to this next level? Or do I value the time spent with peers, playing a game for fun, having some time with parents or other people in the community that's valuable? That's the kind of things that I've taken away from the song, but also, kind of applied or thought about in my own life. And so hearing that song anytime kind of brings that back to me, right?
Yeah, and so this song, it starts off with a clip of the notorious Don Cherry spouting off about the troops. And so growing up in the States, I didn't know who Don Cherry was until I started hanging out with some Canadians in 2007. I didn't know about Hockey Night in Canada because I grew up in Missouri. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so we can't see those things on TV where I was from. And then in 2007, I was in a relationship with somebody who was Canadian, and I started learning about the immensity of the hockey subculture in Canada that, you always know is there when you grow up in the States, like how big it is in Canada, but like, you don't really get it until you go there and you experience it for yourself. So, visiting Saskatchewan a bunch in the years between 2007 and then I lived there in Saskatoon from 2009 to 2011. I did my master's in Saskatoon. And so you really start to get a sense of just how ingrained a person like Don Cherry is in the Canadian psyche, right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you can tell me, from your perception as a born and raised Canadian person who is into hockey, about your perception of Don Cherry, his importance in Canada, and how what he has said on TV throughout the years like gets into the minds of generations of Canadians. Just how important is this person?
His influence, particularly from the mid 80s, right till, he got pulled off the air in 2019. And every year it was kind of like, when are they going to put this horse out to pasture? Because he was frankly losing it for quite some time. But for 20 or 30 years, it would be hard to overstate his influence. He was on primetime hockey every Saturday, every week. So you got Hockey Night in Canada, which is traditionally a Saturday night doubleheader. For those who don't know, you got probably the Leafs or the Maple or the Habs, sometimes playing each other. So the big ticket on the first game, and then a game featuring a Western team in the second half. And Don Cherry and Ron McLean, who joined him in the mid 80s. I believe it was Dave Hodge started the show off with him in the early 80s. Anyway, you had this two iconic duo coming at you after the first period. So right around dinner time for some households, right before dinner for other households, depending what time zone you're in. And Grapes is telling you what's happening on the game, what's going right, what the team should be doing. This is that. This guy's a good guy. This guy's a bad guy. He's out there, and like, it's hard not, having seen where he got to, it's hard not to love the guy. He was very of his time early on, even though he'd say stuff where, like, throughout his whole thing, he's disparaging, anyone who's wearing a visor, or a European player, or a French Canadian. That's his whole thing, and it was always there. But I don't know that it was acceptable in the 90s, but that's just what you saw on TV, and it was not challenged, right? So I mean, it's hard to really overstate his influence. And I mean, as a kid, you're watching that with your parents. So unless your parent is telling you Grapes is full of shit, you're not hearing that. You're saying this guy is the best. That's Grapes. He's the guy. Grapes knows hockey. He's the guy who knows. Ron McLean always was kind of tasked with being the vaudeville straight man or whatever to John Cherry's act. And he, I don't think that would be an easy job for anyone, but he did what he could do. And whether he tacked in his little comment at the very end, right before Grapes had time to say anything, he'd provide that. And I think a lot of, maybe hockey parents, would feel that, why couldn't Ron speak up a little bit more or whatever? Because Grapes is just a bully, right? He always was. But in a lot of ways, he's like your uncle, who might be kind of an asshole, but you love him because he's your uncle. And, he was the coach in the National Hockey League. And so you got to listen to Grapes. Beyond that, I don't know, did you in the States have the series of Rock'em Sock'em videos?
Yeah, that rings a bell.
Okay, Don Cherry also, on top of having Coach's Corner in the Toronto area, he had like a call-in or a sports radio show. So he's out there not just on Hockey Night in Canada, but he also had this series of tapes, which was called Don Cherry's Rock'em Sock'em Hockey, which came out from every year from 1989, right before Christmas. And it was kind of like a greatest hits of the last hockey season, with Grapes as the narrator. Lots of good goals, lots of beauty plays, some great saves from Eddie the Eagle or whatever, but lots and lots of hits. and a few fights. It wasn't as like a hockeyfights.com situation, but you'd get a few dust ups in there. And Grapes is the narrator, saying, who's the good guy and who's the bad guy throughout that whole thing, on top of a soundtrack of like jock jams,
Nice.
And I mean, my parents would never allow us to have those tapes, but almost every kid in Canada, who played hockey would get that be under the Christmas tree at Christmas.
Nice.
And to not even get into like the headshots or CTE or any of that stuff, which looking at those tapes now, they're still, enjoyable to watch as a moment of their time.
Yeah.
But it's pretty crazy that, Grapes is, again, if there's a French Canadian player who doesn't want to fight someone, he's a sissy or whatever, or, the European, of course, he doesn't want to get in the corners. It's that kind of attitude was
right.
He's not hiding it. He's old school, and he was old school in 1982 or whatever when he first got on the air. And that was just his role, was to be the voice of old school hockey, the way it should always be played. Good Canadian boys playing a tough sport, and that was Grapes' unwavering for 30 plus years, right?
Was he always extremely outspoken about the military, or did that become more like post 9/11 kind of thing?
I believe that it's a post 9/11 thing in Canada. Shortly after 9/11, I think even up into the Iraq War, we had like a liberal, quote unquote, liberal government. The Liberal Party was in power, which is a center right kind of party. Their type of nationalism is more of patting Canada on the back.
Right.
But about 2000, and I want to say 2004, but it could be even 2006, they were out, and a right-wing party,
Harper.
Stephen Harper, that fucking guy, came in, and he really was like, he wanted to be George W. Bush's best buddy.
Big time.
So that kind of mentality became more into the mainstream. Anyone who, might have been that way, thought those thoughts, lived their life that way, suddenly was a little bit more emboldened to do so, and rewarded for it, right? So I think that Cherry's overt militarism probably cranked it up a notch, and then just went, pedal to the metal from there.
Gotcha.
I have to go back to review tapes and
sure,
such, but that's my understanding.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the song starts off and says, "Dear Ron MacLean, dear Coach's Corner," and it's leading in from this rant that Cherry does, and I'm wondering if you know anything about the story behind the ranting at the beginning of this particular song.
Yeah.
That the band samples in this track. Do you know anything about this story?
I looked into it in preparation for this, because honestly, when I first heard it, it could have been any Saturday night that Don was saying shit like that, right?
Yeah.
It just happened to be near Christmas, and so I thought that maybe just, everything was aligning for it to be a particularly choice quote. But frankly, it could be any time that Don Cherry's in front of the microphone that he's going off on shit like this. But digging back into it, I found a Globe and Mail article from William Houston, December 24th, 2007. And he kind of does a play-by-play on that week's Hockey Night in Canada, where it starts off. I
just found the article. Sweet.
Yeah.
Here it is.
So you could link to that for folks who are more interested. There's a series of kind of, things that Cherry says that Ron is trying to back up against, because Ron's trying to talk about, systemic racism against Indigenous players. Cherry obviously isn't having any of that. And then it goes on to, I guess there was a segment the week before where Ron MacLean had kind of done a brief little profile on Boston Bruins defenseman Andrew Ference, who, if you know Don Cherry, he's a notorious homer for the Bruins because he was a coach for the Bruins.
Yeah.
For him to say something negative about a Boston Bruins player is shocking.
Wow.
And he goes on to call Ference Dr. Suzuki and a left winger, even though he's a defenseman, because of Ference's involvement with the David Suzuki Foundation. Ference,
the Canadian professor.
Yes, exactly right.
Yeah.
Environmentalism. Ference, for whatever reason, connected with environment. I guess he was an early kind of adopter of carbon offsets, however much you put into those, but realizing that hockey players are flying all over the goddamn country all the time, and kind of realized we got to do something about this. He created a program for NHL players to invest or to purchase carbon offsets that then went somewhere or other, to kind of level off what they're doing with just through their jobs traveling everywhere, right? He's involved in some other stuff, but that was the focus of Ron's little piece on him, a little heartwarming tidbit of information that Cherry just can't handle. And that's where he goes off. What are we talking about? Saving the world here? Let's talk about some good guys, which is just ludicrous when you think about a good Canadian boy from Sherwood Park, Alberta, like Ed Ference here, trying to do something good in the world. But he's, labeled a left-wing kook and a bad guy in Cherry's worldview, right? So,
wow.
Looking into it, it was a little bit more shocking than I thought. But because I'm just so used to Cherry's, Grape's just fucking, he knows hockey, he knows whatever, right? So he'll say whatever he thinks.
What a great selection for the band to choose, because, Propaganda is a band that obviously would care about something like what David Suzuki would care about. And this is a really well selected quote, if you think about that, then as far as the context of what Propaganda has been about for their entire career. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so the next thing that happens in the song is there's several locations listed. Fargo, Penhold, Gatineau. We have a lot of listeners in Europe. We have a lot of listeners in Australia. And I'm curious if you can tell, and a lot of listeners in Florida, like in everything. What can you tell me about the importance of like some of these geographic locations that Chris goes through? Like, why does this detail matter within the story of this song?
So my understanding, and I could be off on this, is these are likely places that Chris has actually played hockey in. Coming from a military family, I understand, he did spend some time in Alberta. Perhaps, I don't know this, but maybe he was out in Ontario or Quebec at some point. Gatineau is right beside Ottawa. Fargo is a couple hours south of Winnipeg and has big youth hockey tournaments. So these are ostensibly places that he's just played, but geographically you've got southern Alberta to the border of Ontario and Quebec, and then down into North Dakota. So you've got a big swath of the country that is covered by that. It kind of feels a bit like the old Johnny Cash number, right? I've been everywhere, where he's just kind of bragging a little bit, but listing that, I've played all over the place here.
Awesome. All right. So then we go into, I'm writing in order for someone to explain to my niece the distinction between these mandatory pregame group rites of submission and the rallies at Nuremberg, specifically the function the ritual serves in conjunction with what everybody knows is in the end a kid's game. So as someone who grew up in the U.S. and has watched sporting events become more militarized over the years, like you can't go to a game of any sport now without like a support the troops standing and waving section where 20,000 people are expected to get up and clap. And it's creepy. It's a creepy feeling whenever 20,000 people all stand up and you're like in your chair and all of a sudden you find yourself rising just out of like instinct of self-preservation, Like this concept doesn't surprise me going to the sporting events that I go to in the States. But this song like legitimately did surprise me because it was in Canada that this is like, that Chris is talking about this. The place that American liberals like to threaten to move to because of its allegedly more peaceful nature, right? So American liberals glorify Canada like crazy as this like promised land of peace and anti-war, etc. And I'm just curious about like what your observations of militarized sporting events in Canada is like now, as the years have gone by and as you become more aware of this. Is this like a countrywide thing now there like it is here?
We sort of touched on this just a couple minutes back where we talked about Stephen Harper and the kind of rise of that very nationalistic rhetoric on the national level with him. And I mean, he was in power for about a decade, and you saw that kind of escalate to the point where when he was kind of scrambling to try to hold on to power, he was trying to promise a snitch tip line nationally for terrorists or people engaged in he's really pulling stuff out of the far right playbook in the States. And when the Conservative Party lost the election to Justin Trudeau's Liberals, it was it was a big loss. Like they got kicked to the curb because I think they'd gone so far to the right, and it was unpalatable to, every in quotes, right, everyday Canadians, and now they like their center right rather than their far right. So I wouldn't say it's escalated since then. It's still there. There's especially we've talked about the Jets, right? The military sort of imagery is front row and center. I'd like to think that they've done more to, also address other groups and to kind of spread the love around. I know the True North does some good things. They do, like an Indigenous night where they come out and they've got a land acknowledgement before every game. This game is played on Treaty 1 land, and
interesting.
So there is some progressive stuff that's happened, but I don't think they haven't walked it back so far either, right? The military appreciation nights are still a part of the schedule, I think, probably for every Canadian team.
Yeah. Well, okay. So Chris directly talks to Ron MacLean,
right.
And he's like, I wouldn't bother with these questions, but you and I were sort of like kindred spirits. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if you can tell me about your feelings on that line, because to me, it's just a beautiful human to human moment where Chris is like, like face to face saying, dude, tell me what you really think about this.
Yeah. Well, again, for folks who never had the opportunity or the dubious opportunity to watch the Ron and Don show over the years, like he was constantly playing that role of trying to rein Grapes in, trying to keep them on script, and then having whatever script was there just blown up by some insane comment, whether it was, questioning someone's manhood or throwing in some sort of, racist or homophobic, whether it was a direct, in his later years, he was starting to say stuff that was directly racist or homophobic. But earlier on, it was very kind of, casual, what's the word I'm looking for there? Microaggressives, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that was just his persona. Whereas in later years, it kind of became a little bit more to the forefront. But Ron is always there trying to rein that in. And if you read anything about him or you engage with Ron MacLean outside of that kind of partnership, he seems like a really decent guy. He's a ref to some level of hockey in Alberta, or was for a long time, and that's a thankless job, right? And
yeah,
he does this hometown hockey bit on Rogers Networks now, where really profiles the small town community based culture of hockey across Canada. So he seems like a guy that you could level with, and so that speaks to me in this song as well, as you're trying to say, like, come on, Ron, like, just fucking put Don in his place. But if anyone, who's engaged with a big bully, a brash bully who's been emboldened in their position for decades, it's not as easy as as you'd like it to be, right?
Yeah, well, and as somebody who lives in the U.S. and just saw the madman's dream of a paradise play out in real time on the national stage in front of the entire world from 2016 to 2020, that line hits hard now, man. A madman's dreams of a paradise. And I'm wondering on your thoughts on that specifically, because I'm sure that you watch from north of the border, like, holy smokes, it is like ridiculous. What were your thoughts on that line and how that speaks to like what's going on down here?
It seems prescient at this point, whereas when he wrote it, I assume it was just a comment on
theoretical.
Theoretical, right? But as you've mentioned, you've seen that play out to a truly disturbing level, right?
Terrifying.
I mean, in Canada, you like to pat yourself on the back, but in Ontario, you've got Rob Ford, who Don Cherry loves, the Ford family. He was a big supporter of the younger Ford. Rob Ford was the first. Doug Ford is the current premier, and he has just mismanaged the COVID-19 pandemic to a frankly astounding degree. But so that kind of right wing everyman bluster and bullshit that Cherry embodied, you see that in Canada. You just might not see it on the national stage. Our premier in Manitoba here has completely lost the fucking plot as well, and it's because of that kind of mentality.
Yeah, well, and what's crazy is there's a Don Cherry's restaurant on the shores of Lake Ontario, about 10 miles from me in St. Catharines, and right there in Jordan Station, Ontario. And I drive past it every time I go up to Toronto or go see my buddy over in St. Catharines, and I'm like, oh, there's Don Cherry's restaurant right there. So this is like this song to me it's a really big deal, Sheldon. Yeah. Like a really big deal. But I'm wondering if you could also talk a little bit about the musical performance of the song as well. It's super long. It's very slow. Besides the manic intro,
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about what the tone of this song means with the musical performance, because it really brings the message home hard because of the pace. And I'm wondering if you can comment on that at all, about how you feel about it.
I would preface any comments from myself by noting I have no musical theory background whatsoever.
Nor do I.
I couldn't tell you what Chris is thinking on it. By listening to it, that manic intro catches your attention. It's like thinking about this the last couple of weeks. It reminds me of a Rock'em Sock'em video where it's it's the title sequence. You're all the hits. You got Probert smashing a guy in there. You're catching everyone's attention. You're getting the listener's attention, and then you're coming into it and you're laying it on the line. The heavier parts are the ones really driving home the message, where the slower ones are more of a pleading kind of tone. And so I think that's obviously deliberate from Chris's point to get the message across as something that, there are so many, to speak to my demographic, so many guys in Canada who grew up with, playing hockey, loving hockey, grew up with, whether it was a terrible toxic environment like you hear sometimes, or even just, a passively toxic environment. Like in my case, I never had a terrible hazing experience. I never, as a white guy, experienced racism on the ice. I heard it from other players to other players, right?
Yeah.
But just that toxic kind of culture was just kind of pervasive. So I think in addressing Ron MacLean as the, as a guy who you can address, I think he's also doing that to the listener who maybe fits the same demographic, right? It's like, here's some things that you may not have thought about watching Hockey Night in Canada every week, or going out to play hockey with your buddies. There's some things about this game that need to be fixed, right? Whether it's on the ice with headshots and people, losing their mind to CTE, killing themselves at early ages because of injury that could be avoided by putting a fucking rule in place that says, if you hit someone in the head, you go off the ice, right? Like, you think that'd be a thing, but because of hockey culture, it still gets away with it, right? Or to the more serious aspects of, the culture of racism or sexism or homophobia that still exists in hockey, by slowing it down, but also, presenting it with this kind of imagery and the heaviness of the music too, I think is a way to open the door to listeners, right? And to have that conversation.
Sheldon, I'm curious about, so you're a dad with a young kiddo, and I'm wondering if you have any ideas on what you're going to say to your kid the first time that they're at a game with you, and like, it's all about like war and military all of a sudden. I'm wondering if you've thought about that dilemma that you'll face as a parent, because Chris is saying to Ron MacLean, how do I even address this with my niece? So, are you thinking about that question with how you're going to think about it with your own son? Because imagine you're Chris and you wrote the song,
Yeah. We have discussions when, it seems like every little boy loves guns and stuff like that. And so we try to have those discussions around, like, this is a fun toy to play with, but that'll, in real life, that's not cool, right? Like, that's, we get the Winnipeg Free Press every day. So often, especially in the past year, there have been some pictures on the front page that are pretty heavy. So, I mean, he's 5, so he can only understand so much, but we try to have those kind of discussions when it comes up. I haven't thought directly of, like, what I'm going to say if
it's tough, isn't it?
See a huge jet plane come shooting across the ice at us or whatever. But I think in listening to Chris's podcast on the Patreon page, he's mentioned a couple times through a couple episodes, how his focus as a parent has now shifted to like the hyper kind of community level,
the hyper local
level, on trying to embody the values that he holds and express those, on whether it's at the level of being engaged in the local community center sport, or whether that's a block party, and just trying to live those values and have those conversations when subjects arise. And that's something I think a lot about as well.
Nice.
Going back to my own experience in hockey, I never played at a competitive level. It was always a recreational house, level. My dad, having played, higher level hockey, was in A, you're probably not good enough. And B, like, you don't want to be fucking driving 6 hours to go play 2 games and then driving, don't worry about it. Let's just have fun out there.
Nice.
And that really, at the time, never, really clued in. But now as a parent, I think a lot about, how wise a decision that was, how much I value the time spent, playing these community level, recreational level games with him opening the bench, for us, or out on the ice, passing the pucks for a drill, So I've tried to do that, with my son.
Nice. Yeah, the toxicity of the road trip for like the soccer tournament or whatever is like something that I have no interest in as a parent. I'm amazed how many people punish themselves and their kids with that. All right, it's Saturday. We're going to go drive 5 hours and you're going to stand in the blazing heat playing baseball for 9 hours. And then we're going to drive all the way back and hooray for the weekend.
Yeah, I do credit my dad, who my mom did some of the driving, but my dad did a lot of it. Because in the town we're from, we had one other team at our level, so we'd play them occasionally. But every other game involved at least an hour drive on the highway in the winter to some other town. And if we're playing over in Alberta, those fucking rinks they had natural ice, so it's -20 outside, it's -20 inside. And, it's house level hockey. So in the end, it doesn't matter except for the experience of playing the game, which in the end is what's important, right? So I do value the time that him and the other volunteer parents and coaches put into fucking hauling a bunch of dumb, stinky kids around in whiteout conditions or whatever on the weekend, right?
Oh, man, yeah. Well, Sheldon, do you have any stories of like seeing Propagandy live that really stand out to you that you wanted to share before we wrap up tonight?
Yeah, I've seen them plenty of times since moving to Winnipeg. I'd hate to admit it, but they all not blur together, but did a lot of drinking before or during some of these shows. So it'd be hard to pinpoint any of them. I love when they play in Winnipeg because I know as soon as the tickets go on sale, I'll buy 2 or 4 or whatever I can. And if my buddy didn't get one, I'll make sure he's got one. And, you'll see folks at the shows who maybe haven't seen since the last show or some other show. And it's a beautiful thing to get out and experience that. But the first time I saw Propagandy would have been the Today's Vampires, Tomorrow's Ashes tour. I was 18, very green to the world, really, but had met Jord that summer through a mutual friend at Clear Lake. Had explained that, I'm going to be in Vancouver when you guys' show is there, but it was before you could buy tickets on the internet. Like, how do I see your show? No problem. I'll put 2 tickets aside for you. Oh, awesome. Email to confirm them later and then get to the show and get to the front door. It's on like a Legion Hall in East Vancouver. And they're like, who the fuck are you? We don't have any tickets for you.
Ugh.
Oh no. But, and then out of the side door pops Jord all of a sudden. And it's like, oh man, they don't have tickets for us. Oh fuck, I forgot. Come with me. And just got us in, and it was amazing. It blew my mind, it blew my eardrums. It was probably the loudest show I'd seen to that point. Yeah. And really just, from then on, I've seen them any opportunity I can get.
Are you 37? That album came out when I was 18 also.
Yeah. I had just graduated high school, and I had gone to Vancouver to do like college at one of the colleges there. Quickly after the first semester, moved back to Dawson Creek because it was too big of a city for this country boy. It was a bit of a shock. Yeah.
Well, Sheldon, as a closing question tonight, I'm just curious what you can say, like what Propagandy means to you about the court, like as just a fan of music and as a person who cares about the world. Like, what does this band mean to you in general?
Yeah, I was reflecting on this as Less Talk More Rock celebrated its 25th anniversary this week. Or last week or recently. So I've been thinking about that, and it's hard to overstate the influence that the band has had, historically on me as a young guy growing up in a small Canadian town. Their story just resonated with me so much, and what they were doing. And that continues to this day, 25 years or 20 odd years later, seeing the work that they put into every record, the work they put into community engagement or activism. Todd, the work he puts into his artwork is just inspiring for a guy like me who, I like to still write creatively and stuff. And that's just a passion. But, most of the world doesn't give a shit if you do that kind of stuff. So, but seeing people who I could consider, who I look up to, but are also peers in some way, focus so hard on the art that they create and then trying to make the world a better place it continues to be inspiring for sure.
Well, Sheldon Burney, this has been just an absolute pleasure chatting with you about Coach's Corner, Missing Like Teeth, your fantastic book, All Nature of Hockey, talking about, Don Cherry and Ron McLean and Coach's Corner. I'm just so grateful to you for your time and your energy and talking about this very complicated and very deep song and your connection with it. So I'm just so grateful you're willing to do this with me.
I'm thrilled and honored that you would even ask me. So it's the pleasure's all mine.
All right, that was my chat with Sheldon Burney. Thank you so much to Sheldon for that deep dive. And we have another guest on this episode. Keith, are you a Pulley fan?
I am, yeah.
Nice. Well, this is a really, really special interview for me because Scott Radinsky from Pulley is on this episode. And, Scott is such an important vocalist to me. He's hands down, one of my favorite vocalists in punk rock. No one sounds like Scott Radinsky to me. He's got a one-of-a-kind voice, and his bands have always impressed me. I love the fact that he was in a band with Jim Cherry, no relation to Don Cherry, from Strung Out, and Jordan Burns from Strung Out. I think that's really, really cool that Pulley started as this punk rock supergroup collaboration, and the band is still going today. And so I'm really excited to have Scott here. Scott used to also play for the St. Louis Cardinals. And one time my friend and I went to a game in St. Louis and we bought seats near the dugout and we were yelling at Scott Radinsky in the bullpen, 10-foot pole, what's up, Pulley? And we were just so dumb, it was years and years ago. But I'm really excited to have Scott on this episode. But a little heads up on this interview. Scott spoke to me on his cell phone while he was driving through the mountains of Southern California. So the sound quality on this interview isn't quite the same as what you may be used to on this podcast, but this is still a rad conversation nonetheless. Scott talks about playing shows with Propaganda in rural Canada in the 90s, which you'll also hear more about on our upcoming Rattan Cane episode. He talks about the increasing frequency of military involvement in Major League Baseball after 9/11. And he talks about what Propaganda means to him. So before we hear from Scott Radinsky, just remember that he was talking to me on the phone in the mountains. So enjoy my conversation with Scott Radinsky from Pulley. Hey, Scott Radinsky, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propaganda.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for having me. Excited.
Dude, this is so cool. I'm so glad you're here. We're going to have a really good time today. And so just a bit of context for listeners on this episode. They can find out all this stuff about you if they don't know, but you have a really cool history in punk rock through your work in multiple bands, Scared Straight, 10-Foot Pole, Pulley, and a baseball career which lasted from 1990 to 2001, and you pitched for Chicago, LA, St. Louis, and Cleveland. And I saw you pitch for the Cardinals because I'm from St. Louis. I saw you in the stadium a whole bunch of times, so that was really awesome. It's really cool to talk to you based on my personal experience with you. And then you also have a lengthy coaching career. So I'm here today to talk to you. We're going to talk about all that stuff, but I'm going to tie in your fandom of the music of the band Propaganda. And I got a message from your graphic designer, Stein, who does Pulley's graphic design. And he wrote to me and he said, hey, Scott's a huge Propaganda fan and he has tons of stories. So big shout out to Stein. So, Scott, how'd you find the work of Propaganda first? When did you first hear them? How did they come onto your radar?
Well, we were actually in the studio recording. And I can't remember what year it was. It was probably somewhere around 92 or 93-ish, maybe. Mm-hmm. And I had purchased a big shuttle bus, and me and I don't know if he was called Fat Mike at the time, but Mike from No Effects and this other friend of ours, Tim, we're gonna have this bus, and we're gonna basically rent it out to these bands. No Effects is gonna take it on the first tour. So Mike and Tim drove it down from Northern California where we purchased it, and they came to the studio one day where we were at just to come check it out. We were recording. It was a Scared Straight. It ended up being a 10-foot pole release called Swill, and in the van or in the bus were a couple of the guys from the band, and I'd heard of the band but not really heard the music, but I knew they existed. This is pre-internet days, so it was a little different back then to expose yourself to bands. So Mike came down to the studio. They hung out for about a half an hour. I was super excited. I walked out to the fan. I wanted to see the bus, and those guys were inside the bus. They were actually the first people to ever be carted around in what we ended up eventually calling the Matters Mobile. And so that was kind of my first introduction. And they were down in L.A. to record their first Fat record, How to Clean Everything. And that was kind of my introduction to them, at least in person. And then when we were going on tour, we had an early copy of that CD, and I think we wore it out in Europe for 22 straight days. It was really cool.
Nice.
Band, yeah.
Man, that's so cool. The Matters Mobile, and obviously you named a pulley record after that vehicle, didn't you?
We did. Our last Epitaph release was called Matters.
Fantastic. So you were in the thick of things in California in 80s and early 90s for the punk scene. And I'm curious about your, impressions of these guys from Winnipeg, who's like a 30-hour drive away. What was special about their sound that kind of shook things up a little bit whenever you first started listening to that record?
When I got a hold of the CD, and I had heard it actually at home before we went on tour, I brought it on the road with me to our tour in Europe. I turned everybody else in the band to it. The first thing that jumped out at me was their tones and the sound and just the absolute aggression and anger in the music. And it was cool, the opening song, the line, we strive for something more than a faded sticker on a skateboard. That kind of made me, that kind of perked my ears up. Wow, cool. They're not just going to be another fat band. Yeah. And they actually had something to say. And it's funny because, as I've read over the years, to veer away from that, they even made even more of a conscious effort to not be like that jock type following band. They didn't, because everybody was following the fat thing, and it was I don't want to name call, but like that Pennywise crowd that just listened to that music, and it was cool that they actually had sound. They were unbelievable musicians, and you could hear it in the record. As a person who plays as well, you could hear it, and there was a sincere, genuine message, which was awesome. It was awesome to hear.
Awesome, yeah. Do you have any other did you wind up playing with them at all back in those early 90s days when they were just around for the first few years in the States touring?
Not in the States, but we did play with them a few shows in Eastern Canada, and I want to say it was Todd's first gig at that. It was the winter. It was somewhere in December. I want to say 96 or 7. I can't remember what year, but Less Talk, More Rock just came out, and they were still a 3-piece, and it was. I know they were Todd's first shows, and that's when I saw them for the first time, and just literally shit my pants. And played a show in Quebec City, and it was just 3 guys were making those sounds. It was incredible. It sounded just like the record. Chris absolutely ripped on guitar and sang at the same time. And his style and singing, first of all, playing and singing is hard enough, but his style and singing is incredible. Jordy, just an absolute shredding drummer. And like I said, it was Todd's earlier. It was like the first handful of shows he'd ever played.
Nice.
And his stage presence was awesome. It was fist pumping to the crowd, kind of what you see nowadays, but it was very impressive. We played the show in Quebec City, then we played a show way up northern eastern Canada. It was called Alma. We called it the North Pole. It felt like we were driving hours in the snow, and they got there. And it was like a hall show, and there was nobody there. And then a couple busloads of kids came, and there was like 100 kids.
Oh my gosh!
And another couple of busloads of kids came, and there was a few more other kids. And I guess the way it worked up there for these shows was part of the admission for buying your ticket was because kids were coming from so far around. They had a school bus that would bring you. So it ended up being within like an hour period. There ended up being like 500 kids that showed up to this show that, like I said, we called it the North Pole. It was way the hell up in the eastern northern part of Canada there, up back. And that was just another great show, another great night. And then we had a couple nights where we played by ourselves. Then we reconnected again in Montreal at a bigger venue. And it was kind of cool. They were, they wanted to charge like a percentage for selling T-shirts. We're going to sell them outside. So we, of course, said, yeah, sure, we'll do the same thing.
Nice.
Boycotted the club and sold them outside. One thing I do remember about those shows was they had a guy. I don't know if he was a true manager or just like a stagehand or a guy that went with them, but he kept commenting about leave the crowd with more, leave them with wanting more. And their set time was 30 minutes every night. And that was a bum out for me because I wanted to hear more. And if they played, they only had 2 records, but they definitely had more than 30 minutes. And it was pretty cool that they stuck to that. And it was awesome to finally meet them and be able to hang out backstage and talk and ask questions, why they didn't tour more. Did they want people to like them? We had all these kind of curious questions like, well, do you guys put out music and really not want people to show up and see you play? And it was completely the opposite. They were just real genuine guys, and it was super cool.
Awesome. That's something that a lot of my friends and I growing up in St. Louis, we were always like, does Propaganda even care that we like them so much and we want to see them play live? Because we never had the chance to see them live for years and years, and we just were growing up convinced that they hated all of us, even though they were putting out these records that we loved so much,
Oh yeah, I remember our bass player. I remember him asking Jordy. He said Jordy and Chris were. Todd was a little kind of like I said, he was a little more kind of kept to himself, and Jordy and Chris were a little more outspoken with us. And I remember our bass player asking. He said, "Do you guys book shows in a city and then go show up and play a show in a different city just to piss people off?" And we all kind of laughed at that, but that honestly wasn't the case.
Oh man, that's awesome. Were you able to keep in touch with them at all after those 90s shows?
Sad to say, but not really. I can't even think if I've even reconnected with them anywhere since that. But I can tell you that I probably turned on over 100 people to the band that might have been in the punk rock in the 80s, the hardcore scene, and well, there's this band that probably if you were still in this scene, I guarantee you'd like them. Definitely like the message and love the music. And but yeah, no, but I've turned on a few people that have been in contact with them, and I think through those people, there's been a mutual oh, hey, say hello, and that way, but not actually in person now.
So, Scott, you threw me for a loop a little bit whenever I reached out to you because, you're in these iconic bands that began in the 90s, and Pulley's still going today, obviously, but when I reached out to you to talk about a song from Propaganda, you chose a mid-career tune, Dear Coach's Corner, and upon reflection, I was like, oh, this is the perfect choice due to your long professional sports career. But, the song is about watching the military presence within a hockey game and how fans cheer as, showings of force are used as, a prop to pump people up with, patriotism. I'm curious why you chose Dear Coach's Corner to talk about for this podcast.
But well, I mean, like I mentioned to you, there's so many songs to choose from, and you check this list of songs that were used and songs that were available, and I mean, I'd be lying, and I don't want to sound like a total fan person, but I'd be lying if I there's probably 60 songs I could choose from. I could choose them all. The first record and the second record definitely were probably the most listened. I mean, the second, not to veer off from the question, but the second record, I was pitching for the Dodgers at the time, and we had just done those shows with those guys. And the record, the Let's Talk More Rock was like just ingrained in my brain. And this is pre-iPod days. I would go out into the bullpen with a CD player, a portable CD player, and I'm sitting in the bullpen with 6, 7 other guys, and I got this gift that, up the cover of the gift was gay positive, feminist, animal friendly. And, here's these guys looking at it like, geez, what's up with this guy? You know what I mean? That record, I put on my headphones. I just totally isolate from the stadium and everything. And I would just sit there and play it over. And I'd just keep, play again. I just kept getting it over and over. But I probably listened to it like 3 or 4 times before I'd ever have to get in the game. And it just kind of pumped me up. But as far as Dear Coach's Corner goes, that's one of my favorite songs in that supporting cast record. I can remember I was coaching for the Cleveland Indians. I was in Columbus, Ohio, and I got a hold of the record. I want to say in spring training at some point. Ought to come out in April, March, something like that. And so it was early in the season. And where we were located in Columbus, we had a road trip game in Toledo. And because it was like an hour, we would just drive our own car as the coaches. We didn't ride on the bus. So I remember driving in my car and putting that CD in and just having I guess after being in spring training for so long and, just having headphones or a little whatever, I was listening to it in the car. I cranked it up and, the first track comes on and it's like you hear that intro of just noise, all this creep shredding noise, and then it just goes into just one guitar and his vocal, and it just, being a musician, there's certain hooks that just kind of catch you, and I mean, regardless of what maybe the definition behind the song would be, I'm not a super hockey fan, but I get it, and I understand the whole sports world and that mentality. I don't know if I've ever completely get into it. So, their message of, to, I want to say the guy's name's Don Cherry, so I'm just a real idiot. I know it starts off on the plane, but, they're referring to the talk show, I believe the Canadian Hockey Talk Show. And like you said, they mentioned, about the, I even saw a video clip of this Don Cherry guy coming out in almost like a tank looking thing on the ice and wearing his army helmet, and just that machismo mentality in sports. And I don't know, I think, I enjoy music, and I don't want to shortchange myself when I say that I don't appreciate lyrics, because I mean, that certainly defines the song, but that initial hook, that initial riff, and just listening to him sing what he sang. And then, I'd seen quite a few videos where, they would started opening their set with that song. Mm-hmm. It's a powerful song to me. It's just a powerful song. It hits home. So if that's my long-winded answer of, why I chose that song, I guess it's, mostly, the music and the message. Just like I would say the same thing about every propaganda song.
Do you have any standout memories of the military being actively involved in the stadiums you've played in around the country?
Oh, most definitely. There's always a big thing on, big flyovers in a lot of stadiums, for the national anthem. I know in San Diego, which is a big military port, a big naval port, there's always sections in the stadium where, there's, we might see a few hundred guys in their sailor suits. And I want to say pretty much since the 9/11 attacks back in the early 2000s, there's been a pretty big deal, you know, after the seventh inning stretch. They sing this, you know, the God Bless America song, and then they bring out these old time veteran guys and they put them up on the, you know, today with us, you know, World War II veteran. You know, he's on top of the dugout, and you know, they're always paying their respects to that. But you know, that's probably the extent of it.
Yeah, gotcha. You know, growing up, I watched so much baseball, so much hockey. I was a huge Blues fan, huge Cardinals fan, and I think back on like the power of the commentator, you know, like Harry Carey, Jack Buck, Joe Micheletti, Ken Wilson. Like, these are names that are like forever burned into my mind because they were piped into my living room every single day for like my entire youth. And Don Cherry, the guy that you were mentioning, is a household iconic name across Canada, just like a Harry Carey or a Jack Buck. And he wielded the same power about commentating. How powerful is the commentator's role in sports? Like, how much do those voices matter about what kids learn through their televisions growing up watching sports?
Oh, well, there's no doubt. I mean, I grew up out here in L.A. with the legendary Vin Scully, who did the you know, baseball. I wasn't a basketball guy. I know they had this guy Chit Hearn. You know, the tone of their voices is very distinct, and how they portray the game and what's going on. When you listen to you mentioned St. Louis for an example. I think that, you know, Jack Buck, very articulate, soft-spoken man. His words were, every way he put things was very eloquent. And then you go to the radio station and you listen to a guy like Mike Shannon. He's just a hard-nosed, gritty guy. Everything's kind of more rough-edged. You know, so it's such an I think it defines everything and how you think. Like, when I think Dodger baseball, I think of Vin Scully, and his voice is automatically what I think of. You know, like you said, you mentioned the Cardinals. I'm sure growing up, you know, Harry Carey or Joe Buck or Don Rooney now, or whoever these guys are, they describe the picture for you, at least on radio, that you don't see. So they're painting the image, and a lot of times their voice and the words they use and how they speak is like painting that canvas of what you're supposed to be seeing. I think on TV, it's a little different because, you know, we get the visual with our own eyes. But when you're listening to the radio, to me, those are the guys that are, those are the real true broadcasters to me. That like, I think there's an art to radio because you have to let the air breathe a little bit. You have to let the crowd noise be taken in. You have to, you know, be able to call the game and like I said, paint the picture. Where TV, a lot of times it's the, you know, the former player. He's a color guy. He's given this perspective of what it was, you know, to be on the field. And when there is the, you know, the number one guy who's broadcasting the game, and his voice is important as well. But like I said, I think with the visual in front of you, it's, I don't want to say easier because I'm sure it's not an easy job. But it's a big part of defining a team and kind of like almost like a reputation who they are.
Nice.
So that's,
yeah. Well, so the song "Dear Coach's Corner" resonates for you as well. So you're a coach. You've been in coaching now for a long time, and if you were a coach turned commentator, like, you know, Don Cherry, you know, imagine that you wanted to like focus on specifically on the art of the game in your broadcasting. How do you think that you would feel if you were Ron McClain and you were seated next to a co-host who started talking endlessly about, you know, troops and military and police while you were trying to commentate a baseball game on the radio?
well, I mean, me personally, I probably would last a day, and then I would just hand in my papers and say I resign. Or I would ask the guy when the mute button was on, like, am I allowed to cuss on this channel? Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I would ask him, like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? What does this have to do with baseball? You know, this isn't, app is wired tight and go to the ground. This has nothing to do with, we're not going to war here. We're playing a game. And to me, it's like, I guess I kind of don't get it. It would be tough to sit next to somebody like that, and who didn't really. I mean, you want to have some differences, but I don't want to sit and talk military during a sporting event. Me personally.
Yeah. So over the years, Chris Hanna from Propagandy's vocal delivery has changed a lot, and you're a vocalist yourself. I'm curious if you have any specific or cool thoughts on Chris as a vocalist in general, like and how he's developed over the years.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'll touch on the songwriting first. Like I mentioned earlier, to be a guitar player and sing is a tough task. To do it well is even a tougher task. To be an absolute shredding guitar player, and I don't want to embarrass the guy and say genius with the words that come out, but they're well written songs, and I think they're well thought out. They're obviously super educated people with great values and morals, and they're very conscious about what they say. They're not just writing anything. And I think as we evolve, over time, every record you do, and I think it's great that they haven't steered too far, really. I mean, you can listen to the first Propagandy and you can listen to the last Propagandy release, and I mean, it's still Propagandy. Now the songs are more intricate, they're more technical. I think I think those guys' metal background has a big part in some of the riffs and some of the things that they play out musically. But I think it would be a disservice if we didn't evolve, and I don't know if he could have done anything any different. I think the path that they've taken and the musical direction that they've gone, and how he's become vocally. I mean, it only gets better from record to record, and it's one of those things where, like, if you're a fan of Bad Religion, you're gonna like every Bad Religion record, and for the most part, the songs kind of all run the same. I mean, I feel that way about my own personal band, and I mean, if you're a Propagandy fan, you're gonna be a Propagandy fan no matter what they put out, because it's pretty genuine, and I can't take it too much. Now, there's songs I like more than others, but I don't think there's anything that sucks. And so, as far as the involvement, I've gone along with every record, and I've been satisfied. Completely happy with the direction that I've heard them go.
Awesome. Are there any other stories about Propagandy that jump out to you about the last say 27 years or so before we wrap up our chat about the band?
Well, no, I mean, I just a lot of respect. The walking away from Fat Records. I think them standing up for what they believe in. I just saw them recently. I think maybe 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. I saw them there. I couldn't tell you. It wasn't that long ago. It was first tour I saw them with I don't know how to pronounce her name. Sulam.
Oh, Sulin, yeah. Yeah, Sulin.
And they played a show in downtown LA, this place called the Regent Theater, and I'm guilty of calling the people up top and asking if I can get put on a list, and it's a great club called the Regent Theater. It's in downtown LA, and it's kind of a dirty shithole, and it's in Skid Row. And I remember parking the car, and I walked up, shoved my ID, walked through the venue. There's like a lobby area. Went through the double doors, and right as I walked through the double doors, the lights went on, and they started to play. And I sat there at the back, right next to the soundboard, and I honestly felt like I was listening to 5 different records. It was absolutely perfect. And that's kind of like my impression when I saw them as a 3-piece, back in 97 or whatever year it was. And I thought, Jesus, it just continues to get better. And the live show is if you're a fan of music and you want to go watch a band play live and sound just like the record, that's a band to go watch. It was great. And the singing, the crowd, I wish I could see him more often. I wish I could have the opportunity to go on tour and maybe have that nightly experience. because that's, they're I'm not exaggerating when I say they're probably one of my more favorite bands in this genre of music, and so I turn anybody on I can at any time, and you got to listen to this. And it doesn't matter which CD or which record I pull out of the stack. It's like, you got to check this out because it's all good. And the cool thing is, it's not all the same.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I mean,
and that's what I like about it.
Man, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm so glad that you were able to see them live recently, especially with the new lineup with Sue Lin involved. Because every time that they switch it up a little bit, it's like a new era of the band, and it's just something special waiting to hit you. You know what I mean?
She rocks, man. I mean, I hope she sticks around. It seems like she's got it for a while. I believe she lives in Florida, but yeah, she absolutely rocks. And and you look at the other side of the stage, and then you see Todd. Jesus, I mean, this guy's just, he's bouncing all over the place, and half the time his left fist was in the air, pumping the crowd. And it's awesome. It's a good lineup right now, and I scout it all the time. So where are they playing? Is it anywhere close to me? And unfortunately, we're in times right now where nobody's playing, but I can't tell you how much respect I have for them and how good they are to see.
Scott, are you doing punk rock bowling in Vegas next year?
I do not believe so. No,
I know they're playing there, so I know that there's supposed to be a punk rock bowling next year. So Vegas is just up the road from you, so maybe it'll be a 2021 punk rock bowling. What?
They were going to play this year, right?
Yeah, but I think the lineup has mostly been postponed to next year, I believe.
Right. We had some shows booked in Europe during that time, and I believe that's all been postponed for the same time, sometime in May. So trust me, if it doesn't cross paths, I would, more than anything, I would be up there to go check it out. That'd probably be the only band I'd want to go see up there.
Right on. Well, Scott, I am so grateful to you for hanging out and geeking propaganda with me, telling stories from back in the 90s, touring Canada, driving through the snow. That bus story of, like, the kids arriving at the bus in the middle of nowhere is just fantastic, and you just can't get that stuff unless on a podcast, unless you track down folks who are there like yourself. So it's just so awesome that you're willing to spend this time with me today and tell those stories.
Hey, Greg, thanks for letting me relive those times, man. Those are special times, and I'm thrilled to sit back and relive it. Those are awesome times.
Every find a friend that I know.
Dear Coach's Corner, I'm riding in order for someone to explain to mine the distinction between these mandatory pregame group rights of submission and the rallies at Nuremberg, specifically the function the ritual serves in conjunction with what everybody knows is in the end a kid's game. I'm just appealing to your sense of fair play.
When I say she's puzzled by this incessant pressure for her to not defy collective will, yet her ribbon appeals as the soldiers inexplicably repel. Down from near inner rafters, not so insane, big ground for screaming laughter.
Dear Ron McLean, I wouldn't bother with these questions if I didn't sense some spiritual connection
we may not be the same. But it's not like we're from different planets. We both love this game so much we can hardly fucking stand it. Although born, very raised, in a sheet of ice, not from the one and play. Rail to, you gotta know, every fond memory of China that I know. Somehow connected to the country road. This game I just can't let it go. I guess it comes down to what kind of world you want to live in. Diversity is disagreement. Disagreement is treason. Well, don't be surprised if we find ourselves reaping the strange and bitter fruit inside old man beside you. Keeps feeding to your mind as virtue. It takes a village to raise a child. A flock to raise the children till they are nothing more than ballast for the feeling. A madman's dream of a paradise. Complexity reduced to black and white. How do I protect her from this cold day?
Okay, so wow, what an amazing array of guests. Seriously, like, so thank you to, let me go through this list. Thank you to Sheldon Burney, who is a fantastic Propaganda fan, great author, does important work about Winnipeg music. Thank you, Sheldon. Thank you to Scott Radinsky from Pulley. That was sort of a, like, one of those moments for me, like, you know, I think back on like the John Darnielle interview, like chatting with Scott was like that for me. I've been listening to Scott's voice since like 1995, man. And so to hang with him and have him talk about why he loves Propaganda and tell old tour stories is just so cool. And to bring his years and years of professional sports wealth of experience into a conversation about the militarism within sports is awesome. So thank you to Scott for speaking up on that. So cool to hear your perspective. Thank you to our musical guests, Tim MacMillar from Protest the Hero. You are like the coolest dude ever, Tim. I'm so glad to have you as a collaborative partner on this show. And also, thank you so much to Emily Plamondon from the Punk Rockette podcast, and also to Carl Bullets. Haven't talked to Carl beyond email, but thank you so much for your fantastic cover. So, Keith, we got a lot more to talk about. So, what do you think, man? Where do you want to start today?
Let's get into the music, Greg.
All right. So, the first thing that we should talk about is Chris Hanna's guitar solo at the very beginning of the song. Chris did a how-to video when this album came out, explaining how to play this solo, and then he demonstrates it. So just in case you missed that way back in 2009, here is Chris Hanna explaining the Dear Coach's Corner guitar solo.
Hi. Hi there. My name is Chris Hanna. I'm from the band Propaganda, and I'm going to show you the technique required to play the solo from the beginning of the song Dear Coach's Corner from the LP, CD, and cassette supporting cast. Now, this solo requires a commitment and a discipline to mechanics that is second to none. So I suggest you start practicing your guitar, and then I'll show you the solo. The progression here is very complex. So you first start with your right hand. You start the solo with your right hand, and your left hand around 6 to 8 inches near the fretboard, hovering above, say, the 1st to the 5th fret. And then you go through it very methodically, and repetition is the key here. So let me just show you the solo in its entirety.
Okay, Keith, what do you think about that video?
It's so stupid. I remember the first time I saw that. It might have been a year or two after it was posted and published. And at first, I'm like, "Is this real? Like, what's going on here?" And then, of course, like, all right. He had one, pulled one over on us.
Yeah. Well, so I was looking at the Sheet Happens supporting cast book. And there is a specific note on how to play this solo in the beginning of the book. And this is a far more serious note from Chris. So he writes, the key to the solo at the beginning of this song is to essentially ignore the tablature and tap into your inner rage and or joy. The notes aren't particularly important. The goal is to transcribe the experience of a high-dose intravenous DMT injection onto the scalloped fretboard of your 7-string powder blue Jackson Dinky. So this is a super, like, this is like a solo that is super rad, but it really just does tap into an energy, and Chris really does give it an original flair every time they play it live. He really just, it's just a moment where he just unleashes on his guitar in a show. Do you know what I mean?
Right. I think there are probably going to be similarities between different performances and different versions of it. But I don't see it as being a solo or maybe a technical riff from, say, Tim from Protest the Hero, that is going to really try to nail something super specific in a composition each time they play it. Here feels a little bit more organic, and it might change with however the band and however Chris is feeling that night. And, that opening riff, Greg, we kind of have to mention that's the music used as the intro to Chris's Patreon podcast. So every time I hear that, I always wait for that kind of digital fade out to happen and then Chris to start talking because I've listened to the podcast so much. And that riff is so neat because it really walks a fine line balancing punk and also kind of thrashy metal. And the solo, like we said, is kind of unpolished. And I like that. I like that it's chaotically blistering. To me, it sounds more like Rain and Blood Slayer than, say, like Rust in Peace Megadeth. It then leads into the clean riff that has really bright and vibrant tones and textures. Chris is just really like, you can hear his vocals super high up then because the music has fallen back. There's like this crooning feedback that finds its way after a few lines of the lyrics. The drums start to build piece by piece in the kit as the first verse continues on. Todd is added into the mix, balancing things out, and accompanying Jord. And it has this really great, subtle composition that takes shape in a really short period of time. And I think it really stands out how long you said this song is in the intro, because it doesn't really feel like that.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of Todd, he has a note on the bass tablature book in Sheet Happens also. And this is a really interesting comment from Todd because it gives some history of the recording of this song too. He says the bass tab in this book shows the way the song was recorded. However, in bars 50 through 63 and bars 108 through 115, I have found that when we practice and play live, it's much more enjoyable and sounds better when I use my index finger to curl the pick in the palm of my hand and slap the low E notes with my thumb, then pick all the other notes with the pick. When played live, bars 108 through 115 are played with the half note slaps instead of the low E eighth notes. And when recording this song, for some reason, I took the safe route in case the slapping stuck out weird or annoying in the mix. And the song was the first one we recorded for the album, and I wasn't quite in the groove yet. So that's a note from Todd. So first of all, Lordy, this is the first song they recorded for the record while in the blasting room. Like, wow, really amazing. And I was curious about what Todd meant about the slapping. And he says he did it live. So I went and I found some videos of them playing this live. And the Sydney Mosh Cam show version of this song has very, very clear thumb bass slappage, right? Slapping to bass. And so from minute 120 to 135 on that Sydney Mosh Cam video, you can hear Todd going boom, 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 boom. Whenever Chris is singing underneath like the main verses, whenever the like clean guitar, Todd is doing the bass slapping, and you can hear it really, really clearly. And I think it's awesome that they road tested this and Todd sort of felt it out over time, because it just shows that art is constantly in flux, like a river, right? It's constantly flowing and nothing has to stay permanent. Just because a song is written and recorded doesn't mean it can't adapt and flow and change with time as the artist's feelings change about that piece of work. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a great description, because so often, you know, if we don't have a chance to see these bands live, or if you really just have the album, or it's a while before albums come out for any particular band, I mean, the studio version is what you know best. So you may not be aware of the evolutions taking place, and to see that and also to hear the explanations why, I think shows how like something can still be improved upon when artists are not wanting to just settle into a particular groove.
Yeah. Well, and you mentioned Jord too. This is such an interesting tune. There's several things I really like about Jord's performance. And thinking about the drums on this song, I went through and I wanted to watch some playthroughs. So I found a really good playthrough video on YouTube by a drummer named Nick Malik. And something that I had not noticed on this tune is the unified kick and snare at the beginning of the song, when the vocals come in underneath with what everybody knows is in the end a kid's game. It sounds like there isn't a kick drum, right? It just sounds like hi-hat and snare. But then there's those offbeat kicks, okay, that Jord does every now and then. So it almost sounds like there isn't a kick drum underneath with what everybody knows is in the end a kid's game. It's just like bop, 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 bop. But then I watched Nick's playthrough video, and Jord is hitting the snare and the bass drum together. And I was like, why do these drums sound so interesting with just a hi-hat and a snare drum? And it's because Jord is hitting the kick drum on the same beat as the snare. And it like, you almost can't you can't hear it as a distinguished kick drum. So instead of it being like boop, bop, boop, boop, bop, boop, bop, boop, bop, bop, it's just bop, bop, bop. But he's hitting the kick drum the same time he's hitting the snare.
Yeah.
And it's just these little things that Jord does that other drummers don't seem to do. And it's just so cool how what sounds like such a straightforward snare and hi-hat mid-tempo beat has this little extra hidden kick that gives it extra oomph that makes the recording of it special. And those are the kinds of things that make Jord special. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think there are other parts like throughout this song. I mean that, and even I mentioned the clear tone and the quieter, clean riff during the kind of the verses. You know, these are some things that perhaps I don't know if I really heard Propaganda do up until this point. And building off of that, when Chris sings, "When I Say," she's puzzled by, like, that part. I think what's striking is that the music itself isn't something that's going to play in my head. Like, that's not really a riff that I'm going to hum, especially compared to, say, the intro riff. But how it works with the lyrics is just what makes it so good.
Mm-hmm.
And then the song then returns to that building momentum that takes place during the verse. And the band, though, kind of picks up where it let off before the pseudo chorus, where the music repeats that, like, you know, "When I Say," and then also "Alberta Born," that part.
Mm-hmm.
But now when it kind of comes back to that clean part again, the Beeve is adding a ton of flair with layers of melody and rhythm to the main riff that Chris is playing. I think the song has some of the best harmonized vocals, like with "I Just Can't Let It Go," like that part.
Keith singing, everybody.
It's like that's followed by one of my favorite sing-along parts in the band's entire career. And the riff from the verse repeats. It's played a little faster with some different sound effects and a little bit, you know, some distortion. There's that really pensive and melodic and slightly somber and slightly hopeful outro riff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think just as a whole package, musically, the song is distinct. It works so well with the music, and it kind of makes sense why it would be, you know, not just lyrically, but why it would ultimately be such, musically, a one of the best or most streamed versions online, or most streamed songs online.
Yeah, you know, before we get into the lyrics themselves and unpack this thing, I want to talk about the vocal delivery and why this song is cool. If you listen to the Bandcamp demo, you can hear how hard this song actually is to sing. I bet Chris was singing nonstop when they recorded the demos that he has up on the Bandcamp, but hearing him on a standalone vocal demo, because usually you layer vocals in the studio, but on these demo versions is like just one vocal track, right? So it's very raw. And it doesn't have fancy blasting room recording stuff. It doesn't have Jason Livermore and Bill Stevenson manning the dials and the knobs and stuff, but it gives the demo gives this tune a different mood and a sense of how this song would feel to sing into a microphone, because Chris sounds like he's working harder on the demo than he does on the record. The record makes it sound easy, and the demo shows the real work that went into this song. And so here's a clip of what I mean of Chris on the demo to hear what it sounds like.
Specifically the function, the ritual serves in conjunction with what everybody knows. Is it the end of kids' game? I'm just appealing to your sense of fair play. When I say she's puzzled eye, give incessant pleasure for her to 9 to 5 collective will. Get a rip in the bell.
So you can hear the strain, like the work going into that, right? And it's really cool to hear it in that alternative fashion, pre-blasting room. But the thing that really stands out in this song's vocal performance to me is how vulnerable it is. If you think about a band like Propaganda, which has a pretty relentless catalog of fast tunes, this song is a plodding, slow burn, which seems like such an unlikely choice to become a fan favorite, like on its surface, right? It's almost an exclusionary song lyrically too, because if you don't know what Dear Coach's Corner is, you feel excluded from understanding the song.
Right.
If you don't know who Ron McClain is, you immediately feel excluded. If you don't know who the sad old man is that he's referring to, it's immediately exclusive. And so the slowness of the song, and if you watch the band play this, all of a sudden it's Chris strumming by himself on a clean guitar in a loud room where people just want to rage. You know what I mean? And the band opened their sets with this song for years. The last time they played Buffalo, they opened with Dear Coach's Corner. And so this is such an interesting one because like it starts off with all of the energy that everybody wants from a propaganda show. And then it hits the brakes real hard out of nowhere. And you have all these people that will just want to go off and all of a sudden they have to wait and they have to be patient. Does that make sense?
It's kind of a later version of Less Talk, More Rock. Like where we're going to trick you into thinking we're here just to party and just to be here for the music and the scene. But we have more to say than just the solo and just the blasting riffs.
Yeah. So let's get into the lyrics. What do you think, Keith?
Yeah, Greg, a lot of these episodes, I felt a level of intimidation speaking at length about really complicated issues, social and political, historical and economic conversations that we've had. And I would wager that our average listeners, like me, have working knowledge of, but not expertise of, just like us, of those kind of more complicated conversations. But I feel a little bit more exposed here because now we're talking about something that everybody knows a lot about, and that's sports, specifically hockey. And I'm not into sports at all. Like, I used to think I hated sports, like equating football and basketball just with jocks and bullies, macho meathead mentality. I don't anymore. But the fact remains that I don't really follow sports. I don't watch them. I don't like them, but I also don't dislike them. So there's the whole kind of performative disinterest where people are going to call it sports ball or whatever, just to let everyone know they don't care about the Super Bowl or whatever game's on it. And yeah, that's not me. I mean, I think that's just kind of repetitively annoying and unoriginal. But I've been to one hockey game ever. And the only thing I remember from it, seeing the Blackhawks when I was in 6th grade, is people yelling racist slurs at Mike Greer from the Edmonton Oilers.
Oh,
and that's all I really remember from going to that. And
wow.
My dad sitting next to me and other people sitting nearby and his coworkers were with us. And I kind of kept waiting for some adults to maybe say something or to move. But we kind of just sat there as he says, things like, that's what you happen when you let them play hockey.
Oh, wow.
And I was just, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe like I had heard racist things before. But it was always something that was confined to the context of, the security of your own home or in a car, but not in public. And that was a very jarring moment for me. So Greg, you texted me something before this episode and you said, maybe anticipating a little bit of my anxiety about this. But you said, just bring yourself to the podcast. So that's what people are getting today from me. Just me. I'm not an athlete. I'm not anti-athlete. I'm just a person who most days, like I literally don't remember if there is the letter E in hockey. Like, so that's what I'm bringing to the table, people.
Nice. Well, and that's why I got Sheldon. Sheldon Burney is such a fantastic hockey commentator for the show. And Scott Radinsky brings years of professional athleticism into our episode. But one of my earliest memories of going to hockey games is my dad and I used to get 10-game package tickets to see the Blues when I was a kid. And so I would go down to the old arena in St. Louis near Forest Park. It was nicknamed the Barn, but the name was just the arena. And used to be called the Checker Dome back in the day as well. I think my dad saw Rush there. And so one of my earliest memories is being in a game against the Detroit Red Wings, and the referees made a call that everybody in the room vehemently disagreed with, and just the chant broke out among 17,000 people, bullshit, bullshit. So I'm like 5. And this is one of my earliest hockey memories is 17,000 people chanting bullshit for like 5 minutes. I mean, it was, they went all in. So, you know, it's an interesting thing to reflect upon my earliest days of what it means to go to a hockey game. And, I haven't had many experiences like that, but that was like the golden years of like Brett Hall and Adam Oates and like, you know, Vincent Riendo and Curtis Joseph is so great. So that's my earliest hockey memory. But whenever we think about the opening line here, dear Ron MacLean, dear Coach's Corner. So Sheldon and I talked about this, but Ron is Don Cherry's co-host of many years on Coach's Corner. I first watched Coach's Corner in 2007 when I went to Canada for the first time to Saskatchewan. Nipawin, Saskatchewan is where I went to. It's 3 hours outside of Saskatoon. And I was so enamored by Don Cherry's jackets. He wears these wild suit jackets on camera, and watching Cherry's Coach's Corner seems like the whole time Ron MacLean is like sighing and wincing and trying to keep Don Cherry sort of contained, which is like a horrible position to be in for a person all the time, because you're constantly trying to talk about hockey and you have this other person who constantly is not talking about hockey when your job is there to talk about the game. But I dug into MacLean a bit and found he's been subject to a few controversies himself, but I think they're likely due to Cherry's mania, that MacLean was just trying to get through the segments, that he found himself sort of nodding and being like, yeah, which doesn't fly anymore. You can't just be like, yeah, let's move on in our modern era. Like, we are dedicated to progressing beyond tacit approval or silent complicity. We're moving beyond this as a society. Everybody can see it happening with each passing day. And so if you are on screen with Don Cherry ranting and you give a thumbs up on camera, that is not going to fly anymore. So here's an example. On January 16, 2010, Ron MacLean presented a pregame piece together with NHL representatives focusing on Vancouver Canucks player Alexander Burrows in a follow-up to an earlier incident between Burrows and a referee, in which the credibility of the referee was called into question, and the piece was considered by a number of prominent sports writers and the Vancouver Canucks coach and some fans to be a one-sided smear against the player. And MacLean appeared on Vancouver sports radio shows in January of 2010 and strongly denied being biased or one-sided during the presentation. So that's one example. And then in 2017, MacLean had to apologize to Canada Post workers for suggesting their jobs were effectively obsolete. In November of 2019, Don Cherry made remarks on Coach's Corner suggesting that Canadian immigrants benefit from the sacrifices of veterans who, and like they, don't wear those remembrance poppies. But MacLean was nodding along during Cherry's rant and flashed a thumbs up sign at the end of the segment that Don Cherry got fired for. So MacLean had to go on television by himself and apologize for staying silent during Cherry's remarks. And they announced shortly thereafter that Cherry got fired. And it was decided that Coach's Corner would end. And in November of 2019, MacLean addressed and reflected on the incident during Hockey Night in Canada and announced the end of Coach's Corner. So here's a little clip of Ron MacLean's reflection after Don Cherry's firing.
Welcome to our first intermission. You know the story. The Coach's Corner is no more, and it's 34 years. Look, we are all hurting. I have collapsed 100 times this week, if not more. We're all disappointed. Bobby Orr's disappointed in me. Bobby, I'm disappointed in me. I've sat all week long reflecting, listening to you, and I have heard you. I mean you, the viewer. I've reflected by listening to my own heart. And they say, I've struggled mightily to find the words, and I'm not sure I have them even now, but they say it's a good thing because when you can find the words, it's dead in your heart. And it's not dead in my heart. By the way, Don Cherry, we have communicated. We talked a lot on Monday, and then by phone. I was there in person, and then by phone. And he sent me a note yesterday. I phoned you, by the way, Don, at 9:30 this morning when we normally talk, and you didn't. I don't know if you're at the cottage or just couldn't. But Don said, Ron, a lot of people will be watching this for a while. Don't go too far, which made me smile, of course. Don Cherry telling me not to go too far. But it's nothing, I don't want to be cavalier in any regard. I don't want to be sanctimonious or righteous in this address that you and I are having. This one plunged deeply into our hearts, right? You know why? Because it's about relationships. Biggest thing, it's about relationships. Don's and mine, Coach's Corners and yours and Don's. It's certainly about hockey, the teammates, the bridge building that hockey represents. It's about life in Canada. So all I can do is unpack my heart a little bit here and then see how you feel. The news cycle. I should say sorry to all the journalists who called this week and I didn't return calls. I know you understand why, but it would be about personalities, about rivalries, about divisions and failures, about all that drama. And it's not about Don and me. It was clearly about something bigger. I haven't spoken, so let me go back to last Saturday and just sort of take you through the last 30 seconds of the Coach's Corner. Don typically, beautifully had done the story of two young minor hockey boys who had died that week. And I had been in Welland the night before, and I knew how traumatic it was for the hockey community and the tragedy for the family. So that was there. Well, then we were moving towards Don's beautiful Vimy Ridge video, and I was kind of processing what he was saying and thinking I wasn't in an ideological bubble at all. I might have been in a friendship bubble, but because I was kind of praying that I don't think I'm hearing trouble, but I might be hearing trouble. Anyway, it was done. And then you called us on it, which I thank you for, because that's the new world. You don't have a pulpit like Coach's Corner or the CBC News or the New York Times or the Guardian that just pronounces and that's it. Now you have in real time social media and a kind of a democracy happening, and so you caught it. And knowing what to overlook is wisdom, right? And I felt so bad, and I apologized immediately. And Don, Don, defiant. There were steps that needed to be taken because of what had been said by Don, and he didn't want to do those steps. So he made his choice, and I made mine. And then the next choice, which was a really hard choice, probably the sleepless nights all week are mostly about this. Don's my guy. I'm in a foxhole with Don, and I've decided to go one way and he another. And you say, okay, how can you choose principle over friendship? But I had to. I thought a lot about falling on my sword, too. And then I thought, no, but if I do that, I infer what happened was right somehow, or that I'm going along to get along, or that I'm going to just sit silently by or be a bystander again in a situation. And that, it just took the courage. Don taught me to stand, right? So I had to have the courage of my convictions. And that's what I'll say about you, Don. I love you so much, and you always say you spoke like a 32-year-old American Hockey League player. You were always the captain, the leader of your hockey teams, the coach could count on to take care of the troublemaker, and you taught me to be that guy. And so here I am, sort of standing up and taking this position. But that doesn't mean anything in terms of my respect for you or my judgment of you. We will never do anything in the first intermission on Hockey Night in Canada. We have, like the country, to reimagine ourselves, and there will be, a possibility of this really bad, unexpected thing to do some good things, I hope. But we honor what you've meant to the game, to the fact that you have been there for human beings and sentient beings. Just a fantastic human being. And so I love you very much, and we honor you tonight in this last talk about a Coach's Corner.
So even though Don Cherry got fired for that, Ron MacLean, has been drugged down by Don Cherry, right? By association. And Chris mentions that in that interview that I cited from 2009, where he says that Ron MacLean represents some of the things that Chris Hanna loves most about hockey, and Don Cherry, it represents the worst things about hockey. And Don Cherry's character clearly drugged down Ron MacLean. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And so the next lyrics here read, "I'm writing in order for someone to explain to my niece the distinction between these mandatory pre-game group rights of submission and the rallies at Nuremberg. And Greg, I'm sure that it's not lost on our readers that last week we talked about Die Jugend marschiert with lyrics that are set up, like a transcripted public speech to the parents and the youth visiting West Point, unveiling these ideas of propaganda and militarism and nationalism. And here we have a song penned as an open letter. And I really think some of Chris's best lyrics are like this, when he employs a particular writing device. Comply, resist comes to mind as well. And you described the lyrics of Die Jugend as being a little bit jammed into the music. And I get a little bit of that feeling here. Not that they're jammed or that I'm saying that as a critique, but that the music and the lyrics were perhaps written separately and then worked and reworked to fit together in a way I think probably more successful. It's because some of the patterns and the vocal patterns are just really unorthodox. So we're really hitting back-to-back songs that tackle and dismantle nationalism and jingoism 2 weeks in a row, and both tracks make allusions to Nazi Germany. Die Jugend with a Hitler March song that's sampled in the intro, and Coach's Corner with a reference to the rallies at Nuremberg. So from the Nuremberg Municipal Museum's website, it says here, the Nazi Party rallies were held in Nuremberg from 1933 to 38, served primarily as a setting to show the regime and Adolf Hitler to orchestrate the concept of a Volksgemeinschaft, or the people's community, and to arouse popular enthusiasm for war. Yet these events, which last up to 8 days, are only one highlight in the National Socialist year. So some other details, and just think of the parallels here with mainstream spectacle professional sports. The Nazi Party rallies serve to present the Nazi regime's self-image, both domestically and abroad. There are parades. There are uniforms and military displays directly related to the Nazi state's preparations for war. First and foremost, the Nazi Party rallies appeal to the participants' and spectators' emotions. Politics are something to be thought out and understood as an experience. Those are things that should be experienced, and participants from the SA, the SS, the Reich Labor Service, the Hitler Youth, the League of German Girls, and the Wehrmacht are selected to fit National Socialist ideals of appearance. So like last week, I don't hear this song, or I don't hear the band here violating Godwin's law, like the idea that if an argument goes on long enough, someone's going to call someone else a Nazi. Like, I see the references here to the Nazi rallies as a bullhorn reminder to start seeing the stagecraft that has become wallpaper in Canada and in America, the things that we've accepted as normal, and that's just the way it is, are anything but normal.
Yeah. And it just shows the fragility of what makes a society function in a particular way. Like, we take so many things for granted about the fabric of society and just assume that just because we have certain institutions in place that those things can never fall and can never drag us down. But which we know now is very, very reckless thinking, considering the last 5 years of this country, which hadn't happened yet when Propaganda wrote this song. 2015 to 2021 had not happened when this song came out.
Right.
And this is so much more real now. But this song, having Chris's niece watch this, and then watching the pretty intense armed forces appreciation events that often occur before and during all professional sports games, up to and including driving Humvees out onto the ice and making laps, and highlighting a service member who is in the crowd in uniform every single game. And then the fact that like 20,000 people are just expected to magically rise to their feet and applaud this person that we've never met. We don't know anything about their experiences. We don't know anything about their story. It's literally fabric on a body that we are then totally expected to applaud with zero information other than that clothing on that human body. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like, these lines are really important to me. And it's like, then we have this specifically the function, the ritual serves in conjunction with what everybody knows is in the end a kid's game. And I really like this line because if you think about minor league sports, college sports, high school sports, we have not this level of like patriotic injection and jingoism is percolating down through all levels of sports. We're not just talking about the NHL, the NFL, Major League Baseball, or the NBA. This is happening in countless levels of sports where all of a sudden, like the old saying is that like, I'm thinking about this line. There's like an old joke where I went somewhere and something else broke out. So like this one, it almost feels like I went to a military parade and a baseball game broke out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So then Chris sings, I'm just appealing to your sense of fair play when I say she's puzzled by the incessant pressure for her to not defy the collective will and yellow ribbon lapels as the soldiers inexplicably repel down from the arena rafters, which if not so insane would be grounds for screaming laughter. And this is a specific reference to an incident during which 4 Canadian soldiers literally rappelled down from the rafters onto the ice at a Maple Leafs game in 2007 at the Air Canada Centre in Toronto. So this is something that I'm sure Chris, being a massive Leafs fan, saw in real time. Like, I feel like this is a legitimate thing that, he watched like in real time and probably was like, I can't believe my eyes. But this isn't just limited to hockey, though. There's a YouTube music reaction channel that I like called Vin and Sorry, where Vin talks about being at a Patriots game and having F-15s fly over the stadium during football games in a show of military strength where everyone in the crowd is then like, yeah. And what's so wild is that I bet almost no one at those games thinks that's not right. What message is this sending to our kids? Like, we shouldn't indoctrinate children. So I wanted to know who was critiquing this. So what I did is I started looking up, does any military people critique the injections of militarism into sports? But I'm curious, before I get into my example, if you have any other thoughts on, this specifically the function line, or I'm peeling into your sense of fair play. What do you got there?
Yeah, I'll share a couple of things, Greg. I think a quote from Eisenhower comes to mind. Dwight Eisenhower reportedly said that the true mission of American sports is to prepare young people for war.
What?
And George Orwell,
oh my God,
on top of that, he called sports war minus the shooting. So
wow.
Does it have to be, though? Like, does it have to be those things? Like, why has the far right been so successful in seizing essentially a culture war monopoly on the messaging and the branding of sports? So I have to put all this in the context of American history and culture. And I admit that that's problematic because this is a deeply Canadian song, but I just have to think about it in my own setting and timeline. And it's just kind of unusual that our national anthem, which was based on a poem by a lawyer and slave owner on board a British ship negotiating prisoner releases during the War of 1800 and the shelling of Fort McHenry in Baltimore, Maryland. So Francis Scott Key writes this poem, which later becomes the national anthem, and it's set to the music of a British drinking song. Like, how hilarious is this? And with debates over what the meaning is of the forgotten verses of the poem that are left out of the national anthem.
Yeah.
Like nothing can save the hireling or the slave. Like, is this a reference to the Americans referring to themselves as being enslaved by the British, like the colonists had done so during the Revolutionary America. Is this a specific reference to the enslaved people who abandoned plantations and joined the British to fight against the American forces since they were promised their freedom? So scholars kind of debate on that, but the fact that it has that baggage in the first place is problematic. So from what I could tell, the first use of the national anthem in baseball was in 1918 at the World Series between the Cubs and the Red Sox. So this is during World War I, and it caught on later on in Boston as a result, though the national anthem doesn't even officially become official until 1931. Later on in the 50s, like the Baltimore Orioles even stopped playing it before games during the seventh inning stretch because so few people stood and so few people stopped talking. So think back to the 90s, Greg, like Whitney Houston in a red, white, and blue tracksuit belting out the national anthem with fighter jets flying overhead, set against the backdrop of the Persian Gulf. That all seems tame compared to the spectacle, the militaristic spectacle of sports since 9/11. You mentioned Humvees, the National Guard, fighter jets, veterans, even at youth games. I mean, we stop and we have the national anthem and we acknowledge service members even at my school during games. You know, camo hats and jerseys, merchandise for people to buy and wear with the green and black flag on, like duffel bags and hoodies. And of course, Trump waded directly into this culture war because it was the only thing he was good at, having uninformed and unnuanced binary opinions on moral issues that middle-aged people on social media love to waste immeasurable amounts of time and energy just arguing about. So he said, if a player wants the privilege of making millions of dollars in the NFL or other leagues, he or she should not be allowed to disrespect our great American flag or country and should stand for the national anthem. If not, you're fired. Find something else to do. Sports fans should never condone players that do not stand proud for their national anthem or their country. Courageous patriots have fought and died for our great American flag. We must honor and respect it. Make America great again. And all of this is to say,
so boring.
Oh my gosh! But how compelling it is. And how to so many people that it just makes sense, as if these things occur and exist in a vacuum. Like the United States Department of Defense paid the NFL more than $5 million in taxpayer funds in just 3 years to honor soldiers and veterans at games. Those hometown hero ads and those commemorations were not spontaneous, good-natured thank yous. They're paid advertisements in a part of a veiled attempt to recruit people into the military.
Yeah, we're the product, right? We are the target of a targeted advertising campaign to suck us in.
That we're paying for.
Sick joke. It's a sick joke. I found an article too. So I mentioned earlier that I was seeing who in the military is critiquing this, right? What soldiers are speaking out on this. And I found an article from 2018 that everybody should read. It's called Veterans Speak Out Against the Militarization of Sports. The main image in the article is a San Diego Padres batter wearing a camouflage jersey on a Sunday home game. What an incredible article, full of resources to talk about. So check this out. The article features an interview with somebody named Bill Astor, who is a retired Air Force lieutenant colonel. He talks about the allure of when this happens. He says, I think at first there's a sort of thrilling feeling, Astor says. Unlike all the other fans, a big plane goes overhead. Wow, that's kind of awe-inspiring. But at the same time, to me, it's not something that I see should be flying over a sports stadium before a baseball game or a football game. These are weapons of death. they may be required, but they certainly shouldn't be celebrated or applauded. So that's an Air Force retired lieutenant colonel. So like when he openly discusses these as weapons of death, it really hits hard, man. Astor says he sees the perpetual selling of war and something very cynical, patriotism for sale with troops as bait. And I was like, man, that is so well said. And it's just so disrespectful to a lot of people who don't maybe want to be used in that way, right? You're just being used. If you're like in the military and like they're doing this at games, like you're like being used, you know? And there's an example that I found, a guy named Nick Francona, who is the son of the legendary Boston Red Sox manager, Terry Francona. So Nick is Terry's son. He enlisted in the Marines. He got out of the military. He got to work in baseball, and he was in charge of overseeing a lot of veteran stuff within Major League Baseball. And he started critiquing the system where like they would charge $40 for like camo hats. And he'd be like, where does the money go? And he like wouldn't go along with like the internal corporate capitalist darkness and the cynicism of how patriotism is used as like a level to sell merchandise. And he got fired. So an actual Marine, the son of a Boston Red Sox manager, is in baseball doing veterans affairs and veterans outreach stuff, was critiquing the way that it is cynically used to it, like using soldiers as like products to sell us a product based with our tax dollars. He critiqued that system, an actual Marine, mind you, and he got fired because he wouldn't play the totally cynical game of just making and selling like $40 hats.
And just think then, what position do we have to critique those things? We can't openly.
I know.
We have to do it on a podcast that we know nobody's going to listen to.
I know. We're screaming into the void here, people. So like in that article, man, it gets dark, so dark. I found out about the contracts between pro sports teams and the Pentagon, which blew me away, which you just alluded to. And John McCain and Jeff Flake, the two former senators of Arizona, released a report in 2015 called Tackling Paid Patriotism, where they critiqued the military contracts with pro sports franchises of every kind. Jeff Flake and John McCain's report found that in 2012, the New York Army National Guard paid the Buffalo Bills $250,000 to conduct on-field re-enlistment ceremonies. In 2014, the Georgia National Guard paid the Atlanta Falcons $114,000 to sing the national anthem. In 2015, the Air Force paid NASCAR $1.5 million in part for veterans to shake hands with racing legend Richard Petty. These are your tax dollars at work, people out there. People talk about, can't afford taking care of people's cancer treatments, but we got all this money for like literal on-field photo ops that mean nothing, and all it is a cynical ploy for attention. And it's absolutely mind-blowing the amount of waste and financial, like just total flushing money down the toilet that goes into these sporting events that could actually be doing good in, I don't know, building a road, repaving Main Street in freaking Buffalo, New York, for God's sakes. Anything, literally anything.
You know, another article that I recommend, since you mentioned this one, Greg, is called From Winnipeg to Tokyo and the Surveillance State. And it's from the Canadian Dimension. You'll find it online if you Google that. And it details the collusion between organized sports, the military, and specifically local law enforcement to strengthen private security firms, continue over-policing city centers over where they're already over-policed, and this disproportionately impacts at-risk communities. They enable gentrification. They support facial recognition technology and race-based hiring practices, land privatization, displacing and outbidding affordable housing, raising police budgets. In Winnipeg alone in 2018, during the Jets playoff run, police handed out almost $800,000 in overtime pay. There are new police tactics that were piloted in sports arenas following 9/11, and police have cross-referenced racist predictive crime algorithms with sports schedules. The Department of Homeland Security has provided guidelines for informing on coworkers at sports arenas. The Atlanta has used disinfecting drones where the Falcons play. So it's like, if you want to know about what's next in policing, what technology and tactics are about to be used in our communities and in our streets, just pay attention to sports. So to me, it's wild when people say, like, leave politics out of sports, as if anything is political. I mean, plus just ask those people then who say that, why Jackie Robinson is famous again, or why only last year Major League Baseball recognized the stats from the Negro Leagues, or why Kyrie Irving was mocked for burning sage before a Celtics game, why Tommy Smith and John Carlos were suspended from the U.S. Olympic teams for the Black Power salute. If if people are thinking that these things exist in a vacuum and that sports should be completely political, then explain those things. Like, so people who say that sports are apolitical, right? But listen to this from a spokesperson from the Jets. It says, as with all of our sponsors, we have worked with the National Guard to create tailored advertising and marketing programs to meet their specific objectives, which in this case was recruitment and retention by targeting our fans and audience through media and stadium assets controlled by the team.
And knowing all of this, I feel leads into the next line, right? Because now, knowing all of these things, knowing the way that his beloved game, where, people would play on outdoor ponds, frozen ponds, just literally for fun and exercise, and to have a great memory with kids. Chris says this: Dear Ron McClain, I wouldn't bother with these questions if I didn't sense some spiritual connection. We may not be the same, but it's not like we're from different planets. We both love this game so much we can hardly fucking stand it. And I love the notion of hockey as spiritual, because I feel that way when I'm running or when I'm riding my bicycle. Like, people know I'm a big cyclist, I'm a big runner. And whenever I am in the zone of total focus on a bicycle in the middle of the countryside with no cars around, no people around, it's just me and the wind in my ears and on my face, there's something that transcends just exercise in those moments, where you feel so a part of something beautiful, something efficient, something lovely, something that is just totally human. And that's what I feel like Chris is seeing here, is like, you're injecting death and war and violence into something so beautiful, where humans can, like, literally be in a room together, like, and hug each other, but then we turn it into a violent exposition. And so this is the internal dilemma, right? These two guys, Chris, who was in this interview in 2009 discussing his disinterest in hockey in the 90s. Chris said, I didn't care at all. I didn't watch hockey in the 90s, essentially. After Gretzky left Canada, my interest took a nosedive for the majority of the 90s. It wasn't until around 99 where one day over at Jordan's house, we started watching the playoffs, and I was like, oh, I forgot about this. Got right back into it. It was the Leafs, obviously, with a pretty sweet lineup at the time. But by then, Chris, who was the Chris who had been actively working at G7 for several years, he was writing Today's Empires, he had values, he had ideals, and then he comes back right as professional sports was about to take this insanely dark militarization turn post 9/11. And then Ron McClain was there too, watching Cherry descend further into madness, constantly trying to redirect conversations to hockey, while Cherry just went on these rants that we heard earlier. And McClain, the voice of reason, who got dragged down by Don Cherry. McClain, who loves hockey so much, he's willing to be punished by his co-host relentlessly, because someone has to be the balancing force on that show, right? I bet you this probably kept Ron McClain up at night a lot of years, if my assessment of of him is even remotely accurate. He just seems like just a guy. And that's what I think Chris is appealing to here is McLean's humanness, and the fact that like McLean felt like he was just trying to bring some balance to this, but he's also witnessing this maniac who is going in all the directions that's sucking the joy and beauty out of these beautiful human moments.
Yeah, what works so well with this song, Greg, for me as an outsider who I don't know anything in addition to this show and,
of course,
and hockey outside of what you've already shared and the lyrics here, is Chris's serious tone throughout the song. It never feels like the lyrics are a gotcha setup with unanswerable questions. I really think Chris wants to have this conversation with Ron MacLean. He wants these things addressed, confronted, and challenged. I don't hear the band backing Ron into a corner, kind of like Humane Meat does.
Yeah.
Targeted lyrics. I hear this song as sitting down with someone, maybe over a beer, in order to find common ground. And speaking with just the few things that I know and what you've shared, Chris believes that maybe Ron isn't too far gone. And Don Cherry is clearly like a crackpot, racist, warmonger apologist, but Ron isn't yet lost.
Dude, and you know what, man? Like, I bet that there's few people in Canada who are white men over a certain age. I bet there are few people in Canada that haven't examined themselves more in the last couple of years than Ron MacLean. If you listen to that statement at the beginning of the episode that we did earlier of Ron MacLean's reflections upon, I should have done this, I should have done that. I bet an interview with Chris and Ron MacLean would be such an interesting conversation, where you put these two guys in a room together with some microphones. I bet that would be just an amazing conversation. So Ron MacLean, if you ever hear this, hit up Chris Hanna for a chat. Because I feel like the conversation could be tremendously beautiful, So we've got this next line. Alberta-born, prairie-raised, seems there ain't a sheet of ice north of Fargo I ain't played. From Penhold to the Gatineau, every fond memory of childhood that I know is somehow connected to the culture of this game. I just can't let it go. And I talked to Sheldon a lot about the importance of place when you're a young hockey player in Canada. I was like, why does Chris list all these places? And that's what I wanted to know from Sheldon. So we already talked about that a lot. So I'm curious about your assessment of this line before I talk about some things that Chris said.
Well, I think back to my possibly disastrous tweet prompt asking people for their spiciest propaganda takes, which I regretted.
You always get us in trouble.
Oh
my
gosh. I regretted maybe 2 hours after hitting send tweet. But, so Trevor Jacobs, a propaganda fan and a hockey writer, responded by saying, American fans will never be on the level as Canadian fans, simply because of all of the Canadian and hockey references. And I really think that's an excellent point. And I'm only really starting to realize how true it is. And this example, this lyric is a perfect example of that. Maybe there is some like stand-in for me, some places in my youth that I visited, but it's not the same. It's not those places, and it wasn't playing hockey. So I think all these things that are mentioned here that I don't know anything about. And Trevor went on to say that to propagandy and to many Canadians, hockey is more than sport. You mentioned spiritual, and he said it's our shared heritage and culture. So for these people of different backgrounds to find this, this common ground and this uniting interest here that to me, I don't have a connection to. I see American sports so wrapped up in consumerism and proxy identity that stand in for real culture. Like I don't really believe that, but I think it sometimes. And my point is that it's hard for me to see sports as legitimate culture, a place of belonging, a shared identity that transcends state or province, something that actually unites people, because so much of it is toxic and commercial and poisoned in the U.S. So because I can't process that, I really think Trevor's right. I hear how personal the song is, but I don't actually get why.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I wanted to know so much about the hockey nature of Canada with Sheldon, who was so thoughtful and so descriptive on that during that interview. So shout out again to Sheldon. Like, I found that interview that I mentioned earlier with Chris Hanna from the Silver 7 website, and he addresses the nature of this section in the song. The interviewer asks, "Do you have any good hockey memories from playing when growing up?" And Chris replies, "Oh yeah, all of them. Every memory is a pretty good one. Driving down the back roads of Manitoba when it was so snowy, you'd have a convoy of cars going about this fast." Chris makes a slow gesture with his hand. That haunting snow just snaking across. I love that. Oh, my first goal in Poplar Point, Manitoba. Love that. So Chris has got these really vivid memories. And this really stood out to me as well, because unless you've experienced driving a back 2-lane Canadian highway in the middle of the night in the wintertime where there is snow blowing across the road, but it's not snow that's going to make your tires slide out. It's just blowing snow across a road. And I've driven across Saskatchewan in December, January, February in the dark with snow blowing across the highway, and it's so enchanting to see that. And so to see that Chris mentions the haunting snow snaking across, like, I have those memories as well, and from my time living in the plains in Canada. And this got me thinking about this lyric as well. And if I was going to rewrite this lyric, it would be about seeing live music. So here's mine. St. Louis born, Missouri raised, seems like there ain't a concert venue floor I ain't raged. From Chicago over to KC Mo, every fond memory of childhood that I know is somehow connected to this culture of this music. I just can't let it go.
Yeah.
So I rewrote this verse because it just was so cool to me. But I think if we move on to the next lyric, is that okay?
Yeah, I'll read it here. It says, "But I guess it comes down to what kind of world you want to live in. And if diversity is disagreement and disagreement is treason, well, don't be surprised if we find ourselves reaping a strange and bitter fruit that saddle man beside you keeps feeding to your minds as virtue." And I love the phrasing behind what kind of world you want to live in, like that whole part there.
If diversity is disagreement.
Like, again, if it feels kind of hopeful. And I'm not gonna lie, I hear this, and even this album coming out in 2009, I like my stand-in now for it is Trump, even though I know that the sad old man is Don Cherry, or it's the other sad old men in our lives. Like, I think about how much those people have like personified these harmful and toxic traits of nationalism and masculinity and xenophobia. And am I doing enough to push back against those people's, against their vitriol? Or if I'm just biting my tongue and giving the thumbs up to try to get through the broadcast like Ron McLean. And I think this song just does a great job highlighting the power, the influence, and the reach of bitter, mediocre, maladjusted people who, based on the litany of unintelligible races, but also kind of good old boy quotes that we've heard, that just seems to be the shtick, that they continue to be in those positions of reach or power or authority.
Yeah. And I like the multiple references here, and you have to kind of be Canadian to see all the angles of this. And the only reason I sort of picked up on this is because I lived in Canada for so long, but there's the reference to Abel Meerpol's Bitter Fruit, which was later popularized by Billie Holiday as Strange Fruit regarding the lynchings of Black Americans. So we have that, but we also have Bitter Fruit can possibly be a play on the nickname of Don Cherry, whose nickname is Grapes and whose last name is Cherry. So you have the bitter fruit reference, meaning like sour grapes, right? So it can be like this sour grapes reference to Don Cherry's Grapes nickname. It can also be rotting cherries. You know what I mean? So there's this reference to fruit here, which has this double entendre of referring directly to Cherry as, with his multiple fruit names. And then you have, Abel Meerschault's Bitter Fruit poem and Billie Holiday's Strange Fruit. So it's really, really well done. Don Cherry is a climate change denying, crazy outfit wearing, occasionally misogynistic, pretty racist, but, for a long time, people considered him like a national treasure, which is pretty sad whenever you idealize the people who are the Trumps of the world, who are just so boring in their worldviews and just like, oh my God, this is just so small. It's so pathetic and small. And, so then I think about this next line, which is so interesting. It takes a village to raise a child, but just a flag to raise, R-A-Z-E, the children, until there's nothing more than ballast for fulfilling a madman's dreams of a paradise where complexity is reduced to black and white. So this village, it's kind of a reference to, it might be a reference to It Takes a Village and Other Lessons Children Teach Us, which is a book published in 1996 by Hillary Clinton, who was First Lady of the U.S. at the time. She presented a vision for the children of America in that book, and it focuses on the impact individuals and groups outside the family have, for better or worse, on a child's well-being, and advocates of society which meets all of a child's needs. So that's a book that came out in the 90s. But this line also makes me think of how our society has grown from being small groups of a few hundred people working in collaboration for the betterment of all within a small community, into these megalith behemoth cities and sprawling metropolitan concrete jungles where nobody knows anyone, and you're surrounded by millions of people, but you never feel more alone than when you're with millions of people who you don't know. I know almost nobody in Buffalo. Almost nobody cares that I'm a human being in this city. And it makes me want to get in my car and drive 100 miles an hour out of town in search of someone who cares that I even exist. But then what this patriotism exercises do in these sports games is they tug on the heartstrings of tens of thousands of people who are possibly very lonely, right? Like me, when they're inside sports games. And I've been to a freaking Sabres game alone before, and you feel lonely in a crowd, and it sucks you in when that national anthem plays and you're like, oh my God, I'm alone, but here we are united, blah, blah, blah. And it makes you feel that sensation of unity with those people who you don't know. And then you inject commentary like that of Don Cherry, and suddenly you're talking smack about immigrants whose lives you cannot know. You're making snap judgments about religion because of what religion you perceive those immigrants to be. You make snap judgments about race because of what race you perceive those immigrants to be. And then you are down the rabbit hole that easily on full-on white nationalism and full-on patriotic jingoism that divides far more than it unites. It's such a slippery slope.
Yeah, I think with Chris here as an uncle, not yet as a parent, addressing how all of these things collectively inform, shape, and raise children. Video games like last week, or military messaging that we're discussing now, and this dogmatic and fanatical military worship in school, at hockey rinks and baseball diamonds and football fields. The Don Cherries of the world don't want kids to think for themselves, that questioning the ubiquitous nature of military and the flexing of that power is not a good thing to those people. And it's unreal how many propaganda songs are not just still relevant, but even more so, addressing topics that have now been beaten into the ground, but uncritically, I think, by media outlets. I just think that the fact that Mike Pence flew to Indiana just so he could leave a game knowing that members of the 49ers would kneel during the national anthem. So, I mean, why do I
God, I forgot about that. Jeez.
Why do I stand during the national anthem? If I'm at a game, it's because if I don't, someone's going to yell at me.
Yep.
I don't want to stand. I thought it was cool when Joey Belladonna from Anthrax sang the national anthem before a Cubs game. That's kind of cool. I like Marvin Gaye's version, but I don't want to have to stand for it every time just because this is now the expectation. And it reminds me of possibly the worst political cartoon I've ever seen, Greg, and I've seen it even used by teachers in the classroom in incredibly harmful ways. So the cartoon is a classroom of these like stoic middle school students, hands over their hearts, like chins raised, facing the flag during the Pledge of Allegiance, with one student who is like the prototypical 90s slacker, arms crossed, leaned back, his feet are on the desk, which would just never happen. And the teacher says, Kevin, it's your right not to stand, but let me introduce you to someone who can't stand because he was defending that right. And next to the teacher is a Marine in full uniform in a wheelchair. That's the worst political cartoon ever. The message is so harmful that your rights don't matter as much as pleasing people, as fitting in, as not offending others. That doing this for that person and shaming children is more important than what their rights actually are. That wounded, injured, and killed soldiers can and should be used as props to prove a point in a culture war, in a moral argument. It's no longer a constitutional argument, because you can do that, sure, but should you? It's an absurd catch-22 that perfectly sums up America. Like, hey, I defended your rights, so don't use them.
Especially when the injury was likely sustained in a conflict like the takedown of Iraq in 2003, which that country stood zero threat to us in any way. Yeah. So there was no defending the borders of the United States going on in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, unless you were in World War II or the Civil War, you really weren't fighting for American freedom or liberty. But you can't say that. I can't say that to my coworkers. I can't say that to my parents. I can't say that to my brother who is in the service. I can't say those things, because then you're going to be pegged as being un-American and anti-military. And so the federal government is threatening the freedom of Americans by restricting voting access, right? The federal government is not like our created and fabricated foreign enemies overseas. State governments are violating rights by passing anti-trans legislation. Far-right extremists are threatening freedoms by carrying out acts of violence and trying to overturn elections. Those are the threats and the freedoms that are the threats to American freedoms that we face today. So I'm going to read one more thing from Salon. It says, no American freedom is currently at stake in Afghanistan. It is impossible to imagine an argument to the contrary, just as the war in Iraq was clearly fought for the interests of empire, the profits of defense contractors, and the edification of neoconservative theorists. It had nothing to do with the safety or freedom of the American people. The last time the U.S. military deployed to fight for the protection of American life was in World War II. An inconvenient fact that reduces cliches about thanking a soldier for free speech to rubble. If a soldier deserves gratitude, so does the litigator who argued key First Amendment cases in the court, the legislators who voted for the protection of free speech, and the thousands of external agitators who rallied for more speech rights, less censorship, and broader access to media.
Yeah, and I don't want people in the military to die in acts of war that the Pentagon and the executive branch and the legislative branch sends them into. Like that person who was used in that political cartoon, those things should not have happened to that person. That just shouldn't have happened. They were used in a profit-driven scheme that, it's crazy. But like this Madman's Dreams of a Paradise line looks a lot different today after half a decade of Trump in our ears.
Right.
And you know what I got to thinking? I was like, dude, I'm really glad that Don Cherry never used his celebrity to run for a political office in Canada, because I bet that Don Cherry could have become the prime minister of Canada. Like, if Trump can become the president of the United States, I bet that Don Cherry could have become a party leader in Canada. And so I'm like, whoa, Canada dodged a bullet that Don Cherry stayed on television and never got into politics, because like that is a dire situation. But then this closing line, man, how do I protect her from this cult of death? Can't do it. You and I are teachers, and I've had students in the past. After Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, several of my seniors said to me, this is a direct quote, "We're surprised it hasn't happened here yet." My seniors told me after the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas mass shooting in Florida, "I can't believe it hasn't happened here yet."
That's their wallpaper now.
They go to school every day expecting a shooting to occur. And the fact that it didn't during their schooling years actually surprised them. They're surprised that they didn't have to run from gunfire in a school. That is the mindset of young people in the United States today. So when it says, how do I protect her from this cult of death? We talked about all the ways that the military funds these outreach efforts through sports. We talked about the way they fund outreach efforts through games. We talk about how so many mass shootings in the United States are met with quote unquote thoughts and prayers, which is a great Good Riddance record, by the way, about the mass shootings that have plagued this country for decades at this point. How do I protect her from this cult of death? Can't be done. I do not believe that you can raise a child in this country today protecting them from the cult of death. It is ever present. And, that's pretty much all I have to say about that. So, Keith, do you have any YouTube comments?
I just found one, Greg, that stood out. It says, "I've had this song in my head for about 5 straight hockey games now."
Nice. I found a couple. I believe that Chris Hanna is the most underestimated musician in Canada, which I loved. Another one says, "Couldn't agree more. All these military salutes and pageants and pregame shows make me groan inside. Hockey is just a commodified Canadian institution nowadays." So, some people are paying attention. I wish everybody was. But, I have a teachable moment here to kind of take us out. This is all a series of moments that have ratcheted up the intensity of our society over the last 20 years since 9/11. We pit American against American, Canadian against Canadian in a thing, sports, that should be such a happy-go-lucky, unified, fun atmosphere where people can be people together. Instead, if you go to a game now and you don't stand, you're going to get yelled at, like you said. I have felt that feeling many times. And now what I conveniently do if I go to a hockey game or a baseball game is I stand outside where the vending is. And like I stand in like the beer line when I know that the anthem and stuff is going to happen. And so I usually am able to bypass that strategically because I know when it's going to happen. But one of the things that catches me out every single time is when they randomly drop the military soldier appreciation moment in the middle of a game. And here tonight in attendance, we have so-and-so. And then it's like, and then comes the group right of submission, right? They spring it on you when you're in your seat, comfortable, watching a game, having a good time, and bam, they just chuck it at you out of nowhere. So that's something that bums me out. But can you imagine how many unreported instances of harassment have occurred in stadiums of people getting into arguments in the stands at a sporting event in any given stadium, from little leagues to minor league to NBA to MLB to NHL to NFL, where someone yells, "Hey, stand up," at someone who doesn't automatically rise to their feet like an unthinking automaton? This isn't just a top tier pro sports problem. This goes on at every level. And I can't even imagine how many dads have yelled at people at Little League games or something like that if they see people in a crowd who didn't stand up for something. Like, this is like us subjecting ourselves to being harassed in a country that allegedly values freedom overall, but really isn't all that free. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of as we conclude this episode.
Yeah, Greg, I have to say that I think that everything has a history, right? The food that we eat, the cars that we drive, the games we play, and the things taking place during those games. And we should never take those variety of things as at face value.
Yeah.
We should not settle by allowing whatever surrounds us to just become normal. Unusual and disturbing images with consequential implications that eventually just become routine. They become tradition and ceremony that you don't question. And you say, that's just the way it is. And I think we have a chance to dismantle the harmful elements from the things that we love. So maybe our kids will grow up in a world where unrestrained displays of imperial might aren't the backdrop to the happiest moments of our lives, but we're not going to be able to do that if we don't have open and fair conversations about it.
Yeah. Do you want me to rank this?
Yeah. What do you got?
I got a 5, baby. It's a 5 out of 5. One of the best songs of all freaking time. How can you beat this?
Yeah.
How can you beat this?
Yeah.
It's surreal. And like, all you got to know for the reason this is a 5 is you and I were talking off air earlier about a performance at Fest in like 2015, where the camera is close up on Chris. And then all of a sudden the lyrics come in. Chris sings Dear Ron McClain into the microphone, and you can't even hear him sing because the crowd is so loud, right? This is like one of those moments, man. Like this, I'm like getting goosebumps, like thinking about seeing this song live right now. And God, it's just one of the best songs ever. And I know that every Propaganda fan out there just thinks this song is just one of the greatest.
It feels hard to be able to dismantle like the power and the legislation and the contracts and the wealth that is now like binding the federal government, the Department of Defense, the military with these institutions of entertainment and athleticism. But hearing the fans and people in the crowd sing along at least makes it feel a little bit like there are other people who are on board and aren't happy with the route that we've taken. But you know, for me to even not know much about anything about hockey or sports in general, I still love this song. It resonates in other ways, since unfortunately, you know, the NFL has even more money. It has even more flag toting. In the U.S., they're more, you know, war-loving drones, automatons, like you said, banging the drums of war while chowing down in pregame snacks. I mean, it almost feels even more of an issue in the United States. So, yeah, I think this is an incredible song. I'm giving it a 5 as well, Greg.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for listening to this insanely in-depth and very, very action-packed episode 50. Thank you again to our guests, Sheldon Burney, Scott Radinsky, Emily Plamondon, and Carl Bullets. You all are awesome, and we're grateful for your collaboration. Oh, and Tim MacMillar. Holy smokes. Did I say Tim? I'm saying Tim twice if I missed him. And you can find us on social media, on Instagram and Twitter at PropagandyPod. You can email us at propagandapod@gmail.com. And we're just thrilled to reach this episode 50 milestone. Thank you again to everybody out there. If you listen all the way through to the end of these behemoth episodes, you're just a champion, and I want to hang out with you and have a beer someday. So thank you so much for listening, and we will see you next time.
What's wrong with
just wave my hand like this. Like this is usually my hand.
And I know that you've used this in your own classroom, as have I, once upon a time when I was teaching undergraduate courses in a college of education, where I got a lot of blank stares at me at the end of it. But I was trying to use it as like a music analysis for how to use music as a source in a social studies classroom. So I've actually tried to use this one myself. Tell me a little bit about why you chose Dear Coach's Corner, and then we'll get into some of that other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great song, great content. I'm not a hockey fan or anything. I'm not against hockey. It's just not something I grew up around or watching. I mean, it's cool. They have a team here, the Knoxville Ice Bears, and I want to go. It's just hard with kids to do stuff at night and bring them, etc. So I have nothing against hockey. I think it's cool. It's just not. I grew up wrestling and playing baseball, so I can totally like the line. I should say, when he talks about all his fond memories of childhood, etc., are connected like totally with me as well. Like so much of my youth is connected to wrestling and baseball and, places. I still talk to people and they're like, oh yeah, I'm from X. And I'm like, oh yeah, I played in a baseball tournament there. Like I wrestled. And sports connect you, my son is wrestling now and he's just finished his first T-ball season. And they really do put you into contact with, folks you might not agree with and that you might not spend your time around. There was at my son's baseball game every weekend, there was a car showing up with like these huge like billboards on it in support of like the freedom truckers, anti-vax, all this type of stuff that was on there, and so you do get put into contact with folks that you would disagree with. And so Chris is still saying like, yeah, even though he disagrees with Ron McLean and his pro-military, strong foreign policy and all this type of thing. And he's saying like, yeah, we still have this connection because we both are like unreasonably love this game of hockey. And it's a kid's game at the end of the day, but like, we love this shit. And so I totally get that. But, at root, the song is totally Durkheimian. There's a sociologist, one of the founders of sociology, Emile Durkheim from France. And he basically wrestled with the question of what holds society together. And in his book, basically what he argues is that rituals hold us together. And not just what we would normally think of as religious rituals, going to mass, and of course all of that is there. But he says, he asks in one passage that, is there anything different between Christians celebrating days in the life of Jesus and citizens celebrating all these different holidays and basically saying that there is, and from him we sort of came up with this term of a civil religion. And so that there are rituals, there's rites, there's rallies, all these terms show up in the song too, around, for instance, the US, be it standing up with your hand over your heart, singing, et cetera, celebrating 4th of July coming up, Flag Day. There's all this like showing of respect for something that's sacred, which is, in this instance, is the country. I'll just tell this story. I think it's apt for this, the content here, and he says, he talks about at one point, military people rappelling into the arena, and he's saying, this is just fucking insane. And it literally doesn't make sense. Right. I mean, so my niece and nephew and their parents recently emigrated to the US from Albania. And, we were up there during the summer up in Cleveland. And I was watching the All-Star game that was in Cleveland with my 10-year-old nephew from Albania. And so the soldiers are marching around and he's like, why are they marching around? And then there's like these big military planes that fly overhead. And so he's like, is the president there? And I said, no. He's like, Well, what are they doing? Are they securing the facility? Like, are they trying to lock it down? Like, is somebody like trying to invade? I'm like, no. He like couldn't quite understand, like, why would they have soldiers on the field marching around and like these huge military planes all flying over? But I guess it's like because, you know, we're saying like the military is great and kind of like glorifying the military. But like from his perspective, it like made no sense. Like he thought that, yeah, it was being secured because the president was there, not as just some like, you know, military parade. It was just basically what it is. It's a miniature military parade. You know, we talk about, you know, how they would do that in the Soviet Union or North Korea, but that's basically what's going on. It's like it's a miniature military parade that's there. And it's like these rituals that we're doing to show reverence for the country. And Durkheim, you know, he says it's not just, you know, in class when we teach about it, I talk about, you know, think about going to, when I was at University of Georgia, going to a UGA game. You got people are getting dressed up, they're getting painted, they're putting shirts on, some are altering their mindset. You know, it's totally like a religious thing. They're doing their dog chants. They got a dog mascot that's you know, someone's dressed up as a dog. People are you know, doing all sorts of things, wearing jerseys of other people. I mean, it's totally ritualistic and religious in many respects. And I mean, concerts have a very ritualistic element, and the solidarity that's generated, birthday parties, even the songs, all these type of things. And so Durkheim was sort of like, this is what, you know, brings people together, these sorts of rituals, and that they generate what he called collective effervescence, that you feel connected to other people, and that this is a, you know, it's sort of a, you know, it's kind of a mundane observation. Of course, he's writing in the beginning of the 1900s, but it's also very profound, and that is true, that we often do seek out, whether it's a religious service, whether it's a game, whether it's a concert, whether it's a birthday party, that you get together and have this collective solidarity that ultimately is showing some sort of, saying something is sacred, be it a friendship or be it the team or the country. And this is, and so we read Durkheim, and then I play the song, and it's just so like the rituals, the rites, the rallies. I mean, the song is totally what Durkheim is talking about.
I'm so curious about how your students go from reading that to hearing this, and then what those conversations are like in your classroom. Do any like examples linger in your mind of how those conversations have gone?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, it's kind of funny playing the song because I don't know what they expect, you know, and then it's like 10 a.m., you know, and
and you have to explain who Ron McClain is to a bunch of kids in Tennessee.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then it's like, and then it's so crazy at the beginning, like, and he's just like thrashing, you know, and they're just like, what the, and then it tones down, you know, and so we listen to the song, and then I do think they start thinking about like, why would you do that why would you have the military marching around for like a baseball game, you know? Yeah. I think then the conversations are there, and we start thinking through where, you know, elsewhere we see these types of things. And I can't say there's one thing that necessarily sticks out in my head, but I think that we sort of just try to illustrate. I think it's a fun illustration for them. I try to mix things up in class with songs, and, you know, I need to do that a little bit more. Have a little fun. Maybe I should do an extra credit where they bring some songs to me or something, and then
that'd be awesome.
Yeah, we could play them in class if they connect to like a sociological concept. But no, I think they like it. It's a fun exercise that I do. I always feel very awkward right away, because then you got to picture like me standing up in front of the class, and they're all like listening to it, and I'm just standing there awkwardly, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm supposed to play like air guitar or what, you know? Yeah. And so I just, it's awkward, but no, but they like it. And they, I think it evokes a lot of discussion about the themes, and sort of like making something that's very familiar to us, which is you go to the game and they come out with the guns, and sometimes even like shoot them or something, and you're just like, why does this connect, you know?
Yeah.
So it does a really good job of evoking conversation. I played another song, I'll say, I took a sociology of sexuality class in undergrad, and me and another student had to do a presentation on like gender roles and stuff. So I played refusing to be a man, and the professor was like, it was amazing to see. This dude was like 70, and he had never heard anything like that, and he was just losing it. He was like, this is amazing. I got to contact the publisher, because he was using a textbook. He's like, this needs to be in their textbook. He was going out of his mind. And so that was great to see. But I played that as an undergrad in that class.
Amazing. I have to point out, Tim, that you literally did what Chris did with, having to have this conversation with his niece, but you had it with your nephew. Like this, yes. Like it literally happened exactly in the same way with your own family member.
Yeah, I never connected that. That's right. Now he says this culture of this culture of death. They taught, how do I tell her? Yeah. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, exactly. Cult of death.
I'm wondering about your thoughts on the end of the song here too. He's got these lines that I just love. It takes a village to raise a child, a flag to raise the children until they're nothing more than ballast for fulfilling a madman's dreams of a paradise where complexity is reduced to black and white. Can you tell me just a little bit about some of your reaction to that? Because I think those lines are just amazing.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's I think those lines are amazing. I mean, it's sad. People are always like, support, we got to support the troops. Well, then don't fucking send them into war, and don't drone other people. That's how you support the troops. Don't fucking, I mean, it's you're forever destroying families. I mean, I see it all the time. People on Facebook, that will have a brother who was killed when he was like 20 in Iraq. I have friends that were over there talking about all their buddies who were blown up. Yeah, a flag to raise the children, right? To dying. And often, it could bleed into a different discussion. Dying, for what? Ultimately, at the end of the day, for what? It's I would say U.S. global domination. It's basically so that the U.S. can be the dominant actor throughout the world. That's that they're dying for the flag to try to keep this, keep us the military might, but it's insane because you're ending people's lives, you're traumatizing families, countless families. And sometimes that trauma does turn into criticism. You do see a lot of veterans, a lot of folks who are, I think it's very important to listen to many veterans who are now, speaking out about war and its consequences and all the rest of it. And so, I those lines are really, really chilling, well put together and super chilling.
Do you have any thoughts on any of the music in this song? I know you kind of talked about it a little bit, but do you have any specific thoughts on any of the performance of this tune?
I mean, I think, again, this gets into propaganda, now they're getting super complex. I mean, the music's amazing, and it really is. When it really it starts out crazy, then it's like muted, and then it starts getting into it, puzzled by, dun, 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 and it just, it's just really, it's got that, again, this word is overused, but it really does have this like epic, intense feel. My wife Iola is she likes propaganda a little bit. She hasn't listened to like her whole collection, but I remember when this album came out and I was playing it all the time, she absolutely fucking loves this song. So she can she can sing every word. This is like the one propaganda song that she sings. She knows every word to the song, and so yeah, I think that's just a testament. It really, she doesn't really listen to propaganda. When I put them on, she likes it, but this one song she really connected with, and it's just like, this is so fucking good,
Yeah.
And I learned every lyric.
Nice.
And, it's really a great fucking song. I mean, and musically, I mean, it has multiple dimensions to it, and again, there's like no chorus, but like everything is like catchy, but complex. And it just, this one I think should go in the Propaganda Hall of Fame. So
amazing. Well, Tim, let's bring this in for a landing here. We've covered so much ground on a couple tracks from Let's Talk More Rock, Potemkin City Limits, supporting cast, some really awesome stories. I'm just wondering if you have any like summative thoughts or takeaways on kind of like why this band matters to you, like how they kind of fit within the grand scheme of your life, and just any sort of like takeaways for our listeners today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm forever grateful, for the band's existence and for what they've done. It's hard to be in a band. I played in a couple to get people together, to get them, on board, to put their life on hold, to make it a priority, and then to have good song content and go out there and put yourself out there. I mean, it's not easy. And so, and they're still doing it. And so I'm so grateful for this band's existence. And as I said at the outset, maybe I would have found my way to Howard Zinn or Chomsky or thinking about vegetarianism. But as it unfolded, Propaganda was the entity that directed me initially towards those things. I became a vegetarian because I read what they wrote and it made sense. And I had never thought about it before. And so I became a vegetarian because of this band. I did read Zinn and Chomsky at an early age because of this band. I started thinking about the fact that people were using homophobic slurs. I'm like listening to this band when I'm like 12 or 13, and I was using them too. And then I started thinking about that and stopped. And so this band really introduced me into alternative ideas that I wasn't getting anywhere else at that particular point in time. And there really wasn't all that much on the internet. And so, and the music is great too. The music is excellent too. So they're like the total package, like great music, great messages that still resonate with me. And I can honestly trace where I am today back to Propaganda, that they were the initial entity that really opened the door for me to looking at foreign policy and all other sorts of inequalities throughout the world. And then when I was in undergrad, I found sociology, I was like, holy shit, this is like people doing scientifically what punk bands like Propaganda and the Broadways and Operation Ivy and others are talking about, talking about classism, racism, sexism, and they're studying it scientifically. And I was like, this is like totally like the punk rock discipline. I mean, other disciplines, you can do this stuff too, not just sociology, but that was the one that clicked. I was like, this is like everything that fucking Propaganda and other punk bands are talking about in college. And so now I'm a political sociologist and writing on these things, and forever grateful for their existence and their continued existence, and being good people and trying to make a better world, better musical world, and all the rest of it.
Love it. Well, shout out to the Broadways as well, and past guests of the podcast, Brendan Kelly. Great shout out there, especially because I'm from St. Louis, so the Broadway's just up the road in Chicago. It's kind of a nice little Midwestern connection. But Dr. Tim Gill, real pumped that you took so much time out of your day to come and chat about your work and the music of this incredible band and this batch of 4 songs that you curated for us to chat about. It means a lot, and I'm just really grateful to you for spending the time with me today.
Thank you. I'm grateful for what you're doing with the podcast, and very happy that you had me on. I really appreciate it, and I enjoy listening to all the guests.
down from the arena rafters. If not so insane, we'll be grounds for screaming.
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. Welcome to the 6th episode of the miniseries on A Catastrophic Break with Consensus Reality, the record featuring Chris Hanna and friends. On this episode, Chris and I discuss the Patreon version of Dear Coach's Corner, originally from Propaganda's Supporting Cast LP. After that, we'll hear more from guitarist and producer Murray Pulver, who was instrumental in the creation of this alternate version. Remember, there are 3 ways to enjoy this series. First, you can listen to each song individually with Chris and the guests. You can listen to a 1-hour version with just me and Chris with no guests. And you can listen to the full 4.5-hour jumbo edition that includes all of Chris's commentary and all guest interviews in the order of the record. Please enjoy. Chris, let's go back to the next track on the record, which is Dear Coach's Corner.
McLean, Dear Coach's Corner, I'm riding in order for someone to explain to minus the distinction between these mandatory pre-game group rights of submission and the rallies at Nuremberg, specifically the function the ritual serves in conjunction with what everybody knows is in the end a kid's game. I'm just appealing to your sense of fair play when I say she's puzzled by.
So we're going to hear more from Murray and Paul in a little bit that we heard earlier with regards to speculative fiction. But I'm wondering if you can talk to me about what stands out to you about the reimagining of Dear Coach's Corner. What stands out to you that you can remember?
I guess the strongest memory and maybe the most representative memory of the whole project was the first time I went over to Murray's house to even investigate whether this idea was feasible or not. Like I'd run into him at one of my son's soccer games. I think his nephew or a friend's nephew was on my son's team, and I had just been asking him about what he was doing for work, and he told me about production. And I was asking him, well, what does production entail? And I made a joke about him helping me record some songs, and he was like, yeah, man, I'd be up for that if you have something, and which I was surprised by. And then I went home and started thinking, well, maybe this isn't as big of a joke of an idea as I think it is, which is a real strength of Murray's, which is to instill confidence and calm and a sense of possibility in people like me that grapple with self-doubt. But so, yeah, anyways, I went to his house to talk about it, and he was like, well, man, let's hear what you got. And he pulled out this guitar, and I was like, oh, okay. He had this guitar, I think it's called a dobro. It has like a steel top thing on it.
Okay.
And he wanted me to play on a different guitar, this acoustic version of Dear Coach's Corner, which, I was mortified to even attempt. But again, Murray is very disarming and he also has a really good sense of humor, which kind of puts people at ease. So I was up for giving it a shot. And so I started, and Murray just joined in, and like immediately I was just bowled over at how legit it sounded despite my vocals and my guitar playing. I was like, fuck, this is it. This is all it has to be. Like all you need
all you need is Murray Pulver on this dobro or whatever it's called to pull a legit sounding song out of thin air. And it was a cool moment for me because it kind of unveiled the essence of the song itself, and it was like this weird affirmation that it was an actual song and not just a bunch of well executed clattering and shrieking. Like, right. I knew it was a legit song in some ways, but the way Murray played it, it was a bit of an epiphany for me. So that was really cool.
Something that stands out to me about the way you talk about Murray and the session players that were on Speculative Fiction and Dear Coach's Corner is that I feel like with Propagandy, you've always described it as, a very laborious process to make the music that you all do in the band. But now you're seeming to work with these people like, Dave Landreth and Murray Pulver, who are playing these songs, but it's so much of a different, like more of a natural style. Like they understand music on such a level that it just comes out of them almost effortlessly, and it helps you re-envision your own work. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. Like things are laborious with Propagandy. Like it's completely different, but I have to emphasize, I still love that. Like the thing I like about being in Propagandy, like primarily, is being in the practice space with those guys and laboring over stuff to the point where we're going insane. So like, I'm not like, just to be clear, I'm not disparaging that process. It's just, it was so different. And to see how these guys do it. And I think somewhere between those two processes is another, is another level. You can combine the kind of forensic, mind-bending work process in Propagandy with this completely loose and open vibe of these established studio musicians and make something even better.
Do you remember like watching the band play this in the studio while it was being tracked? Yeah, I do. What stands out to you? Like, what do you remember whenever you kind of like close your eyes and remember it?
Well, I guess again, like Murray just scribbling down these little charts for the players, moments before Paul pressed record, and these guys just looking at the notes and going, okay. And then he presses record and they start playing, and it's like, what the fuck? It's happening. Like that's all it takes. And, particularly I have this vision of looking through the studio glass and seeing like Dave Landreth is he's just sitting down on a cab or something, like in the corner, playing, like, not that he wasn't paying attention, like he didn't need to, like, he wasn't hunched over his bass, like worried about what was coming up next. He's just in the moment, playing with a facility that is not familiar, I think, to anybody in our band. And it was just really impressive to me.
Amazing. The vocals, the melody, you've adjusted the melodies, you left out some lyrics at the end, and I'm wondering if you have any reflections on the vocal performance that you kind of went through with the reimagined melody and also the omission of some vocals.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. Like, this vocally, I think, did I have more trouble with this one? I think I had more trouble with this one because it was a little more naked, a little less to hide behind. Maybe it was a touch less or touch more out of my wheelhouse. But I think I pulled it off good enough, like, for who I am. And I actually think at the end of this song, did we make a mistake in the studio with the structure? I can't remember if this was born out of a mistake that we missed a part, but at some part, like the lyrics you're talking about that are missing, I think it was because we made a mistake in the structure. We were like, oh, how do we fix this? And I was like, well, wait a minute. I think actually the idea of the song is actually over there. Like in the song on the Propaganda record, maybe those didn't need to be there. So I was like, okay, well, let's end it there. And I thought that was, I really enjoyed that. Like I was like kind of excited by that. Oh, wow, we're changing this and we're editing it and it works better. Which is, I mean, that's subjective obviously, but I thought it was cool.
I love it. Well, we're going to hear from Murray. Murray's got more comments on Dear Coach's Corner. So we're going to throw to Murray Pulver, who played guitar on this track. So let's hear this side of the story from Murray. We'll be back in a bit.
As the soldiers inexplicably repel down from the arena rafters, if not so insane, will be grounds for...
Do you want to chat about Coach's Corner for a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Tell me. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Tell me your thoughts on the original Coach's Corner from supporting cast.
Well, I feel like it's so, being Canadian and with a title like that, I don't know if you've ever seen an episode of Coach's Corner.
Absolutely.
You have. Yeah.
I lived in Saskatoon for a couple years, and so I never knew about Don Cherry or Ron McLean until 2007. I think was when they kind of came onto my radar. But yeah, I definitely have taken in the spectacle of the Don Cherry jacket selection.
Yeah. So the title is such a. Man, it's such a cool title. And Chris being such a hockey fan, he's just, it really, clearly was like, oh, I better listen to this song. This is going to be pretty cool. And lyrically, like it could mean to me a few different things. And I've seen chats where people are like, coming up with their own versions of what it's all about. But I just thought the song was fantastic. And again, I listened to the original a bunch of times. I was like, how the hell am I going to do this? Like, I really don't know where to take this and what he's talking about, like, how are we going to make this so he can sit and play this at a comfortable volume? And because I was picturing Chris at some open mic night playing these songs. And then again, I hate to say it, but I really, no, I don't hate to say it. I'm happy to say that Jen's version really made me pick it apart a little bit and get into the lyric a little more. And maybe because I play with so many or produce so many singer-songwriters, it was just an easier way for me to take it in and then sort of, throw some ideas at Chris. He just came over and I'd reworked some chords and thought of a little riff and stuff on the dobro. Actually, he goes, "Oh, I like the sound of that," but it's all I had at home right then to play. And he was like, "Yeah, that's what it should be." And I'm like, "Really? This is too easy, man!" Like, but the original song is just so fantastic and incredible performances by that band.
Yeah. What I'm feeling about whenever you say something like this is too easy, like your musical instincts are, different than his. Your experiences are so different than his. So what comes totally second nature and quote unquote obvious to you would be something that may be completely brand new to him. So like while it feels easy to you, I'd say it's your years and years of experience in that. Yeah. His years of experience in something totally different that makes you feel that it's easy, but him feel that it's like, whoa, this is amazing.
That's exactly, and that's a very good observation. And like, because I would play certain voicings on the guitar, he's just like, what? How the hell do you do that? Like, what is that? And then we'd get into guitar nerddom, and like, I could never play what he does. Like, it's like, so actually, like, he just was super excited about playing something differently. I don't know if he's ever tried to play these like they are, but.
Yeah, well, and I guarantee you he got to learn new stuff with you, which is awesome.
For sure. Yeah.
I love that.
It was a sharing.
So you mentioned that you kind of used Jen's video sort of as like a picking apart starting point. Any other memories that stand out to you about kind of really when you like honed in on like the new version?
Like I said, it's a long time ago, but I don't really, nothing stands out to me as being like, oh, I gotta do this. I think once I had the initial, like kind of verse and thought and the form together, I kind of ran that by Chris, just kind of almost played him the first verse. I'm like, what do you think of this? And if he was excited about that, then I'd run with the rest.
Sure.
And say, okay, well, I can do this then. And I, because to be honest, when this started, I was like, holy shit, I'm out of my realm or league here. I really don't know how the hell I'm going to do this. And, a bit of nervousness too, because, even though like we're a similar age and we're from the same small town and friends, like they've become something that it's a different world from what my world is. And so I was kind of nervous in approaching like, well, what about this idea? And, thinking I'm going to go cowering home I hate this shit, this is, when I said this is what I meant, not, but Chris is such a great dude and so easygoing that it was actually made it so easy. Again, I use that word, but it made it super fun too. Like it was something that I had no preconceived notion going into it, and just it was musical freedom, which is just like, that's how music should be. That's how, good music happens.
I love it. Do you have any like stories or memories that stand out from being in the studio doing your parts on this one, or, thoughts on the other guys as well?
Yeah. Well, like I said, all this happened so quickly.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I'm going to play this on dobro. And I just grabbed some shitty dobro and played the riff. And then doubled it on acoustic. And again, like Chris is like just a cheering section. He's just in the sidelines, like, yeah, that's it. Do that again. Or now what are you going to do? He'd ask me, he's like, what do you do with this? And I was like, well, what about this electric part or whatever? It was honestly, Ryan and Dave really, they set a really great, canvas to sort of work shit on. And I think I put just like maybe 2 or 3 guitars on it. And then said, Chris, is this cool for you to sing on? Is that enough sort of inspiration? And he took it home and then sent me wicked vocals. I sang backgrounds and added a few more little, embellished kind of things. And that one was done. Actually, that's the first one we did. Like, that was completely done.
So it sounds like to me like this was just pure joy and fun and really not that stressful. Like, it feels like it was very organic and that everybody was like, very dialed in on this, but like it wasn't like a massive struggle or anything.
No, and I feel like, because I work with a lot of artists where there's label, there's management, there's momagers, dadagers, there's all these people involved where that adds this pressure. And this is just Chris and a wide open Chris, and just being, let's just have a blast doing this. And I don't know where it's going to go. And I'm so far loving everything. And he was just, I just think it was like a rebirth for him of these songs, and just excited to see where that could go, and excited also to see that it can happen, that like these songs can be rethought and reimagined.
The song it cuts off a little bit of the original version at the end, right? Like, right. So it's a little shorter lyrically. Was that done just solely for a different ending impact or for time purposes? Like, do you remember any of the conversation about why the song is shorter lyrically?
That's true. That's right. I think Chris just said, yeah, let's just cut this shit off. Like, I think we're done with it. because I think it's too long, especially, because it's, tempo wise, it's slower and all that stuff. And I may have said too, like, do we have to do this part? And not fully realizing, maybe what part did we cut out too? Like, I don't even know. Like,
I can't remember off the top of my head where it cuts off, but it's only like a line or two at the end. I mean, it's not that much. Oh, yeah. Not that much.
Yeah. I think he just didn't want to say it. I'm pretty sure it was just like, I don't need to say that shit right now.
Okay, cool. I like that.
Which might have been just a headspace decision or something that, that's the thing too, when you write music and write lyrics and then you're in a different point in your life, you might feel like, well, that was unnecessary, or, why the hell did I say that? Or
I like that. It's like a second, it's a second chance.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And because I've worked like, with songwriters who've had huge success with songs, and, but it just represents a different time and space in their life where they had that to say, and then they may have grown and thought differently of it. And so they sometimes hate singing the song that's made them huge,
Yeah.
And I'm going to check it out, which lines were omitted, because I forget. But yeah, I remember Chris saying, I don't need to sing that now.
I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask him about it.
Yeah. And he may go, what? We left that out? Oh, Murray, that asshole.
Oh my God. Okay. So you are on 2 of the 9 songs for this A Catastrophic Break with Consensus Reality record. There are many other people to play on it, many other styles of music, many different songs of artists that he covered. So the other ones are all covers. The yours are Propaganda originals. Have you had a chance to listen to the rest of the record at all? And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on the whole product.
I very quickly, because honestly, I think Chris only let me know a little bit ago that it was actually,
okay.
And so I just, I've been crazy busy, but I listened to a couple things, and like, I went to Wasted Years because, every guitar player, like our age, learned the riffs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just like, oh, it's so cool. And Chris singing those, it just gives it a whole different vibe. And so actually, I think Paul played on that. Paul played bass.
Darren Acorn as well.
Oh, okay. Darren Acorn. Yeah. Who I don't know. And he's a Winnipeg guy.
Yeah.
Like, Winnipeg's weird because for a small city, we have a lot of different scenes.
Yeah.
And so, there's the punk scene, there's this art rock scene, there's this like folk singer-songwriter scene. Like, it's just bizarre for a town this size. We have a lot of circles, and I know some of them, but not all of them. So that world, like, I've heard of Darren Acorn, but never met him. And
yeah,
I'd pass him on the street and not know who it was. But
dude, and now you're on a record with him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the funny thing. Yeah,
amazing. Well, Murray, do you have any other thoughts on this process or these tunes or anything else that may ring out to you or stand out to you, or just like a takeaway thought on like what this all means to you?
Yeah, well, to be honest, just a takeaway from it is I was just thankful to be just for that run-in with Chris where we could sort of chat, and we just caught up basically, and I was thankful that he was like, trusting in me to rework some of these, iconic Propaganda songs that were just like, I know how much that music means to prop fans. And so for me to take on that responsibility was kind of like, oh my God, like my brother, my ex-brother is one of the best, like biggest prop fans. And so, I just realized through him what this band means to so many people. And, and so I was just, I felt this pressure, but also was honored that Chris thought we might be a good pairing, to do this. And I was just, and I'm thankful how they turned out too. Like they really have a life of their own, and they could stand alone as something else, a different project even, like, so that's exciting too.
And now when he sings the songs live, he even alludes to these new versions with, some vocal change up. So they live on, even though these versions aren't the performed versions. Like for people that are in the know, they are like, there's that part. Yes.
That is wild. That's so cool to me.
It's an exclusive little club. Well, Murray Pulver, thank you so much for joining me to chat about these tunes. I hope that people will, check out some of your other work. But I'm just really delighted that you took some time to hang out and talk about these Catastrophic Break with Consensus Reality tunes. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, happy to do it, Greg. Thanks for having me.
To the God, no. Every fine memory of childhood that I know. Somehow connected to the culture of this game. I just can't let it go.
I've lived in this world for 20 years now, like,
all right,
just because I don't remember the name of the bass player on the album in 1986 doesn't mean I don't like them. Like,
yeah.
I
love how this I love that comparison of maybe this is like the Team America World Police of the punk rock world. That is super super funny. I love that. What an amazing observation. Cool. Well, let's jump forward a little more. So we're skipping Potemkin because we already talked about Bringer of Greater Things, and we're jumping forward to supporting cast. And you chose Dear Coach's Corner. Tell me why you chose it.
Oh, man. This one's a tough one to talk about. So I think for me, so I did listen to part. It was quite a long episode that you folks did on Coach's Corner. I think it was like over 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm assuming most of your audience has sort of the background to like who Don Cherry is, who Ron McLean is, who Grapes is. Like that's kind of all a part of this conversation. And I grew up in a hockey home where we watched every Saturday night Hockey Night in Canada. And my dad is one of the biggest Don Cherry fans.
Interesting.
Yeah. And my brother, I am not a sport person. I am like so uncoordinated. I'm the person on the sidelines who is cheering my heart out for you because I think you're doing swell and I love it, but I'm not athletic in any capacity. I just don't have that gene. But I grew up in hockey rinks, following my brother, eating rink burgers. Like it's just so entrenched in the culture. You can't not be a hockey person if you live, I think, in rural Saskatchewan anyway. And I think for me, it just didn't, like, all along I didn't fit, and I thought there was like something wrong with me. Like, I was like, why are all these people thinking this guy is great? Like, why is this culture so like gross? Like, but everybody's doing it, like everybody loves it, so like there must be something wrong with me, what I mean? Like I must not understand it. Maybe it's because I'm not good at sports, maybe it's because I don't know, right? Like so for a really long time I think I thought the problem was me not fitting in, just being the weird one. I was always like the black sheep, the weird one, like all whatever name you want to call it. And so then as I started sort of thinking and being more critical and reading and opening up to like different ideas and seeing more things and all of this stuff, I was like, oh, like this is why I don't fit in. Like, there are other people who think like me. There are other people who don't agree with this sort of, I call it bro culture or like toxic masculinity, whatever you want to call it. But like I said, I grew up with it. Like, it's just, you know, and like, there's a really awful derogatory term that I don't know if it's still being used, but in high school, we called girls puck fucks. Because they just wanted to go and sleep with hockey players because that's what you did in small towns. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is just so gross. Like, it's just so disgusting. But it's just like, it was just so normalized to the point where if you did try and call it out or like kind of rub up against it or bump up against it, like, you were alienated and ostracized and like left to the margins. You know what I mean? And so I think in the same way that like Showdown, I was saying, is sort of like a battle of my own two selves.
Yeah.
I feel like Coach's Corner is like that, like friction of the relationship with my dad, you know, and like growing up with him. And I adore my dad. We are so close. I love him. You know, he's fixing my minivan today for me because that's what good dads do. You know what I mean? But, you know, we are politically and philosophically on very opposite ends of the spectrum, to the point where there have been times where my mom, who's kind of a very lovely peacekeeping mediator between the two of us, of like, we aren't talking about politics at the table anymore. Like, this is over. I'm not having Raylee leave in anger anymore because you two are fighting about policy or government or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And so when I think, I'm just going to pull up the lyrics here for Coach's Corner, like, when I think of that relationship growing up with my dad and all of the wonderful things he's taught me, as well as all of the things he taught me that I needed to unpack and untrench and undo almost, right? And I say my dad is sort of like the royal dad, royal we, like that culture of men in small town Saskatchewan. Like, it could be my dad, it could be any of my uncles. Like I was saying, my own kid was kind of calling out my uncle this week. You know what I mean? Like, that sort of generation of men as like my dad is sort of representative of that royal we, right?
Yeah.
And I just think like the song itself is like, if we just want to talk like not the lyrics, it's just like a totally different vibe. It's so like, it's longer, it's more introspective, it's more it's not a banger. Like, this isn't one of my banger songs, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he just you can really hear it in Chris's voice that he's just like, he's trying to make peace with, again, like how I was trying to reconcile the two selves of myself. Like, I feel my interpretation of his thoughts, and I don't want to speak for you, Chris, is that he's trying to reconcile loving these two things that are counterproductive to each other. Like, how can I be this human and also want to do these things, but this culture is so awful for this thing? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I really feel it like coming through in his voice and in the music in a way that was new to me when I think about Propagandy. Like, I feel like this song has a really different just energy to it that made me really stop and be like, holy, this is Propagandy? Like, what's going on here? This doesn't sound like, you know, like, kind of threw me for a loop. So then when I think about that, like I said, there was a contest. I don't know if it was an official contest or just some media click yes and no, do a voter poll or whatever for like world or best Canadian, you know, like,
yeah,
to try and vote for who you think should represent Canada as like the best Canadian, right?
Yeah.
And like, Grapes was on the list.
Yeah.
I want to find this. I will find it for you. It's quite a few years old now. But the other person was, do you know who Tommy Douglas is?
I do, yeah.
Okay. So, Tommy Douglas is not without his flaws. I don't want to like rah Tommy Douglas, but father of universal health care, which is what people really think about Canada and love about Canada, right?
Yeah.
And like, I'm like, how can you vote for Don Cherry over Tommy? Like, even if you hate the NDP, even if you are not voting left, like, you are saying that this ranting, racist bro is better and should be representative of our country, and Tommy Douglas shouldn't be? Like, are you even kidding me right now? Like, and a lot of people voted for Grapes. Like, a lot of people really, because of the hatred of the NDP here, Tommy Douglas you can't separate Tommy Douglas. Sorry, NDP is one of our political parties here for some of your listeners who might not be familiar.
Yeah.
They tend to be more left-leaning, definitely center-left in my opinion, but so he can't be, and there's a lot of people, the right-wing people really hate the NDP. It's very entrenched. And so because Tommy Douglas was leader of the NDP, like, he can't be separated from that.
Right.
Like, but like, healthcare dudes, like, you can break your arm for free.
Yeah.
And you're saying that Don Cherry should be representative of us as a society, like, and so, like, yeah. So I feel like the friction between Ron MacLean and Don Cherry sort of almost represented, like, I felt like that friction between my dad and I, where Ron MacLean was just like, hey, but like, why don't we stay on topic? Or like, let's talk about the things that matter. You know, I wouldn't say that Ron MacLean is a particularly progressive, left-leaning. Like, I don't know what he is politically, but comparatively, he's pretty progressive, right?
Yeah.
And so I kind of felt like, yeah, that the song just really sort of represents, like I said, like, I went out to that small town party and no one knew what heteronormativity meant. And I was like, I still like you guys, and I grew up with you, and I'm so nostalgic for the memories that I have with you, and you're good guys. These are the guys that, like, if something happened to my family tomorrow, that's the community that would show up on my doorstep with casseroles and feed me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because that's what small towns do, and small communities do. But yet, like, there's so many things about your ideologies and so how do I reconcile that? And how do I reconcile, like, these conversations I have with my dad? And like I said, as I'm trying to set a better example for my own child and how to navigate that so that they don't come up against the same things I did, you know, like, in giving them the language to be able to kind of call these people out. And they did it with their uncle and stuff, right? And like, it's a tough road to navigate.
Definitely.
And yeah, so that was kind of my thinking when I was thinking about this song and why I put it back on the list after I had originally taken it off. And then I was listening to it. I'm like, no, I need to talk about my dad. Everybody, we need to talk about my dad.
You know, something I'm really loving is that you chose Dear Coach's Corner to kind of discuss, like, masculinity and maleness as opposed to refusing to be a man. Like, I really like that you picked something that was, you know, you could have picked either song to kind of talk about that topic. And I love that you went with Coach's Corner. And I just looked up that contest, The Greatest Canadian, and it was from 2004. I have the top 10 results here. There are
good. I'm so glad you found it.
Yeah, there are no women on the top 10. So apparently no women are within the top 10 greatest Canadians ever, according to this poll. So that's something to unpack. But Tommy Douglas, the premier of Saskatchewan, who is the father of universal healthcare in Canada, is number one. David Suzuki, the environmentalist, name that a lot of people will know, and he is ranked number 5. Lester Pearson, the 14th premier of Canada, which is where Toronto's airport is named after, is number 6. Right. Don Cherry is number 7. And Don Cherry did beat Sir John Macdonald, the first Prime Minister of Canada. He also beat Alexander Graham Bell and Wayne Gretzky. So apparently Don Cherry is considered a greater Canadian than Wayne Gretzky, which that was pretty surprising.
So I'm assuming, if you still have that thing up, was it across Canada, the vote? Because if it would have been Saskatchewan specific, I don't think Tommy Douglas would have ranked that high.
Yeah, no, it was all Canada. It was for sure The Greatest Canadian is a 2004 TV series as well. So there were there were approximately 500,000 viewers per episode on the series. And the initial process nomination phase received more than 10,000 names. And the second phase of the process was the voting, where Tommy Douglas was given to be the winner. So yeah, you can find that. It's like
surprised you voted that high.
13 episodes. And so you could probably find that. It came out on CBC, and you could probably find the whole thing on YouTube. So if anybody's out there looking to watch that, that would be something you could track down if you felt like it.
Thanks for finding that. That's really cool. And I think too, this song, came out in 2009. I became a parent in 2013. And at the end, when it's talking about it takes such a village to raise a child, but just a flag to raise a child. And I think now, as I'm seeing again, my own child who takes after their mother, sports, not their strongest, best feature, They're not going to be, and they don't want to be. They're not interested. They love drawing and art and comic books and reading, and they want to be a mycologist when they grow up.
Cool.
You know what that means? Like a mushroom specialist.
Yeah.
That's the kind of kid that I have, and I love them, and they're just amazing. But so now they're trying to kind of navigate that sort of bro patriarchy culture. And, my dad has softened a bit after years of conflict with me. And he knows now that I can put up with it because I can hold my own. I have my own sort of thoughts, and but he knows that if he starts saying that stuff around my kid, we're done. We're gone, we leave. I'm they don't need to hear this. No, not okay. So he has sort of started kind of biting his tongue a little bit more because he loves us and he wants us to hang out. And so, yeah, I feel like I'm really talking trash about my dad. He really is, again, a really great guy. But
I don't get that impression at all.
Would have really voted for Don Cherry, and definitely is the woke culture is a problem, and troops, and military, and F Russia,
right.
Those are the things that he would say. And so growing up, that was just always what I had to navigate. And I think that this song sort of encompasses what I did and so many other people, between that Ron McLean and Don Cherry sort of dichotomy. And
amazing.
I remember one more quick, when I lived in Vancouver, I was there for the 2010 Olympics.
Oh, cool.
And sure, but there was a lot of conflict because how much money do we spend on this? Well, our houseless people are on the streets with no harm reduction,
right.
And just all the displacement of people and movement of marginalized folks to accommodate this big rah party of just pomp and circumstance. And I remember just really struggling with these athletes have worked so hard, they deserve, they've just worked so hard. But it's just, to me, the Olympics can be really elitist, because who has money to play sports, especially hockey? Poor people don't have money to play hockey. I work in a really impoverished community school. Those kids, they don't get those same opportunities, right? They don't have a parent who can drive them to the hockey rink at 6 a.m. and then again at 4:30, but that doesn't diminish the athletic expertise that is that athlete, but it is really, it's really classist. It's really, and Canada won the gold medal in the last minutes, and I heard the crowd cheering because I was like 10 blocks away from where it was happening. And I was like, it was just a really weird feeling of like, I'm proud, but also I'm not proud. I don't know. How do we do that, Chris? Chris, how do I do that? And this song helps me figure that out.
Yeah. And I think that he's still, one of the things he might say, or, I would never speak for him, obviously, but continue to work on those feelings within yourself to, think about it and adapt and adjust and continue to grow, and don't just stay stagnant in your views because it's easy. And it's easier to be lazy than to think and change and grow.
The other reason I wanted to put this song, because I had originally removed it and wanted to talk about greater things. And then, again, because of the advocacy and work that I do for the LGBTQ community, because right now, have you been hearing all the controversy about the Pride Nights with the NHL? Do you follow the NHL?
Oh, yeah. I was watching the whole Eric Stahl meltdown and all that stuff going on.
Yeah. And so, it's still 2023, and here we are, not and so someone said, how do you feel about the NHL Pride jerseys or the Pride Nights or whatever, however your team chooses to, or whatever, acknowledge it. And we had a lacrosse team here that's a really big provincial lacrosse team do a Pride Night, and they were and they got so called out because lacrosse is very bro culture generally. And they were just like, screw you guys. We don't care. And they had a drag queen perform. They were just like, nope, don't care. So they really did a good job of just being like, nope. And they shut it down. Right.
Wow. Yeah.
But I almost think that these Pride Nights and now the controversy, pushback that's coming from the players, and some teams, I guess, is actually doing more damage to our community in a lot of ways, because it's again, if I bring it back to the Pride Month example of June, it's I know who shows up on June 1st with their rainbow shirt and pin on. And I know who is there every step along the way, the other 364 days a year, And I feel like these Pride Nights are kind of a micro or a macro, a bigger example of that, where it's you can't force representation. You can't, people by doing it and now allowing these players to not participate and have these huge conversations on national media, do you know how harmful that is and how sad that is for some poor little kid who wants to play hockey, who might also be queer or have a queer brother or queer sibling or trans, and now they're having to reconcile oh, but my favorite hockey player won't show support to my family. Do I have to choose? And I think that spontaneous representation is much more meaningful. I'm going to sit there and notice some hockey player who put rainbow tape to tape up their hockey stick. That's going to go much further for me than some sort of performative one night flash in a pan rainbow jerseys.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. The controversy around it has been really interesting to watch, especially on social media, watching all the teams put out their statements and things like that has been, and then scrolling through the comments, really interesting. And I know that people always say never read the comments, but I always do, because I find it to be important to see what people are thinking and hearing and talking about. So I don't even mind reading the comments, because I think that it's important to see what's going on.
I've stopped arguing with the comments. I will read them, but I can't engage anymore.
Yeah.
It's just it's too much. It's too harmful. I would be up all night and all day, and angry all the time. I don't want to be an angry person all the time, So I've stopped arguing with those people, because it's not worth it.
Yeah.
But yeah. And so I think it's really interesting. So what's 13 years later, we're still having this 14 years later, and we're still having this conversation between woke and unwoke, sleepy.
Right.
I don't know what's the opposite of woke.
It's
racist. I don't know.
It's crazy.
And like things haven't changed. You know, that culture is just so entrenched.
Yeah. Well, Raylee, I am very delighted by our 4.5-ish songs that we discussed. I loved hearing from you. I loved hearing your connection to the band as somebody who is, from Saskatchewan, a prairie Canadian, essentially. I love it. I love the perspectives that you've brought in and the personal stories that you've told. And I'm wondering if you can just send us out here on a note to the listeners on where they can find you, what to follow, and any concluding thoughts that you may have as far as like bringing this in for a landing.
Yeah, like I said, just wanted to thank you for inviting me to come on.
You're so welcome.
Banter back and forth on Twitter really paid off in this conversation. I really have appreciated unpacking this band and really dissecting it in a way. It's I don't know if it was possible, but it's actually made me, I think, appreciate them even more. Like this last 3 weeks or whatever it is since you threw out that invite, and me talking to all my friends and really thinking about, and the nostalgia. I've been reminiscing about the shows and the memories and the jam space and listening to Back to the Motor League, and that's just made me feel all warm and fuzzy and having those memories. So that's been really fun. I didn't know that Propagandy and their angry lyrics could make me feel so warm and fuzzy, but it does. So you can find me on Instagram and Twitter at queered_podcast. There's a username. You can email me at queeredpodcast@gmail.com, but the best place to find us is Instagram. That's where we kind of do most of our posting and new episodes coming up. And email us if you need book suggestions. A representation is just I cannot say it enough. If you need help finding a book about a specific topic or a specific character, or just to spark a conversation, please reach out. Brendan and I would love to chat with you and help, or just have a conversation with you about what that could look like in your classroom, in your learning space, or your family. Because sometimes it's happening in your kids' school and you want to know how to talk about it with your kids at home, and maybe that's a new conversation for you. And just know that representation is just so important if we want to help these kids grow into cool punk adults.
Amazing. Well, Raylee, thank you so much for joining me to chat Propagandy. It's been a real pleasure.
This has been awesome. Thanks, Greg.
Today's guest and hockey rock expert is Dave Zamboni from the world-famous all-hockey rock band, the Zambonis. In this conversation, we touch on the songs Resisting Tyrannical Government and Dear Coach's Corner. We talk about the history of the Zambonis, hockey references in music, our love of organ music at sporting events, and of course, hockey. I've known Dave since the 90s and always loved hearing him tell stories. I hope you enjoy listening to this as much as I enjoyed having this conversation. Okay, enough of me. Here's my conversation with Dave Zamboni. How's it going, Dave?
Very good, Steve. It's great to see you. I wish I was in Canada with you, but things happen.
They happen. So for those listening who may not be familiar with the Zambonis, I'll give a brief kind of background on the Zambonis. So they've been a band since 1991, writing all songs about hockey. In 1999, Maxim Magazine awarded them as the best band you've never heard, ahead of At the Drive-In. They played the NHL All-Star Game in 2002 and 2011. Their song Hockey Monkey was the theme song for the Fox television program The Loop, and they've been featured on ESPN, NHL Network, NHL on NBC, NHL video games, and in the New York Times. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, I mean, but that, it's the Go-Betweens, one of my favorite bands, we also beat them in that Maxim Magazine thing. But as you know, that did not change things for us. And At the Drive-In and the Go-Betweens are two of the greatest bands ever. So, but sure, LA Times, a lot of fanzines, but you get the idea. We've been around. If you're around for 32 years, things happen. Your bio gets a little better.
I mean, you got to scroll down like 5 or 6 times to get the whole bio on the website. It's so big.
It is big. I'm a Jewish kid, so that's the only big thing in my life. Sorry, is that all right?
Oh, that's absolutely all right. I mean, you guys have been doing this for a very long time. I mean, I kind of, my first experience with you guys was, I believe I want to say 1997. I came down to Burlington, Vermont with some buddies to see you guys play at Higher Ground. We brought all of our road hockey stuff, and we set up some road hockey in the parking lot of the venue after the game, and like the cops chased us out of town. It was this big ordeal.
Yeah, that was great. That was awesome.
So, and since then, I've had you guys come up and play in Canada. You guys have been killing it down in the US. So, and when I decided that I wanted to kind of, with the hockey season kind of coming up, and to have this little hockey season preview to try and, because Propaganda are a band that love hockey, and they've used hockey metaphors in their songs to try and talk about more serious subjects. I thought, who better of a person to have on to talk hockey and music than you, the person who pretty much champions hockey rock.
I do champion it, but what I love, we're not there yet talking about Propaganda, but I love the way they do that, and that's the thought of having a hockey band is just immediately idiotic, and the goal is to try to be somewhat intelligent with your hockey music, and not to do what you would expect, which one would be to suck, and two, to just do obvious songs. And there are those obvious songs, Drop That Puck or Lost My Teeth or whatever. But I really like the left turns and the artful way that they bring hockey into their music. And I try to do it in ours too sometimes, most of the time.
Well, I mean, your guys' stuff, it does stand the test of time. We'll touch on your guys' stuff in a bit. First, we're gonna dive into 2 Propaganda songs. So the first one that we're going to talk about is Resisting Tyrannical Government. So kind of just your overall thoughts on the song, if I can just get those kind of right out of the gate.
Well, I love the song. I love the music. And I also love that they took what would be a cliche, which was Jesus saves, but Gretzky scores. So, I've tried to mess around with doing stuff with Jesus saves, but that's they've done a good job right there. But it's a great song. It kicks ass.
The my favorite part of the song is a reference to "I don't want to be the Steve Smith of the Revolution," which is a reference to the 1986, at the time, Campbell Conference Finals in the Game 7, where Steve Smith happened to pot one in on his own net towards the end of the third period, which cost the Oilers from advancing to the Stanley Cup Finals.
That's incredible. Yeah, it's such it's a sad story. And where is Steve Smith today?
I honestly, for a while, he was working for the Buffalo Sabres organization.
Oh, I mean, then I will say I'm a huge Steve Smith fan, since we are playing with we're playing in Buffalo next week, actually, October 5th.
So huge Steve Smith fan. I mean, Steve Smith, he did well for himself after he popped that one in, 3-time Stanley Cup champion.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you a little bit about my Steve Smith. When I looked through the lyrics of that song, and I stand by this, my whole life I've done this. I've gotten in arguments with really popular rock critics and rock writers. Not arguments, but I've had debates. There's a band called The Vapors, which I'm sure Turning Japanese.
Yeah.
But besides turning Japanese, every song of theirs, every single song is an amazing song. And they put out 3 records, 2 records back in the day, and then they put out a brand new record about 4 years ago. And Steve Smith was the bassist, and he's one of my favorite bassists ever. Such a great bassist. Played the Rickenbacker bass way back, Rickenbacker, whatever, however you want to say it over there in Canada. But so there's Steve Smith. I have 2 favorite Steve Smiths now. But yeah, that story about him scoring on his own net that's a tough one.
You know, it's, and like to relate it back to the song being that, you know, if people are going to, about like riding your bikes to the G7 meeting and blowing up all the leaders, and is really that is, you know, what you think may be the solution to your problems, like immediately is maybe not the long-term outcome that you're looking for. You know, you get instant gratification, but is it really the long-term solution that you're looking for? Because, you know, as we know in politics, if you have a problem with one leader, that leader can easily be replaced with a better, with a possibly worse version of themselves, essentially.
Right. Well, let's remind you that in the song, it's not a meeting, it's a picnic.
Yes, it's a G7 picnic, because nothing ever happens at the G7 meetings. It's just them getting together to stroke each other's egos, and nothing ever happens. So that's kind of, you know, based off of that, you know, you can kind of see how the trajectory of that would go.
Well, sadly, I mean that it's the G7. It's really 95% of all politics. Nothing happens. So it's in this country, it's just at a dead standstill. So it doesn't. Yeah, we need more propaganda out there. That's true.
And in terms of like going back to like the musicality of the song, like, so Chris Hanna, the primary songwriter and singer and guitar player, he's an unbelievable guitar player. And this song here, I really like the kind of the little leads he throws into the song throughout it. But as being a guitar player yourself, kind of what's your just general thoughts on the guitar work in the song?
I mean, it's a great tune. The drum, everything. It's if you're gonna, it works perfectly for that sort of tune. For just with the message of the song, that the music matches the message perfectly. It gets you going. It's great. I wish I could. I'd love to write more story songs like these guys do, and 2, I wish I could write harder songs. But you know, as I get older, I keep on getting into the groove, getting a little too groovy.
There's nothing wrong with finding the groove and just sticking to it.
Oh no, I don't mind the groove, but I would love to. I'd love to write a song like that with that speed and that intensity. I think we need it.
I'm here for it if it ever happens one day.
Well, like I mentioned, there was a big article on Chris Nealon, and I'm like, oh, this is a great article. What a story. And the guy married into the Whitey Bulger mob family. And then you start to like learn more about this guy, and because that would have been a good song for that sort of vibe, but nah, not my cup of tea.
Yeah, it's getting more difficult as the years go on to find a you know, like if you're looking back at like kind of, you know, hockey's history and famous hockey people, it's getting harder and harder to find people who maybe don't have a dark cloud over them, or, you know, things from their past kind of coming through because of certain things involved with hockey culture. So it's kind of difficult to really nobody, you know, yeah, it's just getting tough. There's a lot of garbage things that have happened out there, and
nobody's perfect, but I'd prefer like a solid human being if I'm going to write a song about them, you know.
And you know, I had sent you that the article about from my Montreal Canadiens, the Arbor Jackeye story, and I feel like that's just a song waiting to happen.
Yeah, I read it. I agree. I agree. That I can get behind. Yes. And the fact that he worked at Costco helps me a lot. I enjoy their potato salad. I enjoy their salmon. So, yeah, I think we're on to something here.
So we'll jump into the next song, the Dear Coach's Corner. So this one here, this entire song is essentially a love story about hockey, basically. So kind of coming at hockey from an American perspective, what was your kind of access and familiarity with like Don Cherry and Coach's Corner?
Very little, back in the 90s, we had no access to him where I'm from in Connecticut. And then, I got more into it, and I enjoyed him a lot, actually. I enjoyed the crazy suits and the whole thing. But we really didn't learn about too much about him personally, but I did get the vibe that as the years went on, he was souring, in my opinion. I guess that's a good word, pickled or souring. His opinions, and I in this song, I completely agree with it that he's just again, not my cup of tea. But also I'm not a fan.
The public opinion of him over the years kind of changed, and then it kind of got to the point where people were watching Coach's Corner just to see what crazy stuff he would say, and then eventually it all caught up to him. But yeah,
and I am not one to cancel anybody. I'm not into canceling people, and I hope he's doing well. But it's just there's a certain mentality you just hope people can hold up to, and I didn't think he was holding up to that mentality.
No, for sure. So, and maybe this is a question you can kind of touch on it to whatever level you're comfortable with, but coming from being in the U.S. and coming at sports from an American perspective, and how the song references the military kind of coming down on Appreciation Night, dropping in from the rafters. How do you kind of view the integration of like military culture into sports and like in hockey in general? Because every team in the league has like military Appreciation Night. And I know up here in Canada, it's kind of a little bit of a contentious thing where people, some people like it versus some people just want them to play hockey. And
yeah.
I just kind of wondering based off, because I know like, you watch a football game every week, there's military flyovers, you watch NASCAR, like it's military everywhere. So the NHL is definitely on the lighter side with regards to it. But I was just kind of wondering, based off of what the song is talking about, what do you think of that?
I think the level of fake patriotism is involved in it. They're putting on a show, and no one's going to criticize that. And I'm completely thank you for your service to all my military guys out there. But when it comes to a team presenting this, I think it's more, it just to look good, to look great. And it's great marketing for them. You can't go wrong. I prefer Star Wars Night. I'm a big fan of the Star Wars Night. I'm a big fan of all other clever promotions, but it seems to always fall back on that, and the teams just cherish that moment. And I've known a couple guys that work for these teams, and I think it's a little forced.
Oh, I agree. It's one of those things where I look up, like I go to the game and I find out it's like, oh, it's military night at the game, because I actually went to a game in January of this past year. I went to the Leafs Red Wings game here in Toronto, and it just happened to be military night, I believe. And I was like, oh boy, how did this happen? I go to one game of the year and it's military night.
If you're the marketing man for said hockey team, they do it in every league, then I get it. It's an easy win. it's an easy win for most of the people there. Like it's showing that all of a sudden the team cares. Well, it's enough with that. You don't have to. It feels fake and it feels false. And I get it. Certain nights can be it, but they do it a lot, and it's overplayed. It's overplayed.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. So, and then the song references. So it's basically his letter to Ron McClain, how he's trying to reason with Ron McClain over the craziness of Don Cherry, and how Don Cherry was kept on the air for years and years and years, and how Ron McClain is supposed to be the voice of reason and Don Cherry is the voice of crazy, and how it's a very much a angel devil situation.
Right.
So what's your experience in terms of of the Ron McClain angle? Like, do you have any?
Whenever I watch the show, I wished Ron would kind of put Don more in his place. I wish it happened more often. It seemed like Don was pretty overbearing. Am I wrong?
No.
Yeah. So it was sort of sad and frustrating that Ron didn't do that. That's just what I saw. Again, we were busy here with our American broadcasters. We didn't really. Here in Connecticut, I would get the Rangers local, John Davidson, Sam Simon. So we didn't have the traditional Canadian broadcast. And then I ended up working at Versus, and then with NBC for a bit, and so I just never saw those guys that much. But whenever I did watch it, I felt bad. I felt bad for Ron McClain.
And he's still on Hockey Night in Canada to this day.
Yes. Yeah, I know.
He's had quite the run.
Is my opinion the way? I guess it's a torn. You've got to have your Don Cherry fans, right?
Oh, there's a lot of Don Cherry fans up here, and people still kind of every once in a while Don Cherry will trend on Twitter up here where people are wanting to have him back on the air, but you just can't have him on the air. It's just not. You can't put that on the air.
So what's he do now?
He had a podcast for a while. I don't know. I've never listened to it. But yeah, I don't know what he's doing. He kind of fell off the radar with people who don't, have the same viewpoint as him.
Right.
He fell off all of our radars.
Is he a Propaganda fan?
I'm going to guess he's probably not, just as much as they are not a fan of his.
Yeah, I would guess the same.
So going into the musicalness, the musical performance on this song. So this song here, in comparison to resisting tyrannical government, this song is a far more aggressive song.
Right.
So is there anything that kind of jumps out at you musically from this song?
I love the drums. I've been trying to get better at playing the drums, and I really love the drums on this track.
Jord, the drummer for Propaganda, is a very unique drummer in that he does not recycle any of his fills. My co-host Greg just had Ryan Green on an episode recently, who recorded was the engineer on 2 Propaganda records, and he spoke about Jord's drumming and how it's just very a unique style that's kind of unique to him in the way he plays to get the specific sound out of the drums, and his non-recycling of any fills just being kind of different how he approaches playing drums to maybe how someone traditionally plays drums.
So you're saying on every song there's never been a fill that was repeated?
That's what the people are saying.
I'm going to have to do some serious research tonight.
Changing gears here.
Yeah.
Let's talk a bit about the Zambonis. So what inspired a group of buds from Connecticut to start a band that writes only songs about hockey in 1991?
My buddies, Peter and Tarkin Cadis, were in another band called the Philistines Jr. And they were invited by the great legend John Peel to come over to England and do a BBC Peel session. And I met these guys earlier that year, and I just loved everything about these two guys, especially the music they made. And I just wanted to be in a band with them. They were not from the same planet I was on at the time. They just saw things differently, and their music was odd, and they produced all their own music, and they had a studio in their basement. So I went to England with them to do this Peel session. We go into BBC Studios and record this session. And that night we wanted to watch hockey. I think the Devils were playing the Rangers. It was playoff season. And we were like, oh, let's go find a game. And in England, trying to find a hockey game in 1991 is not easy at all, or 92 actually. And we looked and looked, and we found one place that said they had it, but they were closed. So, I said, let's just write some songs about hockey. And one of them, Tarkin, said, yeah. And Peter was like, no, that's stupid. But we did. We wrote one called Davy Hattrick, because there's a band, this guy Billy Childish had a band, sort of an offshoot called the Headcoatees, and they did a song called Davy Crockett. And we ripped it off. And then we wrote another one called Take Off That Mask. And, it was cool. And then we wrote another two. And then we came home, and this record label put out a 45 for us. And it was immediately on the college charts. It was crazy. And we were the name was easy, the Zambonis, because everybody loves the Zamboni, unless you're working for the Olympia brand resurfacer machine. But so that started it, and we made the college charts. And we're like, oh shoot, we got to make a record. And we made a record, and then we made another one, and we tried to break up a couple times, but we kept on getting gigs. So now it's 32 years later, and we're still here.
I mean, that's unbelievable. So going back to early on, so when you guys got back from England and you were putting it out, other than, making the college charts, what was the general consensus around when you guys were like, hey, we have a band that only sings about hockey and we're not from Canada?
Yeah, it was strange. At the time, we didn't know the guy. We didn't know about. We started before I think they started the Hanson brothers.
Yeah.
So we didn't know about that. We didn't, and that's the influence of Peter and Tarkin. We didn't even think about it. You're so young and dumb. You just do it. You're not thinking like, oh, like this doesn't make sense. We're not from Canada. Those guys they have a dual citizenship because their mother came from Latvia and then moved to Canada. So they actually have dual citizenship in Canada and here. So that worked out well, but no one knows that until this interview. But
I've known you guys for like 30 years, and this is the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, this is the first time I thought about it. Yeah, those guys, they have a place in Nova Scotia. They don't go there very often because their mom's 94. But yes, they have dual citizenships, so we should be in the Hockey Hall of Fame now. But yeah, it didn't make sense, and it still doesn't really make sense. But it's just something we do. And people, we've gotten many calls, even a job I got working for the Islanders. They called me. They're like, hey, what would it cost to bring you down from Canada? We want you to play a gig here. I'm like, well, not too much because we're in Connecticut, so it's, people just assume we're from Canada.
It's kind of it's a wild thing, but I'm here for it. So the name the Zambonis, how were you guys allowed to use that name, given that the term the Zamboni is from Mr. Frank Zamboni?
Well, I don't know if you heard the story, but initially we were just doing whatever we wanted. We had no idea about patents and copyrights. Our first 45, we ripped off the Rangers logo on the back, and we said something bad about Mr. Bettman on a helmet, and we were so stupid. It was great. It was really very freeing and very idiotic. But
you kind of started with that whole like kind of punk rock ethos, because I know Tarquin has played in punk rock bands and stuff like that. So you guys really had that whole DIY thing when you started.
Completely. Everything we did, we made our own. The artwork, all the artwork we do for ourselves, and printing and whatever it was. T-shirts, we screened them ourselves. But with the Zamboni, I'm like, when you start a band, the hardest part isn't writing the songs or deciding where to, put the record out, blah, blah, blah. The hardest part is naming the band. And this band was named, I think, within seconds of the idea of writing songs about hockey. So we're doing our thing, 94, 95, 96. And then something happened where we got into Rolling Stone or something. Something happened. And immediately we received a cease and desist from the Zamboni company. And at the time, Peter and Tarquin, who are really good hockey players, were playing in New York on a pretty elite team called the Hit Factory, which was all music industry people. And our lawyer was the goalie on that team. And he had leather pants and the one circle lens and one oval lens. And he said, "Don't worry, I got this. I'll squash these guys." So we're like, oh, great. Okay, I'm not going to mention his name. So we're like, oh, yeah, we got super lawyer. He's going to crush the Zamboni company lawyers. Well, a year and a half later, he gets back to us. He's like, listen, I got nothing. You guys are using it in the realm of hockey, and the key word is realm. So Peter and I decide to write a postcard to the Zamboni company, and we do. And the postcard, it says, please don't make us change our names to the motorized ice resurfacing machines. And within 2 days, they called, and we worked out a licensing deal and a handshake kind of deal. And then we did sign a contract. And everything has been pretty good since. Pretty good.
I mean, that's an unbelievable story.
Yeah. We're still challenged. They don't like, they had some problems with some things we did. Peter threw we had a piñata at a show in Philly, and Peter ripped it open, and all of a sudden some kid's tooth got chipped, and somehow the kid's father contacted the Zamboni company instead of us. So he thought we were part of the Zamboni company. So that wasn't great.
That sounds like a nightmare.
Oh, it was a nightmare. Yeah.
Oh man.
Bad enough we're just a hockey band. The chances of succeeding as an all hockey band is hard enough. But once you have to purchase liability insurance for each show because your friend ripped open a piñata, it's not great white problems, but it's not fun.
No, that sucks. I was doing a bit of research into the Zamboni company in general, and what I found was, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the Zamboni and the history of the Zamboni, but guess where they delivered their 10,000th Zamboni?
Where?
Their 10,000th Zamboni is property of the Montreal Canadiens and the Bell Center.
Oh, okay. That's a good answer. I thought it'd be some obscure, I didn't know what was going to happen. Maybe in like my hometown or something.
No,
that's amazing.
It's a milestone Zamboni at the home of NHL hockey.
It's the right place to deliver your 10,000th. I agree. I'm sure it was electric too.
This was back in 2012, so I'm not sure if it was electric back then, nor am I sure if it's even in use anymore. But
then cancel my comment.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if they even still use Zamboni ice surfacing machines at the Bell Center. It's been a few years since I've been to a game at the Bell Center, but
we need to look into that, because that would not be good. The other brand, I say.
I wonder if arenas, do they pit the Zamboni company against the Olympia company? Is that like a big thing? Is there a rivalry there?
Only in my brain, but I mean, I know which one I'm a fan of.
I know which one you're contractually obligated to be a fan of.
No, but I'm still a fan. I mean, anybody using the Z, and it is the machine. It is the ice resurfacing machine. It's the original. So,
I mean,
there's a reason
every time a kid goes to a hockey game, they're just mesmerized by the Zamboni. It's half of the attraction for little kids when they go to a hockey game.
It's not just little kids. My stepfather, may he rest in peace, he would go to games just to see the Zamboni. It was pretty impressive.
That's amazing.
He loved it. He started telling me things about it. I'm like, yeah, no, I know what it does. He loved it.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, have you ever driven a Zamboni?
Once, yeah.
How was that?
It was nerve-wracking.
Did you actually get to clean the whole sheet?
No, I started to do some stuff, but then I stopped. I didn't want to mess up anything. So I should go back and do it again. I have many invites to do so.
I think you should just get out there and start cleaning sheets.
I think I could do it. I can multitask. I'm good at video games. It's got to be just like a video game, right?
Because, coming from playing hockey and, playing in beer leagues and hockey growing all through up junior hockey and stuff, the one thing that every hockey player complains about is, man, those Zamboni drivers really screwed up the ice. Look at that puddle in front of the net.
Right. Well, let's see them do it themselves. Then do it yourself. Hop up there and let's see what you can do.
My whole life, I think I've been training to be a Zamboni driver, but obviously when I get a step up to the big moment like that, I know I'm going to screw it up.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to my friend Renee, who's now working for the Carolina Hurricanes. She's driving the Zamboni.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I probably should go down there. They reached out to us a couple times, and now that I know the Zamboni driver, geez, come on, we should get down there.
Tell me about your NHL on NBC 3 songs in 24 hours that aired on TV 24 hours after writing and recording them.
Oh, those are for a little while, we had people at NBC that knew the Zambonis and would just call us like, hey, we need a song for this, like now. And I was like, okay. And again, this guy, Tim Walsh, was in the Zambonis for 10 years and it's one of my best friends. He's in my other band, the Levies, and he fills in for the Zambonis once in a while. I said, Tim, let's go. And that's fun because you get paid to do that too, which is kind of silly. You get stupid money. It's great. So 24 hours, I'll write it in 7 hours. But yeah, so they just gave us like, we need this, we need this, we need this. And it's cool. One of the songs, oh no, that was a football song. Sorry. I only wrote one football commercial, but Don Ho ended up in the commercial. But yeah. I love that stuff. I love writing quick and turning it around. And if you give me a subject, that's even easier. Writing a song for myself with the Zambonis, you have to think about, what's the song going to be about? What am I going to do here? What's this? But they're saying, hey, we need a song about this guy, this team, and it needs to mention this and this. So it's much easier. It's like a scripted process for the beginning. They give you some bullet points.
One of my favorite kind of quick hit / jingle of yours is your kind of punk rock tune you guys wrote about deodorant.
Yes, Tarkin. That's all Tarkin. Tarkin only wrote 2 songs in this band in the last 32 years. He has helped a lot in every way, but Tarkin sitting and writing a song. One was called Shot Score, and the second was Old Spice needed a song, and he ran upstairs, and all of a sudden he comes down. I got it. Leave your stink at the rink, and it's an awesome song.
It's a great song.
We played it twice live in 32 years, and the second time was about 3 years ago at a show. We just sort of figured it out backstage. I'm like, let's do it. He's like, okay. But yeah, we got paid 2 right guard. What did I say? Did I say Old Spice? It was right guard. We got paid with 2 right guard jerseys and $500. So we sold out early.
It's an awesome song. I've always liked that song. I'm a big fan of what Tark brings to the band. I feel like I really connect with him because I feel like we have a similar kind of background in the music we like and the bands we've played in and stuff like that. So I really enjoy his dynamic.
Yeah, I totally. I mean, I've known you for quite a while, and in the old days, in the very beginning of this band, Peter and I would sit and we'd write like Referee's Daughter together, writing these fun little rhymes, and that's a Zamboni song for those that don't know. And while we're doing that, Tarkin he's had a Fugazi show, and that happened quite a bit. He would always, I'm like, hey, we're going to write today. He's like, well, I'm going to see Fugazi. So that was, he was there, and we were writing these jangly love songs. But when he came back, he'd add something interesting to the song too.
And that makes sense because people don't just like Fugazi a little bit. There's no middle ground. It's you either just don't like them or you're obsessed with Fugazi.
Yeah. What's interesting is Tarkin is the most moral person I know in my life. To this day, we do things a lot. Every week we speak 3 or 4 times a week, but we do things. Last week we went and saw the Lemonheads together, and he gets that. That is a Fugazi character trait. There's just nothing more moral and correct and kind than Fugazi. Ian Mackay is he's the shit, and Tarkin is the shit.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, Tarkin actually, he also he spends most of his time now helping Afghani refugees get into this country. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm selling bootleg Hartford Whaler shirts, and Tarkin's doing that. So there's the difference.
I mean, we all have what we do.
I'm not selling. I used to sell bootleg Hartford Whaler shirts, but Tarkin would never sell a bootleg Hartford Whaler shirt.
So kind of bringing this back to kind of where we all got into this in terms of hockey references in music. And there's lots of bands have mentioned hockey. There's, you mentioned the Hanson Brothers. You have a hardcore band from Boston called Slapshot. You have, Stompin' Tom had his hockey song. We have another band up here in Canada called Jughead who have another song called Hockey Song.
People always ask us to play that song because they think we did that song. That's more in the style of some Zamboni's music, and I wish we wrote it. It's a classic, but it's not our song.
So it's oddly enough, the 2 hockey songs here in Canada, you have the Stompin' Tom one, which is, a long time ago, that one.
Yeah,
and then and then there's the other hockey song, which is the one that goes, I played table hockey, some hockey. That one.
Jughead.
Yeah. So here, I'm about to drop some knowledge on you here.
Uh-oh.
So my partner Zoe, her dad wrote that song for Jughead.
No way.
Yes.
And he's not in the band?
He was in the band. He doesn't play in bands anymore, but that's his song.
But he was in the band, but now he's not in the band anymore.
Correct, yes.
Oh my God. That's amazing. Things don't go well with you and her. No, I'm just kidding. Wow, that's incredible. That's a classic. He wrote a classic.
Yeah, so he was big. He was big in the early '80s, like punk rock and scene here in Toronto, and he played in many bands. And Jughead was just one of them. But yeah, that was his song. So going back to it is, being the I guess at the forefront of hockey and music, what's your overall take on hockey making it into music? And is there any other, like, obviously Propaganda use it in their way, you guys use it in your way, is there any other, what's your kind of overall thoughts on the use of hockey called talk in music?
Well, the sad part is, and I don't know about what's going on in your NHL arenas, but all the music that we make, some of it does get played. I go to a Rangers game and they do play Zamboni songs, which is amazing. But for the most part, I wish there was more, not just our music, but there's other hockey bands out there. And I just feel like it's kind of like it would be an honorable mention to just play some of these songs. I mean, those Puck Rock Volume 1, that CD?
Yep.
Actually, that's the CD with Jughead on it. That's how I heard that song. There's so many great songs on that record, and barely one of them is played at a hockey game. And there's so many great songs about hockey. Good Lord, there's so many great songs about hockey, but none of them are really played at hockey games. They're going to play Bush, Three Doors Down, whatever they're still playing at these games. I just wish more hockey songs, not just ours, got played at these games.
I agree, and I know this is an audio podcast for everyone listening, but I feel like this record here that's behind me should have a little bit more love at hockey games. Have you ever seen that record before? For those listening, it's the Gill instructional hockey record set to disco music.
I love that record. Yeah, I can't. So it's blurry to me. I can't really tell what's going on there. But now that you mentioned, that's what it is. Yeah, I love that record. That's an awesome record. And there you go. My buddy Josh, he's the organist for the Red Sox. And he brings in so many different songs. So that's a lot easier because he can do that. But if I requested a song off that record right there, that Guy Lafleur record, to Josh, he would play it at the Red Sox game. It's incredible what you hear coming from the organ at the Red Sox games. He'll play Jonathan Richman, Lou Reed. He'll play anything, Fugazi, whatever it is. If you look at his set list, and I just wish more teams were more open to some more artistic selections.
Do you know what percentage of NHL teams still use organists?
I don't, but they're still around, but I don't know. Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that, but I know the Montreal Canadiens, their organist is Madame Diane Biveau, and she has her own custom Canadiens jersey with her name on the back and a treble clef instead of a number. And I've just thought that's the coolest thing. I wish they sold Diane Biveau jerseys at the store. I think it's awesome.
I should talk to you more because there's a hockey song, she deserves a hockey song. And I would love to write that hockey song. I've dreamed, as the years go on, I didn't get richer. So the money isn't flowing like when I was a single kid making hockey songs and buying a bunch of video games and Tron games, actual stand-up Tron machines. But my dream, if I can just succeed at this, if I can make it come true, is to have Josh or maybe being American, the woman you just mentioned, and just doing like Josh Cantor plays the hits of the Zambonis on the Hammond organ, and just an all hockey organ. I started to record it years ago, and there's 3 tracks there somewhere out there. But I'd love to do an all organ record of the Zamboni songs. That's my dream. Once that happens, this band is done.
That would be. I mean, I don't want the band to be done, but I would love that record. I'm a huge fan of the organ at the hockey games. I think it's kind of brings that whole classic vibe to it. Growing up, going to games at the old Montreal Forum in the 80s, the organ was such a huge part of the game, and now it's used so sparingly at the games because they, favor hits of the moment in pop music. I'm like, I can hear that garbage on the radio all the time. Give me more Deanne Bevo on the organ. That's what I want to hear.
Right. And, hockey is like going to church for some of us, and there's nothing better than a good organ playing at church,
It's definitely, I think it's a underappreciated art form.
Yeah.
And I wish more of it would happen.
Well, you give a nod to baseball, I guess. They seem to use it more now than hockey. I feel at the park you're getting more. You still get the organ at more baseball games.
I think it's because baseball in general tends to rely on more of like cultural history and stuff versus hockey. The NHL has been trying for so hard to become a mainstream sport in the US. They're doing everything to just appeal to the masses rather than lean into what makes them unique.
Yeah, there's rumors that they're going to change the puck for a football. Now, these are just rumors. These are rumors, but you never know. It might make the game more interesting.
The glow puck seemed to work out.
I love the glow puck. I'm still a fan. I guess that's the most USA thing I can say is I'm still waiting for the return of the glow puck.
I saw watching on during the playoffs last year. I can't remember which feed I was watching, but they had a glow puck and like the pass lines and the shot speed lines and everything like that last year. Honestly, I enjoy from a statistics perspective, I enjoy that part, but I don't need the glow puck. Like I can follow where the puck is.
I like that broadcast, but I had a seizure, so then I didn't enjoy it as much.
Oh, geez.
No, I'm just kidding. Kidding. All right.
So we're approaching the. We've been kind of at this for an hour, so I just want to kind of go through what is coming up in Zamboni's land. Do you have so in terms of gigs, in terms of any new songs or records coming out? Just tell us what's happened and where people can find you.
Yeah, we have songs ready to release. I'm trying to make a video for a brand new one. We're working on the video right now called Unforced Penalties, which I think you'll enjoy. It's more of a Sonics flavored. I'm a big fan of the Sonics from the 60s. So Unforced Penalties video and song will be released next. And then after that, a brand new one called Skating with Myself, which I wrote during the pandemic, which I really, really like. And I don't think anyone else will, but it's a good one. It's more of a kind of a Django Reinhardt kind of thing going on there but it's cool with a vocal though. No, not just soloing. And then a brand new one called That's Why I Don't Like Hockey No More, which I'm really excited to put out.
So I can't wait to hear that one.
That's got a twist. If you don't twist your hockey songs, you're just a pretty bad hockey band. That one is a fictional tale of going to the game and going to get a beer and your girlfriend's kissing another dude. And that's why I don't like hockey no more. And so it's a full 3-period story.
Oh, awesome.
It's a good one. And then most importantly, near where you are, Zambonis are playing in Buffalo on October 5th for a big Sabres pregame. They open their season the next night, but we're playing at Pearl Street Grill and Brewing Grill. I'm horrible with names, but
you got it.
Pearl Street, and October 5th. We're playing for 2 hours, so you'll get all the hits and more.
Including Russian pop song.
Which one?
Russian pop song, my favorite Zamboni song, which never gets played ever.
It's crazy that we brought that up last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Listen, I'll play it. We're not playing that night, but I'll play it for you in back. And you don't have to do anything for that in the backstage area.
I remember
I think it's one of our, it's our top 3 best songs ever.
I remember sitting in a hotel room in North Bay, Ontario in 2007. It was myself, you, and Sean Fogel picking out a set list for the Zamboni show that night in North Bay. And we were all writing songs on pieces of paper and putting them in a hat because we were picking out songs out of a hat for the set list. And
Yes.
I wrote in Russian pop song as the song I wanted. And when that got picked out, I believe the overall consensus was we are not playing that song.
Did we play it though?
No.
Oh, that's too bad, because after that, I brought it back because the problem was John had left the band, and John's got this really high voice. And in the song, I sing low and John sang high. But then Sean could sing that part. So I brought it back. Listen, I'm going to go, when we hang up, it's one of my favorite songs, that and Hockey on the Moon and Andy Moog meets Robert Moog. Those are my top 3 Zamboni songs ever. So I'll learn it, but we're learning so much. I had to relearn Hockey Party, which was a song I wrote for the Buffalo Sabres in 2002. So there's a lot of learning going on right now for this gig, but hopefully all of Montreal will cross over the border, bring us bagels, smoked meat, and come see us in Buffalo.
Well, straight up, I can pretty much guarantee that no one from Montreal is going to be there because it's about a 7-hour drive for them. But people from Toronto might be there, and I'm in Hamilton, so it's a 45-minute drive for me.
I always mix it up with you because you're a Canadian fan, right?
Yeah, and I'm from Montreal, so when you guys played Montreal, you stayed with my parents in Montreal,
right? And what high school jersey or what the Royals? What team is that?
The West Island Royals. That was my midget AA jersey growing up.
Well, I haven't washed it since I got it from you.
Amazing.
Did you wash it before I got it?
Unlikely. And that was from when I was 16. So
nice.
Yeah, that probably stinks, man.
It looks like it could still fit you. Did you gain any weight?
No.
Wow, that's impressive.
Still lean.
Yeah. Don't drink the lean, but it's good to be lean.
I do my best. But
all right,
yeah.
Steve, well,
So,
I like your Van Halen background a lot too. No one's seeing that.
No one's seeing that, but yeah, it's a Van Halen wall in my office here for everyone listening.
Guy the floor in front of the Van Halen wall. Not bad.
How can people find the Zambonis online?
Oh, yeah. TheZambonis.com. Oh, I have to tell you something really important. So TheZambonis.com is how you get in touch with us. We're on Facebook and Instagram and the other stuff we're on, but I don't really pay attention to it. But, it's not easy being an all hockey band, as I mentioned before. And yesterday, starting at 11 p.m. last night, we sold 123 CDs on our website, which is astounding. And today we had to delete all those sales because it was hacked from the Philippines. So today, what we thought was 123 CD sales cost us about $300 in IT help, and it was a complete nightmare. So come out and support your local hockey band.
Absolutely. So if anyone is in the greater Buffalo / Southern Ontario area, head out October 5th to see the Zambonis at the Pearl Street Grill, and you'll be seeing myself and my co-host for this show, Greg, at the show. We'll both be there.
Awesome. And if you're in the Philippines, hack a football band. Don't hack us.
Football bands can handle it. Hockey bands, the working man's band.
It's a working man's band. Well, we'll see you in Buffalo, and support your local hockey band, whoever they are. And I really appreciate being on the show. This is great. And I love the hockey references and propaganda stuff. It like comes out of nowhere too. It's like boom, boom, boom. It's inspiring.
Awesome. So thank you so much for being on the show. And this has been Unscripted Moments.
So your first song that
See ya.
you chose from your list is Dear Coach's Corner.
Yes.
You've kind of talked to me a little bit about what supporting cast means to you as a whole. And I'm just wondering if you can tell me a little bit about what it is about Dear Coach's Corner that made you add it to your top 3.
So, I mean, first off, I grew up and still a big hockey fan.
Nice.
Despite the turmoil that the Sabres are.
They are having a hard time right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
They've almost always.
Yeah. I mean, they're not re-signing Danny Briere was like the turning point of the franchise almost.
And it's not to get off topic once again, but I always say, like, I grew up in that time where they were awesome, like when Danny Briere is here. And when you're 10, you go for whatever sport's most popular. So that was hockey for me, and like football kind of sucks. So it's cool that it's coming around now, and I'm getting into it now. But so Dear Coach's Corner from the beginning, just the addressing HockeyNet in Canada, grabbed my attention.
Yeah.
No matter what the subject was going to be. But from what there, just the story about taking his niece, I think, right, to the hockey game. My family is all very progressive and leftist and whatnot. So, like, for us, when you have, like, the soldiers coming down, the wires, it's like, all right, we don't really like this. Or, like, the standing up and clapping for the troops. And it's like, why are we getting this free, Like, all that kind of stuff was always, like, bothersome to us. So it was cool to, like, have this identity with what I already knew was a progressive band because of how explicit How to Clean Everything is. But, like, seeing this come through in a song that was aimed towards the sport that I love, too. From a fellow fan. Was awesome. But it's so funny, like, I was an English major in college, and there's a lot of competition to be, like, correct about, like, this book and this interpretation and stuff. And for me, music was always something that was very personal. So I wasn't a big, like, lyric explorer. I listened, and I came up with my own lyrics sometimes when I, like, couldn't hear it.
Yeah.
So this song, I had them marked down, but I didn't bring it with me. I have 3 instances of misheard lyrics that I think are
love
funny.
this.
So if I'm going through... So what we have with what everybody knows in the end of Kids Game, I always heard King's Game.
Ooh.
And for me, I had this like identity because growing up how we did, like I couldn't afford to play ice hockey. Like it's so out of reach for anyone who doesn't have that sort of access.
Yeah, the gear is crazy.
Right. And I mean, I'm sure that Propaganda does come from a similar background in that regard. Maybe not with hockey because it's, a wider spread thing up there. But for me, it's like, hockey is like an unreachable thing, even though we enjoy it. So that was a cool like identity thing for me. Which, of course, in a Kids Game is also a great lyric too.
Right.
What's the other great one?
Well, and another thing about the Kings, while you're looking for the next one, is that the huge controversy of Wayne Gretzky leaving the Edmonton Oilers and going to play in Los Angeles for the Kings. Is a nice little thing, too, because Propaganda is well known as having seen Wayne Gretzky at the airport when they went to Los Angeles to record How to Clean Everything. So we're just going to go ahead and throw that little tidbit in there as well.
I didn't hear that until I watched that Fat Records documentary, and that was awesome, yeah.
It's streaming for free. Like,
is it?
Yeah. So I actually put it on the other day. I was like, you know what? I was kind of sick. I was not feeling well, and I was like, I'm going to watch a Fat Rec again. So I did, and it was a great time.
It's awesome, and I love that... the way he addresses the call out from Propaganda. I mean, which I just realized I'm saying it wrong.
No, you're not.
I'm not? Okay.
Say it however you want. I always, whenever it's come up on the show so many times and it cracks me up every single time.
That's what's throwing me off.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
funny.
it. Just say it how it naturally comes off your tongue.
So the next one I had in here is we both love this game so much we can hardly fucking stand it. I always heard we both follow the script so much we can hardly fucking stand it.
Interesting.
And I was like, okay, because I knew like that there's like an interesting relationship between Chris and playing live, right?
He does not like it.
Right. So in my head, I always process that as like, okay, he doesn't like this process of having to play the songs in a certain order in a certain way for like people to make them like it.
Interesting.
And I also thought about the same thing for the producers of the show because, I mean, with the lapel thing and all that, which I cannot stand.
Yeah.
Not to, I don't know what. I'm sure we have a similar feeling amongst the audience, but who knows? I just thought, there's all these compulsory things that they have to do as producers of this huge. I mean, producers and commentators on this huge sport there.
Right.
So this like identity thing where it's like, okay, we have these things we have to go through that are mundane, but also we both love this game so much we can hardly look fans. That also makes sense. Just, but it's also an odd unity point between two people who are so, opposed. I guess.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, and then the last one, I gotta find this here too.
Something that's so interesting about you mentioned like the being in a progressive family and watching soldiers come down and processing that. Because so many times people will say to sports players, just shut up and play. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so the people who say that seem to be the exact same people that would be infuriated if you didn't stand up while the troop thing was happening. Yep. And I'm just like, you can't have it both ways.
No.
You know what I mean? And so that's one of the things like that really jumps out to me about the way that your family watching hockey as politically progressively minded people, seeing this like military thing and being like, man, if the players express their opinions on what is happening right now, a huge portion of the people would be they would be very disappointed in the players' opinions on what was happening. And they would be the exact same kinds of people that would tell you to stand up and, be respectful and things like that, which is a really fascinating conundrum when you think about the NHL doing things that will inherently create the crowds to be angry at each other.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
The Pride Tape thing recently.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just jumping back and forth, and it's something that's so simple. Like, for me, like social rights are non-political,
right?
Like, why can't you have rainbow tape on your stick?
Yeah.
Why is this a thing?
Yeah, and then there was like huge arguments about like Marc-Andre Fleury's like goalie mask that he came into, and I'm like, man, the NHL is uniquely good at getting people in their fan base to fight with each other,
right,
and be angry at the league. It's really an interesting trend that they keep pursuing.
And it's as a Sabres fan, a few years ago when Leonard was on the team, I don't know where he's from, but he's not from the United States, and he got like a God bless Trump or something like that painted on his mask. I remember that being a big thing for me, but I'm like looking online and I'm like, oh, nobody else agrees with me here. Like, we're in the minority here.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that was another bothersome thing from there. But I remember watching. I don't remember who recorded it. It was that Fast and Propaganda played, and he introduced "Resisting Tyrannical Government" with saying like, "This song goes out to my favorite jock." And he's like, "There's not many of them."
Yeah.
But for Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah.
And I remember like so many people like still to this day with him talking about how terrible he was and all this stuff. And I'm like, I don't know. I thought he was pretty good until you didn't like. Him kneeling.
Yeah. Until you don't like the one thing, and then all of a sudden he's complete trash.
Yes. And I love that whole situation too, because not that this really matters to me, but like he got permission from, I don't know if you've ever heard this, like he got permission from a veteran. He said, well, I fought for you to have the right to do that. So the most respectful thing you could do is just kneel and move on with your day.
Interesting.
So it's funny that these people are like, oh, you're disrespecting the veterans. It's like, no, I actually cleared it with one of them. And,
Yeah, selective outrage.
Yes.
And there's so much to be mad about all of the time, and then we find our one hill that we're going to die on.
Absolutely.
Did you have a third misheard lyric?
I did. I just got it. So, how do I protect her from this cult of death?
Oh.
I heard cultural death.
Oh.
And that drove my perspective on sports for 5 years until I reread this lyric, and I'm like, oh, cult of death, which also lands up. But cultural death, I mean, we are spending all this money and all this time sitting and watching other people be active, and as much as I enjoy doing it too, it is to such a degree a cultural death. Like we're just, it's complacency.
Yeah.
Or like it takes up your energy, your feelings, especially here. Like we've had so much heartbreak. It's like, why am I letting this affect my day? Which it doesn't anymore. I don't really care at the end of the day. But but there's definitely times where it's like you really get bothered, and like you have these high-strung emotions here based off sports.
Mm-hmm. Buffalo is a pretty unique place in that regard. because like being from St. Louis, like the St. Louis Cardinals have won the World Series the second most amount of times in the entire major leagues. The Blues finally won the Stanley Cup a few years back in like their 52nd season or something like that. So the place that I'm from has a little bit less of a sports, like, and then the Rams won the Super Bowl like the second year they were in the city or something like that in the 90s. And so it's like where I'm from has a little bit different of a feel as far as like sporting tragedy. You know what I mean? But Buffalo is pretty unique in that regard. And then the fact that like the weather here is like pretty hard to tolerate, like 7 months a year, is another, you know, unique aspect of this city that drives people into that complacency as well, where we're all just kind of like hiding away, and consuming the things that come through the TV at us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then I guess the last thing I would say about this song, in general, is I feel a bit of a tie between like his relationship taking his niece into the sporting event where you kind of just have to be a part of this culture.
Yeah.
And then comparing that to teaching. I
Yeah.
mean, every day. It's funny. Like I went to a charter school where I don't know how many of the rules were followed. But like we didn't do the pledge ever. And I remember my first time, like when I was doing my student teaching, it was during COVID, so like everything was odd. But my first year where I was in my classroom for the first time, I'm running my homeroom and I'm like getting used to things. And all of a sudden they like go on announcements that do, and all the kids stand up, and I'm like, "What are you guys doing?"
Yeah.
And I'm like sitting down and I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then I got up and then like, you know, I did some research and I'm like, "Oh, I don't have to do this." And I told the kids, I'm like, "Hey, you guys, no, you don't have to do it unless you really want to."
Yeah.
It went from like 30 kids to like 2.
Did that gain you any pushback emails or anything like that?
No, I mean, there is a funny story that I leave off air. Not a funny story. It's actually horrific about a former principal at our school in that whole situation, but not related to me. And yeah, there's very little accountability, so I don't think anyone realizes.
The way that I would handle the pledge when I was a teacher in Missouri is that I would stand at the very front of the room, directly under the flag. So I would be at the very front of the room, facing like within a foot of the wall, right? So I can't see what any students are doing behind me. Whatever they did is completely private to them. They can't see my face. They can't see my hands. I would just kind of like put my hands like in front of my stomach here, so they really couldn't see what I was doing, other than the fact that I was standing at the very front of the room staring at the wall.
Yeah.
And I couldn't see what they were doing at all, so it was completely personal to them, and I had no idea what they were doing.
That's so funny. So my current class, I have an AP class first period, which is a blessing. Because,
the best.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we have a very strong JARA OTC program at our school, which I know a lot of people think is great because it helps the kids with their structure and whatnot. I'm personally opposed to that sort of, structure. So we have some kids on Wednesdays, they have to dress up.
Mm-hmm.
And so these kids will not stand anywhere.
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. On this episode, I am delighted to welcome Sunaya Sapurji. Sunaya Sapurji is a senior editor for The Athletic in Canada. Previously, she has worked as a junior hockey reporter and editor for the Toronto Star and Yahoo Sports. Sunaya and I found each other because of her article, How Hockey Became Hardcore, the often complex relationship between the game and punk rock, from The Athletic, in which Chris Hanna is interviewed. On this episode, we discuss that article in depth, talk about how Sunaya's niche as a writer weaves her love of punk and hardcore with her love of sports in general. Then we discuss Dear Coach's Corner, Night Letters, and Back to the Motor League. Go find Sunaya's writing at The Athletic. It is awesome. Without further delay, please enjoy my conversation with Sunaya Sapurji. Sunaya Sapurji, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
I'm super happy to be here.
I'm super happy that you're here too. And I'm a big fan of your work, a new fan, but I am so delighted to bring attention to your work to the listeners of this podcast. So why don't you just go ahead and start off and introduce yourself a little bit to the listeners out there so they know who you are and what you do.
So right now I'm a senior editor at a place called The Athletic, which is a subscription sports site. Right now I'm working on the NBA side. I take care of 4 writers who cover a bunch of different markets. I cover the Boston Celtics, the Raptors, the Spurs, Memphis Grizzlies, and the Houston Rockets. So it's kind of all over the place. But before I moved over to basketball, I was a hockey writer for a very long time, specifically junior hockey, which is like the CHL, the Canadian Hockey League. So it was like the Ontario Hockey League, the Quebec Hockey League, the Western Hockey League. And then sometimes I would do a little bit of NCAA stuff, not too much, but like the CHL was mostly my focus. So hockey background, though, working in the NBA now.
How did you get into sports as like an area of interest in general?
I don't want to say I always loved sports, but when I was growing up, I was surrounded mostly by boys, like all of my cousins and things like that. You know, when you're a kid, they were mostly boys. And so in order to kind of survive, I had to learn about sports, particularly hockey. And so it started off as kind of like almost like a defense mechanism. And then I actually grew to really love hockey. And I think when I was about 12 years old, I decided I was going to become a sports reporter because I knew I was never going to be able to play hockey or do anything that way. And I thought, well, the easiest way for me to be around the sport was to become a sports writer. So that's what I did. Everything from that point onwards was to become a sports writer.
That is super cool. So the life of a sports writer, I'm super curious about your day-to-day life. Do you watch a ton of sports? Like, how do you even go about processing like this many teams and games and different sports? Like, what is your kind of day-to-day life like in your job?
Yeah, so it's watching, like right now it's watching a lot of basketball. Thankfully I have League Pass, so I'm able to watch multiple games when they're on. It's also being on social media, just making sure, nothing crazy is happening or no one's saying anything controversial or whatever that we're going to need to write on. When I was still a reporter, I was going to games. And being a junior hockey reporter, a lot of it is going to, small play, like Owen Sound or Sudbury, like that's the Peterborough, those are kind of the regular destinations. It's not really like a glamorous kind of, you're not going to LA or, New York or those kinds of things. So a lot of the time is spent on the road, navigating snowstorms and whatnot and watching junior hockey games. And thankfully, the junior leagues now have packages where you're able to watch streaming wherever you are. So that's been helpful, even though I no longer cover junior anymore. I still try and keep tabs somewhat on what's going on.
You've got this, do you miss covering hockey? Are you happy doing the NBA stuff right now?
I'm happy doing the NBA stuff right now. I don't know. I have a weird relationship with hockey at the moment, with some of the stuff that's going on right now that I think we'll probably get into.
I believe we will, yeah.
Later. But yeah, not that basketball doesn't have its problems, but yeah, I'm happy doing something new.
I have been loving exploring some basketball stuff recently. I just finished the Last Dance series about the Chicago Bulls. I just watched Winning Time about the LA Lakers from HBO. So I have personally been on a little bit of a basketball kick myself, but I've just been really loving some sports stories to kind of my decompression in the evenings. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The Last Dance was great. Like that was just such a good, well done documentary. Yeah. I loved it. Really well done. Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't seen Winning Time yet.
Oh, you're gonna love it. I would watch it as soon as you possibly can. Obviously, there are critiques about the ways that the characters are depicted, so definitely like be paying attention, like the statements from some of the players that are depicted, and see what their thoughts are on it, because it varies pretty widely.
Yeah, like I think Jerry West actually sued them at one
Yeah,
point. So
it did not go well for some of the feedback. Yeah, but as far as TV goes, it's good TV. Okay, so we got some journalism covered. Let's tie in some other stuff. Let's talk about music. Tell me a little bit about your background as far as like your musical interests go, because our tastes overlap so much, and I'm just so excited to hear about this.
Yeah, so I grew up, I guess, listening to top 40 or whatever was on the radio at the time. Growing up kind of really before the peak of the internet, like it was really hard to find different genres of music. If it wasn't really played on the radio, it was hard to find out what else was going on. But I remember in high school, one of my friends had a Metallica tape. It was Master of Puppets. And I just became a heavy metal fan like the moment I heard it. And so that was kind of my gateway into harder or heavier music. The other thing that was so influential for me growing up was Much Music, which was our version of MTV. Like they had shows that were very specific. So like they had the Power Hour that would play, heavy metal. They had Rap City that would play like rap and hip hop. They had, a show called City Limits, which was like one of their sister station programs that would look at, like new wave and kind of, that kind of music. So that was really influential, growing up. And then the biggest thing for me was my last year of high school. I went and volunteered at a campus community radio station. It was at York University, which was the university that I was planning on going to. That pretty much just changed everything. That was like a total game changer for me in terms of like opening my eyes to pretty much everything, like how I saw the world, the kind of music that I was exposed to, the kind of people that I was exposed to. Like that was like everything for me.
Did you grow up going to shows at all? Or like when did you start getting into like seeing live music?
Probably a little bit later. The first show I ever went to with like that I paid for with my own money was Faith No More in Mississauga, Ontario, at this club. And I remember just being so stupid. Like I went right to the front, right in front of the wall of speakers there, and I think I probably lost my hearing for like a good 2 weeks almost. Yeah.
Do you remember what era of Faith No More that would have been?
That was with Mike Patton. I think it must have been when Epic came out. So that it was that era of Faith No More.
We're like 89, 90, like that early?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Did they tour like right after that?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so but maybe I don't think it was 90. It might have been like a little bit later than that, because I don't know if I had my driver's license at that time. My math is really bad. I don't think I probably didn't have my driver's license at that time. I think. Gotcha. I have to.
Well, I came to Faith No More way later. I only saw Faith No More for the first time in 2015, and just absolutely fantastic as always.
Yeah. I'm a huge Mike Patton fan. Like I definitely had a crush on him when I was younger, and so when I did a story on Faith No More, and Dan Boyle, who was a now retired hockey player who was working for them as a roadie. So when I wrote that story, I was like, please, can I talk to Mike Patton? And they were like, no. So, yeah, that was a bit disappointing, but it still turned out well.
What is your favorite Mike Patton project? Is Faith No More your number one?
I think so, though. I really like Fantomas.
Yeah.
Like, because I love the Melvins, so that's kind of the best of both worlds for me. So
yeah, that Fantomas Melvins big band record is absolutely amazing, isn't it?
yeah, no, like, I mean, pretty much I think everything the Melvins do is awesome, but I'm biased because I'm a big Melvins fan. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to have to go listen to Millennium Monster work later on today. I haven't listened to that record in probably 5 to 7 years, so I need to go listen to the Fantomas Melvins big band later on. Holy cow. Okay,
and they're all,
yeah.
So sorry, the other thing is they're all huge baseball fans. Mike Patton, Buzz, Dale, like they're all massive baseball fans.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you're the way that something that I love so much about your music, and we're going to get into this, but the way that you combine your love of music and your love of sports is something that really seems like a fantastic niche for you as a writer, because whenever I read your articles on The Athletic, I mean, you have articles on Bridge 9 Records, the Melvins, Faith No More, hockey and hardcore. I mean, it's such a fantastic little kind of like world that you've carved out. I mean, how important to you is like the connection between music and sports in your own work? Does that kind of just like inspire you and keep you kind of keep you motivated as far as a writing goes?
Yeah, you know what? I think at this point in my career, I'm only kind of interested in writing about things that speak to me, like that I'm interested in, that I would want to read. And like, I really don't care kind of how big it is, or how niche it is, like yeah, like I like the Melvins, so I want to write a sports story about the Melvins because I know that they love baseball. I like Faith No More, so let me write this story about Dan Boyle. Like I love hockey and I love hardcore, so let me write about that. So it's kind of things that I would like to read, and at this point I don't care how many other people want to read it. Like at this point I'm writing for myself, which is kind of selfish, but I've been pleasantly surprised by the number of people who also are interested in these stories too. So that's been awesome.
I mean, that's exactly my motivation for doing this podcast. Like, I don't do this for a living. This is just a hobby for me. But like, when we first started the show, our listenership was like really, really big at first. And then it has declined tremendously over the last 3 years or so. But I'm still working just as hard on it now with, even though the numbers are different than they used to be, because it's just like an obsessive project that I have to finish. There has to be a beginning, a middle, and an end to this project, regardless if nobody hears it or at all. It's just one of those things that I just am compelled to do, regardless of how many people actually consume it.
Yeah, like, I mean, but I think I've always been that, like, just thinking about it now, like I used to have a shitty zine, and it was a junior hockey zine, and like maybe 10 people read it, like, you know what I mean? But I didn't care. I put out like probably 50 issues, and I didn't care. And it would take me, this is back in cut and paste days.
Yeah.
Like it would take me forever to put together, but I honestly, like, I didn't care because I was just doing it for myself.
Yeah.
Really. And if somebody else liked it, then that's awesome too. But yeah, I think, I don't know, I've always felt that way. And I think that's probably why I got into junior hockey too. Like, not too many other people really give a shit about junior hockey unless it's the World Juniors. So at least in Canada anyway. So
yeah.
like, it's a very, again, it's like a very small segment of the population that's actually interested in it, but that doesn't really matter to me. It never has.
Well, let's chat about a piece of writing that you did, which is very good, very in depth, and it's a long piece with so much detail and research that went into it. And it's called How Hockey Became Hardcore, the often complex relationship between the game and punk rock. How did the idea for this article begin to percolate for you as you put this piece together?
So I think that idea actually started years and years and years ago when I was at the radio station. And so when I was at the radio station, I was a volunteer there, but I eventually became the sports director at the radio station. And that was like a paid job. It was like $50 a week, I think was my, or every 2 weeks was my paycheck. And I just, in the story, it mentions, that one of the posters at the radio station that was up in the sports department was of Slapshot. And it's that iconic Slapshot varsity jacket, the Boston varsity jacket. And so I knew there was like a correlation there. And I had done a radio show where I interviewed some people about their love of hockey. The Zambonis were like one of the, yeah.
I'm literally wearing a Zambonis t-shirt right now. And I just have to say that because listeners out there can't see this shirt.
So, I interviewed two of the brothers in the Zambonis. And then, I knew that there was another guy who was in a band, also on Fat Records. And he did a hockey zine called Blood on the Ice. And so I had interviewed him for it. And so growing up and watching much music, one of the first, I think, punk rock things I ever saw was a video for DOA's cover of Taking Care of Business. And so like I knew that they were into hockey too. And so there were kind of all these different things that were kind of flags like, hey, this is a thing. And so when I was at the Athletic, I kind of really wanted to explore that in depth. I actually didn't know how in depth it was going to be. Like that article is 6,000 words, which is
it's amazing,
crazy.
Yeah.
It's the fact that my editor let that go is like nuts. Like I cannot believe I got away with that, but I'm happy I did, but I cannot believe I got away with that. So,
do you ever see yourself doing like a book collection of sports music essays?
I would love that, but I
feel like you have a compilation, like it's in the works. I feel like you could almost like pull these pieces and just like, put it out as a collected edition of a book.
I don't know if there is a publisher like crazy enough to want something like that, but I would love to do that because it's two things that I really do love.
And it's basically written. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
you gotta start doing it because there is a publisher that is willing to do anything. You just got to find the right person.
Well, maybe somebody is listening right now.
Yeah. Hey, publishing people, do a sports punk rock and hardcore book essay compilation. Okay. So, tell me about some of your favorite experiences of like interviews that you got to do while you put together this particular piece, because there's so much music in this, from the most well-known people to people that I have never heard of in my entire life. And like, just tell me a little bit about the experience of putting this all together, because it's so wonderfully thorough.
So the first thing I did when I knew I was going to do the story, or I wanted to do the story, was reach out to Steve Perry. Steve is like a wealth of knowledge. So Steve used to be the station manager at the radio station when I was there. He was also in a couple of hardcore bands. He was in One Blood and Countdown to Oblivion. And He's been doing a radio show focused on underground punk and hardcore for decades now. You know, he was doing a show at CHRY when I worked there. He's still doing a show at CIUT. It's called Equalizing X Distort. And so he was a guy who I reached out to and was like, hey, Steve, like, what do you think? Like, do you think that this would work? Do you think I could talk to this person or that person? And so that's kind of how it started. And so I was just like, you know what, let me just try and see if I can. I think Stefan Babcock from Pop was the first person I reached out to. It was either him or Choke from Slapshot, only because like I knew if I was going to do this story, I had to talk to somebody from Slapshot, and if I could get Choke, then that would be amazing. And then kind of my wish list guest, my dream guest would be Joey Shithead. But I was like, I don't know if I can get him because, you know, he's now a counselor in Burnaby, BC. Yeah. And so I was like, I don't know if he still wants to talk about, you know, that aspect of his life, or, you know, if he has time even to talk about, you know, hockey, like, come on. So when I got that interview, like that was like, I don't want to say it was a dream come true because it sounds stupid, but like it really meant a lot to me. Like that really did mean a lot to me. Like, you know, if my career ended tomorrow, like I would still be thrilled that I was able to do that interview. Like that. I mean,
that resonates so much. Like every time I go back and look through the guest list of like this podcast and my other podcasts, I'm like, I've talked to people with Pulitzer Prizes, like New York Times bestselling authors. I've interviewed members of Propaganda for like 20 hours combined. Like, it's just amazing what this type of work leads you into, because they're the types of experiences that like someday we'll be like dying and we'll like be like, I did that. You know what I mean? Like, that's those types of moments for me too. So I totally get what you mean.
Yeah. Like I got to talk to Joey Shithead about hockey. Like, how awesome is that? Like,
it's amazing.
You know, like that was definitely a highlight for me. And then talking to Chris about hockey, like it was awesome, only because I think he was able to express a lot of the things that I felt, you know, being a hockey fan. So yeah, it was like, that was like super fun. The hardest part for me was trying to figure out how to put it all together, because there was just so much, and that's probably why it's 6,000 words.
Yeah.
Because yeah, it was a lot. And I think if there is one regret with that piece, it's that I wasn't able to talk to the Wright brothers from the Hanson brothers, you know, the No Means No side project, just because like I think they're such a huge part of that hockey punk rock like combination. And so that was kind of a regret of mine that I wasn't able to pull that one off. Just because, you know, I had been told that they were no longer doing interviews at that time. So yeah, but I think it turned out okay regardless. Like,
yeah. Oh, well, okay. So Chris's section of the article, Chris Hanna for Propaganda, his section shows up pretty deep into the piece. But what do you remember about just doing the article or doing the interview and getting to hang out with Chris?
You know, like I really enjoyed, like I said, talking to somebody who is able to express some of the same feelings that I have about hockey. And I think that was same for many of the other people I talked to for the piece. But there's one quote from Chris that I kind of go back to all the time. And it's a long quote in the story, but it really like encapsulates how I feel. And the last part of that quote is, I'm torn between these two worlds of being resigned to the way things are and being angered that this culture I love so much is populated by such fucking dingbats at times. And I just remember when he said that, in my mind, I was like screaming, holy shit, like, yes, like,
yeah,
obviously I couldn't say that, during the interview, but like, I think when you look at some of the things that have happened in the NHL and at other levels of hockey, I think that's pretty accurate. So, I mean, I really loved being able to talk to someone who kind of understood that conflict between liking sports, but also, having empathy and understanding what's happening in the world at large. So it was really refreshing for me, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and I get that too, because like I live in Buffalo and I'm a huge Bills fan, but every single week when I watch football, I'm like, watching people get carted off the field with broken legs and concussions, and like every week I'm cheering for this thing which is so violent and leads to so much like bodily destruction that I understand that conflict as well. Like wanting to, be a part of the local culture, but also seeing these people putting themselves in extremely dangerous situations and deal with injuries that they'll carry with them for the rest of their lives. Like that's crazy to me as well too,
Yeah, for sure. The other thing I really enjoyed, and you will probably appreciate this, but for the piece, I got everyone I interviewed to give me some songs that they would play at an arena, because most of the arena music is awful. Like it's so bad. And so one of the songs he selected was off of Tina Turner's Private Dancer album.
He loves Tina Turner.
Yeah, Steel Claw, which was so different from what other people had picked. So I totally loved it. He also picked a song from Rush. I can't remember which song he picked from Rush, but he also picked the Supremes' Can't Hurry Love, because he said that's the best song ever written.
Amazing. Well, if I was going to add a song, if you were going to ask me that question, my number one suggestion right now, off the top of my head, would be I Want to Dance with Somebody Who Loves Me by Whitney Houston. Absolutely love that song. So there's my out of left field selection for your hockey arena playlist.
Yeah, you know what? If we want to talk about arena playlists, like it's pretty dire. Like it's really bad. I cannot tell you how many times I've listened to Jock Jams in its entirety. Like it is just, it's brutal.
Like I feel like somebody at the Edmonton Oilers played Victory Lap by Propaganda at a game kind of recently.
So my understanding is, in research for that story, Victory Lap was actually the Oilers' entrance song for a while. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. So there you go.
So I have an idea for a podcast as well. Or maybe this could be a series. So I'm totally just going to blow it on the air here. And if anybody out there wants to do this, or if you want to do it yourselves, but I have a vision that someone out there will interview all of the organists in the NHL about their musical trajectories and put it out as a podcast. Like I just want to listen to interviews with every single organist that plays for the NHL about like their lives in music and sports. So that is my idea for a podcast that I'm putting into the world.
How many places actually have live organists now? I
actually don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't either. I feel like, I mean, for years and years, the organist for the St. Louis Blues was like my hero. I would go to the games and just love the organ music that was playing in the arena at the Kiel Center and the old barn in St. Louis. That was one of my favorite things about going to the game. So I hopefully that still exists in a lot of cities, but I actually have no way of knowing.
Yeah, I don't know either. Like I remember the Leafs used to have an organist, but I don't know. I don't know if maybe that's changed and so much stuff is done on computer now. Ugh. Like I don't know if they're just if they're just using organ music off of a computer now.
Well, let's chat about a couple of songs. So whenever I have folks like you on to chat about music on the podcast, I always ask guests to choose some songs, and your 3 selections are Dear Coach's Corner, Night Letters, and Back to the Motor League. And since we're already talking about hockey, let's start with Dear Coach's Corner.
Okay.
You, in the article, you called Dear Coach's Corner, quote, arguably one of the most poignant songs featuring the sport, end quote. I would love for you to elaborate on your thoughts on Dear Coach's Corner.
Yeah, I think the majority of hockey songs, songs that are actually about hockey, aren't that serious subject matter wise. It's fun, it's a kid's game, but I think this song is different to me. Like, I think there's almost a sadness there because it's looking at the big picture. Like, yes, it's something you love, but it's something that is also being used to promote destruction and militarized worldview. So, like, how do you reconcile that? I think is a big part of that song. And I mean, I think it's a great song. Even if you take away the lyrics, when Chris is like talking about, I love this game so much I can hardly fucking stand it. Like I get that. Like, that really resonates with me. And I think that's kind of what I wanted to talk about in my article is how do you come to terms with that? Because they're so juxtaposed. And I think the way I've been able to do that is hockey is a great sport. It's beautiful. It's fast. It's exciting. Hockey isn't bad. The people who are in charge of hockey are the problem. Like, sports aren't inherently bad. It's the people who are supposed to be the stewards of the game who are the problem. And that's kind of the way I've had to condition myself to think, to be okay with what I do. But I think that it's just such a great song that's not necessarily fully about, it's about much more than hockey, so
it's a family.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the other thing too, is like, Chris talked about the fact that the genesis of that song came from taking his niece to a women's hockey game. I think it was a women's world championship game in Winnipeg. I think during the intermission or whatever, these military members came rappelling down from the stands, which is in the song. And, I think she asked him, like, why do they have guns? And I think that was like, a valid question. Like, we're at a hockey game. Like, this is a sporting event. Like, what is going on here? And I think that's what's captured in that song, like, so beautifully.
Because whenever I think about how beautiful the performance of hockey actually is, if you picture an outside lake of like people playing hockey outside together or on like an outdoor rink in like a city park, I mean, it's so fantastic and wonderful in the ways that it can bring people together. But you mentioned the stewards of the game, right? So you're talking about like, the organizations like Hockey Canada, but you're also thinking about like the leaders like the NHL. And every time I look at the NHL, it seems that the fans are enraged at how the league has, like, in their view, bungled something, right? And that critique comes from across the entire political spectrum, from the far left to the far right. I feel like everybody's got a lot to gripe about whenever it comes to the NHL's stewardship. And, there's been things that professional sports have tried to deal with, such as like certain social causes, like gay rights and fighting racism. What are your thoughts on that? Because for me, it's like I'm an outsider who only tangentially pays attention, but it feels like the NHL draws special amounts of ire from fans. And I'm wondering if you had any thoughts and comments on that.
I think there's no league that leads the way in like own goals than the NHL. You know, I don't even know what their thought process is a lot of times, but you know, all you need to do is be a good person, is be inclusive. Don't, you know, bend to the will of homophobes. Like, I don't think it's that, you know, I don't think it's that difficult. And yet the NHL always seems to have a problem doing the right thing. And then there's sometimes when they don't have to do anything. They just need to keep quiet, and they insert themselves and cause problems where there weren't problems to begin with. And I think that I have a hard time understanding, particularly with the NHL, is, and especially when it comes to like the LGBTQ 2+ stuff, is that it makes more business sense. If you were beholden to money, it makes more business sense to be as inclusive as possible, because gay people buy hockey tickets, they buy jerseys, you know, trans people go to games. Like, I don't know why you would, you know, make your sport exclude those people from, and not only those people, but people who support those people, you know, like allies. Why would you do that? You're just cutting off, if you're so beholden to money, like you're cutting off revenue streams. So that's never made sense to me as to why they would do that. Like, it just, it doesn't make sense. Like, from a moral perspective and also a business perspective, like, why? But I mean, they've always kind of been like that. Like, I used to joke, I've stopped joking now about it because it's becoming too real. But I used to joke that if there was a way for the NHL to get Screwdriver to reunite for their All-Star game, like, they would. You know, like, that's, I'm sorry. Like, maybe I shouldn't have said that, but I used to joke about that. And now I don't, because it's becoming, it could, like, you know what? It could happen. Like,
you know, and what's so crazy too is there's like they'll like do the warm-up jerseys, and then they'll like take them away, and then there's like the stick tape, and then they'll ban it. And then there's like, you know, I think it was Marc-Andre Fleury that tried to have a goalie mask that had a certain paint job on it, and then they banned that from happening. And it just seems like an endless amount of like punching themselves in their own faces.
Right. Like, I mean, and that's the thing. It's like, but why did you need to do this in the first place? Because like a small handful of people were uncomfortable wearing a Pride jersey. So now you have to ban Hockey Fights Cancer jerseys. Like, it's like the stupidity is like endless. I don't even understand that anymore. Like, even at this point, like, I don't get it. Like, why? You know?
Yeah, my friend Sam is a massive hockey fan, and he frequently says best sport, worst league.
Yeah.
Frequently.
Yeah. And like I said, hockey is an awesome game. Like, I love it. I've spent most of my life covering it, but it's the people who are in charge, who are running hockey, that are the problem. And that's not just at the NHL level too, you know, like, that's Hockey Canada. That's, you know, minor hockey. Those people they're everywhere. So yeah, it's just, I don't get it. Like, even if they had done nothing, like, they probably would have been better off than to, you know, make this decision to appease like some homophobes.
Right. Well, and you know, there's a I would like to believe that there will be a generational shift in leadership as well. Because whenever I pay attention to people that are younger than me, I'm oftentimes very, very impressed. And I'm wondering if like the next generation of people coming into these leadership positions are going to be able to right the ship as far as this kind of stuff goes. Because I'd like to believe that improvement is possible too.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, but I'm a very cynical person, like by nature. So, yeah, I'm not holding out hope. But I mean, if it happened, I'd be thrilled,
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not holding my breath on that one, Greg.
You have another article out about the topic in this song. It's called "It's Time to Say Goodbye to Don Cherry in His Xenophobic Ways." And so you have directly addressed the topic of this song in other places of your own writing. And just what do you remember about like that particular piece and maybe how it connects to this song too? Because it's a really great article as well.
The thing I remember most about that piece is the death threats. Yeah, so a lot of people were unhappy about that article, but again, like I don't care. Like I write things that are, important to me. And that was something that was very important to me. And I think that's also why I really love that song, because it's just that he was using his pulpit to promote things that never should have been promoted on a hockey show. And that's essentially what Coach's Corner should have been, is an intermission show to talk about hockey, and it veered far from that at times to things that that shouldn't have been broadcast, period, and had no place being on a hockey show, especially with the number of kids watching. Like I grew up watching Coach's Corner, Don Cherry and Ron McLean, like thousands of other Canadian kids. And so yeah. And I mean, at that point he had just run his course. He should have been, I think they should have given him the axe long before that. But,
do you remember any of those, those hate letters that you got? Do you have any examples that kind of just like linger with you?
No, not really, because, I wish I could say that was the first time I had received hate mail, but like, yeah, no. But I mean, it's usually the same stuff, like, go cover cricket, or, go back to wherever
So there some not so subtle racism.
Oh,
and
yeah.
things like
No,
that too.
it's never subtle. Oh yeah. No, at least I can only speak to the hate mail I received, but it's never really subtle. It's never about the content of the story. It's always about my ethnicity or my gender, or, it's that stuff. It's never actually what is written in the article.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That I wish I could say that I was surprised, but I'm not. Do you have any other thoughts on the lyrics or the musical performance of Dear Coach's Corner that you definitely wanted to share before we move on to the next tune?
No, I just love it, and I think my favorite line in that song, which I never got until later when I read the lyrics, was I think it takes a village to raise a child and a flag to raise the children, but raise is like
R-A-Z-E.
Yeah. And when I saw that, I was like, oh my God, like, wow, like that's, I don't want to say that's awesome, but it was just,
powerful.
Yes.
It's just good. It's just good writing too. As a person who writes, like you understand like how good of writing that line actually is.
And I think the thing I really love about Propaganda, and I'm going to be honest, like their first album, like How to Clean, did not like it, was not a fan.
I love to hear somebody say that, because that is never the case almost on this show. Everybody's like, oh, I love the first two records so much, and then they got metal.
Nope, did not. Like, I just thought it sounded like other bands on that label. You know what I mean? And I was just like, I didn't like it. And even the second album, I was like, it was kind of like meh, like, you know, like I liked the lyrical content, but I just thought like it wasn't for me.
Yeah.
And then I think it wasn't until Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes, and like I feel bad saying this, but like I didn't even want to give that a chance, because I really didn't like the first album, you know. And then when I heard it, I was like, holy shit, is this the same band?
Yeah.
Like, it was awesome. And not to use like a junior hockey analogy, but like in junior hockey, they always talk about when you're talking about young players still developing, they always talk about like their body catching up to their skill, because usually they're teenagers, right? So they have to fill out. And I think when I think of Propaganda, I think of that's how I think of them. Like, they were that guy where their body had to catch up to their skill. And like Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes is where I think like you started to see them fill out, and I don't want to say they became more mature, but I just think they got a better handle of maybe who they wanted to be. And I think now they're all stars. Now I love like supporting cast, like just everything they've done since Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes. Like I've loved it. Like,
yeah.
And I can't believe it's the same band that put out How to Clean. So
yeah, I mean, for me, Today's Empires is when they became my band.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? 100%. Like the first time I started downloading tracks off of Napster in the lead up to the record. And the first time I heard Bullshit Politicians, that was the first song I heard off Today's Empires. My mind was completely blown to smithereens. And then it was Albright Monument Baghdad, Back to the Motor League, Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes. And then when I finally got the record and Mate Ka Marisa Kun Rasa Khan came on, I was just like, this is the greatest band that's ever existed in the history of music, and I am not persuadable to the contrary. You know,
yeah,
it was that's when they became my band too.
Yeah, like I couldn't believe it was the same band, because I like when I tell you I didn't like the first two albums. Like the second album, it's okay. Like I don't want to say I didn't like it. It's okay, but the first album, I really did not like it. Like,
yeah, that's fine. That those two
sorry,
records,
Chris. Like
I love Less Talk More Rock because I think it's their most important record as far as ideas go to what they brought to the audience of the mid 90s teenage fan base that was listening to them across North America and Europe and everything. I think
agree.
the ideas are so important. I like it way more than How to Clean Everything, but they are so far beneath what I feel about every other record as far as like the performance and the songs go. So I am completely on your team. And my favorite record of theirs is Supporting Cast, which you just mentioned, and which is your next selection, the opening track, Night Letters. Tell me about your overall impression of Supporting Cast when you came across it.
It was so good.
It's perfect.
Yeah, it was so good, and it was so different. Like I think they're a band where you can actually see them evolve. You know, like they're getting better with each album, and that was just that was like the next step for them, or at least how I saw them. It was like the next step. That is just, it's a great album. And I just starting off with Night Letters, you know, like it blew me away. Like, it was awesome. And then when I got to Dear Coach's Corner, it was like, holy shit, like, was this written for me? Like,
yeah. It's like, is this the best record ever? In my view, it is. Why did you pick Night Letters as your second selection?
So I picked Night Letters because I think it's just an awesome song, but also with everything going on in the world right now, you know, war, refugee crisis, it's just a song that has so much empathy. And I think that's one thing I really like in general, is that their songs, the songwriting is smart, but it's also done with emotion and empathy. And I think that's so important now. You know, the world today, that's so lacking in empathy, and that's one thing this band has in spades. And I think that song is 15 years old now, and it's still relevant today, which I think is a great thing about them, but it's also a sad thing because the world hasn't changed very much. And so, you know, the fact that it's still relevant, I mean, it shows you how good they are, but I mean, it's kind of depressing at the same time. And I think, I don't know, I think Todd's songs sound different to me. I don't know if that's true or if everyone feels that way, but
totally true.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And as someone who kind of likes hardcore, I think there are elements in that song that really resonate with me, just musically at that level.
Did you ever like I Spy?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. Is there anything specifically lyrically that jumps out at you from Night Letters? Like, do you have any particular favorite lines, or is there anything about the musical performance that really stands out to you?
Yes. So you work the night shift, so you won't be alone. I am adept at cold. I've always loved, especially I am adept at cold. I think being Canadian, I really resonate with that. And, you know, you work the night shift, so you won't be alone. I mean, yeah, I love that. And then near the end where he says, you were being crushed by the world, I've gotten lucky so far. Like, I just think that I don't know who that song is about, but like, you can feel the care in that song.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds weird to say it's a beautiful song because it's so driving and like hard, but it really is like, yeah.
Yeah, I love this. I love this one too. And it's a very complicated song too. I love the episodes that we made on this particular one. And as you talk about being adept at cold, I think about the different places that I've lived in my life as well. Like, I grew up in St. Louis, which, you know, gets a little cold, but like its summers are also blazing hot, like 40 Celsius in the summertime. And then I lived in Hawaii for a while, and Mexico in the middle of the desert. And now I live in Buffalo. And as I'm looking out the window right behind my computer, it's been snowing for 3 straight days. Like, we're on the tail end of having that Buffalo Bills Pittsburgh Steelers playoff game postponed because they had to dig out the entire stadium. And it very well may happen again this weekend against the Kansas City Chiefs. So it's definitely something that resonates with me as well. When I think about the variety of climates that I've lived in within my lifetime, I love that.
Yeah, and I also think about how jarring it is for people who have never dealt with snow, who have never seen snow, who have never dealt with cold, like how jarring that must be, how outer worldly that must be for them.
Oh,
you know?
yeah. Yeah. When I used to live in Saskatchewan. I did my master's degree at University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon, and one of my classmates was in a PhD program, was from Nigeria, and he would tell me stories about exactly that, like how jarring this experience was for him. And for me, it was jarring too. And I grew up seeing snow in Missouri, but for him, it was a very jarring experience. It's like he had lived in Edmonton and Saskatoon after coming from Nigeria, and it was a really insane experience. And he was doing it on voluntary good terms, not because he was trying to flee from anything like the characters in the actual Song of Night Letters too. So it's just wild to think about migration in general and what people go through. People like me who are, totally doing it for different reasons, and then people who are forced to and they have no real say in the matter, and what that must be like. So I love this song for its commentary on just migration and human movement in general too.
Yeah. No, it's a great song. I really love that song.
Well, let's talk about your last song. You chose Back to the Motor League, and you told me this is your favorite Propaganda song. And so I just am wondering why you picked Back to the Motor League and why it's your favorite tune.
I fucking love this song.
Yeah.
I think this song, like, I feel like I know those guys. Like, I've been to shows with those guys. I've been at junior hockey games with those guys. Like, I feel like, I definitely know, the guys in that song. And I also had a shitty zine. So, like I mentioned earlier, so, maybe I was part of the problem too. I don't know. But yeah, I love the way it starts. Just that reminds me very much of just some of the people I know in junior hockey, like that is definitely like a Sudbury Saturday night, like clientele. Like I know those people. So yeah, that's why it resonates with me. And I love this song. It was on my like morning, like wake up, get ready playlist for a long time. But then when I have an 8-year-old, and when he, got a bit older, I had to take it off, which made me really sad, only just because it wasn't really appropriate for an 8-year-old, because I would blast it throughout the house. So it kind of made me sad that I had to take it off my playlist. Like maybe Chris can re-release like a radio kid-friendly version of that song.
Well, and you get to think about when your kid is a teenager, you get to introduce them to the greatest song ever.
I am seriously, I have thought about that day. Yeah, because it's hard to a lot of the songs I like, it's hard to introduce to kids. So, I have to try and find I found the Ramones are like they're a really good gateway into kind of the music that I listen to for kids. Yeah. So yeah, we listen to a lot of Ramones in our house.
I feel like Green Day is a next good entry. I mean, Dookie was like my first. From Dookie, I went to Pennywise Unknown Road. You know what I mean? Like that was my boom, boom, boom. My immediate stepping stone was like immediately through Dookie. So that could work as well for you. So, I love it. Okay. So are there any like particular musical aspects or lyrical moments in the song that are your favorites from Back to the Motor League?
I've always liked Amish phone books. And I've never, I can't tell you why, but I've always liked Amish phone books only because I don't understand it at all. So I don't know if you have any insight into Amish phone books.
No, off the top of my head, I don't. I can't remember. It may be in the episode that we made, but we made an episode on Back to the Motor League like 3.5 years ago. So at this moment, it is out of my brain.
Yeah. So I've always liked Amish phone books, but I don't know why. Like, I don't know. It's just because I think it's to me, it seems so random.
Yeah, it's purely comedic, I think.
Yeah, and it's super funny, that's why I love it. Like, and especially followed by drunken brawls, like, yeah, it's just, I love it. I love everything about that song. Like, it's so good.
It's a
even
perfect song.
Even the ending, like, it's hilarious. Like, I love it. It's
stock
hilarious.
Personnel, front checkout.
Stock personnel. Yeah. And just, it's great.
Fabulous.
I really do. I really do love it. Yeah. I mean, and also Amy Grant Mosh Cruise, that makes me laugh too. I mean, yeah.
It's probably the funniest song on today's Empires, isn't it?
I think so. Like, it's great though. Like, I mean, it's also very good at what it's doing, which is like poking fun at certain segments of like the punk community.
Oh man. So when I did an episode with Adam Russell, who plays bass in the band Story of the Year, I don't know if you ever heard them, but they have that song Until the Day I Die. Huge hit single in like the early 2000s, 2003, 2004, 2005. Like that whole like emo and like emo hardcore, like sing scream music era that kind of yielded bands like Silverstein and Story of the Year and like My Chemical Romance. From first to last, that kind of stuff. So I had Adam on the podcast because he is a huge Propaganda fan, and he picked Back to the Motor League as one of his songs because he's like, that song is about my band. And I thought that was so funny that he picked a song that just spoke directly to what he and his own bandmates were doing in like 2003. And he loved it, and we had such a good chat about it. So I love the fact that people can find themselves within this song and kind of just like point the mirror at themselves and have a little laugh about our own goofball proclivities.
For sure. Like I said, I had a shitty zine. Like, that song is about me.
It's amazing. Do you have you ever seen the band live?
No, I have not.
Darn.
Sadly. I know. It's on my bucket list, but you know what? Honestly, like, since having kids, it's hard, man. Also, I live like in the suburbs, so it's not like first of all, in Toronto, like, it's hard to find places now that will put on well, obviously not for a band like Propaganda. They'll always have places to play, but for smaller bands, like, just finding places to play now has become much harder. And then, I live in the suburbs, so that's going to be my suburbs and kids is going to be my excuse.
Well, I go to Propaganda shows in Toronto whenever they were there in May 2022. I saw them at Lee's Palace on Bloor, and then they
Lee's
played
Palace.
Lee's, and then in London Music Hall in London, Ontario, and then they also played at the Guelph Concert Hall up the road. So my goal when they announce tours is to annoy you relentlessly, and also try to I'm going to see if the band will put you on the guest list to get you out of mosh retirement and come to the show. So that is my goal, is to see if the band will get you in for free. Because
honestly, I would happily pay for a ticket. Like, that's not the issue. The issue is like, if maybe if Chris can find someone to babysit my kid, like, that would
maybe I'll bring a babysitter. I'll drop the babysitter off at your house, and then we'll go to the show. And because then we would probably also run into Mitch Pollock, who works at with Q with Tom Power on CBC. So maybe we could have a Toronto area journalist party at the Propaganda show.
That would be awesome. Like when I was doing my Bridge 9 story, like there are kind of rumors out there that because Bridge 9's 30th anniversary is coming up, that Have Heart might be reuniting. And so I told Chris that if Have Heart reunites, like I will drive to Boston. And I'll probably bring my kid too, because it'll be an all ages show. Most likely probably during the day. So yeah.
That would be sweet. What's your favorite Have Heart record?
The things they carried, for sure.
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah.
Nice. So good. Okay, well, Sunaya, what a lovely conversation. I can't stress enough that people should go check out the way that you weave sports and music into your writing. It's a really special craft that you have created for yourself. One that myself as a niche podcaster appreciates deeply whenever I'm looking through your publications list. I really, really, really do hope that you make a book of sports and music essays, just purely because of how unique and special that area of interest is, and what a cool collection it would be. I'm thinking about Jessica Hopper's collection of music writing that she's done, and also the collected interviews of Punk Planet and stuff like that. There is a readership of people out there who love punk and hardcore and sports, that I think that would make for an amazing book. So I really do hope that you pursue that. But in the meantime, what are anything that you'd like to promote or direct listeners to, as far as following along with what you do?
Well, you can find my stuff at The Athletic. We are a subscription sports site. We were bought about a year ago by the New York Times. So you can also find us at the New York Times as well. That's about it. I don't really have anything else going on.
I think that my subscription to The Athletic was $1.
Yeah, if you catch the sales at the right time, it's only $1 to subscribe. So
yeah,
if you like sports, I think it's worth it for sure.
Yeah. And also I think it got bundled recently with my Apple News subscription.
Yes. Yeah.
So if you have Apple News subscription, I think that a lot of the stuff now from The Athletic is now non-paywalled, which is awesome. So I wanted to read all of your back articles. So I went and I did the $1 subscription, but I get a lot of Athletic stuff on Apple News as well. But your work is awesome. I'm so pumped that we got to connect. I love your thoughts on professional sports, because these are debates that I constantly am having with myself as far as my NFL obsession goes right now. So I love hearing what it's like in your world as somebody who follows it professionally and gets to think about it and write about it for a large audience. That's just so cool. And I'm so grateful to you for your time and your energy and your stories as far as participating in a project like mine. Means the world to me. So Sunaya Sapurji, thank you so much for coming on Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. It means a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This was so much fun, Greg. Really enjoyed it. It's nice to talk about something other than sports, even though this was kind of sports adjacent.
Yeah.
It's rare for me, so this is a treat, really.